Chapter 901 Are you looking for me? Bang! Yamato felt the weight of his wrist, and the huge impact force was released, and his whole body was directly ejected. The wolf-tooth club clenched in his hand, caught off guard, couldn't help but fly out of his hand. The sudden scene made Yamato's face change drastically. She didn't expect that a slight negligence would put her in a disadvantageous position. Under the control of past combat experience, Yamato was eager to stabilize her body. Newcomer, it seems that you have very little combat experience. However, whether you are willing to admit that you are a newcomer to the Blood Flag Pirates or not, as long as you take off your mask and let everyone see clearly, you can prove your identity. Shitun, who transformed into a half-lion state, brought a series of afterimages, took the lead and chased Yamato. The samurai sword clenched in his right hand was not fancy at all. He chopped down the fanged ghost mask on Yamato's face. The sudden attack shook everyone's nerves. Especially when it fell into Yamato's eyes, her expression changed drastically, and she shouted in a hurry, You can't touch the mask. No one can see my appearance. The consequences of seeing it are very serious. Can't see it? Hua Shaishan and others couldn't help but stagnate. However, before they could react, they just felt a flash in front of their eyes. A ghostly figure, dressed in white clothes, with a cold face and indifferent expression, appeared behind Yamato one step ahead. Without any fancy moves, he reached out with his right hand and pressed directly on Yamato's back. At the same time, his left hand blocked the blade that Shitun chopped down with force. Bang! The huge impact force contained in Yamato's body was instantly offset by Chinyu. The samurai sword that chopped down with force was no exception and was caught by bare hands. The sudden scene, whether it was Hua Shaishan, Shitun and others, or even Yamato's pretty face hidden under the mask, changed drastically. Especially, when seeing Chinyu's current face. For Hua Shaishan and other navy, it was even more visually shocking. Were you looking for me just now? Chinyu raised his head coldly and said, I am Ulquiera, a new member of the Blood Flag Pirates, and I have been ordered to kill the Celestial Dragons and annihilate Tenjojin's fleet. If you have any misunderstandings because of my lateness, I would like to express my deepest apologies here. However, I still want to tell you that this is the strength of the Vice Admiral of the Navy, which is too disappointing. The small voice, at this moment, was like an invisible hammer, hitting the depths of everyone's soul. Looking at that cold face, and the intelligence image of the new member of the Blood Flag Pirates obtained from Sengoku not long ago. That is exactly the same. This is the real Blood Flag new member. Then who was that person just now? Chaotic thoughts flashed through their minds. Looking at Chinyu's indifferent expression, Shitun, who was close at hand, suddenly became extremely gloomy. Okay, no matter who is the Blood Flag newcomers, none of you can leave today. Also, you are just a newcomer, you are so arrogant. Lion King / Shitun roared, and his right hand suddenly clenched the samurai sword. The sharp claws in his left hand, like 5 steel blades with cold light, shot out directly. Without any fancy moves, he chopped down Chinyu and Yamato head-on. Puff! The air was torn apart in an instant, and ripples were stirred. In Shitun's eyes, at this close distance, it would only take a blink of an eye to hit the enemy. Dang! A crisp sound of metal collision suddenly sounded. Sparks flew, and a strong wind rolled back. However, the first scene that came into view made everyone's pupils shrink suddenly. Seeing that the slash that was originally sharp and capable of tearing steel was stopped by Chinyu casually raising his hand in front of everyone. There was no trace of armed color domineering on the skin. There was no blood splashing as imagined. All this completely overturned their cognition, and even Shitun was no exception. No, there is no possibility, my attack will definitely not be ineffective, my physical skills, but the ability of the animal-type devil fruit should be greatly enhanced. Shitun was the first to be unable to hold back and roared. In his eyes, this time he took on this mission alone with his own navy soldiers. Everything was for the great credit of capturing the newcomer of the Blood Flag Pirates. However, Shitun never thought of it. In the beginning, he not only expressed the wrong feelings, used the wrong strength, and dealt with the wrong person. Most importantly, facing the real newcomer of the Blood Flag Pirates who suddenly appeared. But he gave him a feeling that he couldn't figure out. At least, in Shitun's eyes, the person in front of him gave people the feeling that he was unfathomable from beginning to end. Su Shan. Buzz. A small air vibration sound suddenly sounded. Shitun suddenly woke up and watched Qin Yu suddenly raise his fingertips. The dark power, as dark as ink, was madly compressed and accumulated, and an inexplicable dangerous aura instantly enveloped him. Shitun, get out of the way. Hua Shaishan's expression suddenly changed, and he roared. The samurai sword in his hand, without any fancy moves, slashed out with force. One sword-style fire wheel slash. Boom! The flash exploded instantly. The violent power, under the crazy accumulation, was like a laser beam, and it was struck across the sky with a posture as fast as thunder. Feeling this huge breath, it came head-on. Shitun's mind was blank, and the only thing he could do was to watch the attack quickly enlarge in his pupils. Get out of here, at this time, why are you still in a daze? A delicate cry sounded without any warning. The fiery phoenix figure took the lead and fell from the sky. Without any fancy moves, in full view of the crowd, it kicked Shitun in the face. Bang! Shitun was knocked away. The dark black flash brushed past his body. In an instant, it crossed a distance of dozens of meters and collided with the attack of Hua Shaishan. Boom! The slash shattered, and the strong wind it raised rolled back like a tidal wave. Under the surging waves of the sky, the black beam of light remained undiminished. With a dignified sound of breaking through the air, it passed over the crowd and landed on the huge soap tree. Bang! A thunderous explosion sounded. The huge explosive force rolled over like a hurricane. Everyone just felt the fire in front of them suddenly jump up, and the oncoming air wave hit them. A suffocating impact spread out like ripples. In an instant, it enveloped the entire dock. Chapter 902, There is no general in the army, so the soldiers serve as the vanguard. Bang! The rolling explosion sounded like thunder. The dust and sand covered the entire dock, giving people a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. Strong wind. With Daotu's delicate cry, the dust that was rolling back in the sky stopped for a moment. A blazing hurricane swept out with her as the center. The dust in the sky was instantly dispersed, and the messy battlefield came into view first. Everyone who was still able to stand turned their eyes in unison and locked onto the place where the attack fell. The scene they saw made their pupils shrink suddenly. The soap tree that originally required more than a dozen people to hug had long disappeared. Instead, there was a huge pit of tens of meters, still emitting blazing air waves. Looking at the huge destructive power caused by the casual attack, the faces of the people present turned pale. Is this the strength of the newcomer of the Blood Flag Pirates? No, is this really the newcomer of the Blood Flag Pirates? You are kidding, right? The Navy soldiers stationed at the huge dock were the first to be unable to hold back. In their eyes, this casual attack could not only completely defeat the attack of the Vice Admiral of the Navy. It could also easily blow up such a big pit. This kind of strength is not comparable to that of an ordinary Vice Admiral. If you really want to find someone who can suppress him in the field, I'm afraid only Daoto can do it. However, in their eyes, Daoto was originally known as the strongest candidate for the Admiral of the Navy. After getting the mythical beast devil fruit given by Thunder Dragon Laxus, his strength is definitely on a higher level. If you have to find someone if we compare them, then at least he should be more powerful than Shitun. However, in this one-to-one comparison, the conclusion drawn seems pale and powerless in the face of the indifferent boy in front of him. After all, he is just a newcomer to the Blood Flag Pirates. If these words are not a bit fictitious, then the threshold for this newcomer is a bit too high. Quick, run away quickly, don't let Tian Changjin fall into the hands of such a villain. Lord Shari slows, there is still a little breath, you quickly stop him, I want to take Lord Shari slows to the Navy headquarters first. Wells crawled out of the ruins in a miserable state. Looking at the celestial dragon who was carrying on his shoulders, he looked extremely embarrassed and a little out of breath. The expressions of the Navy soldiers present, and even Hua Shaishan, were tense. If the celestial dragon was attacked, it would be a capital crime. But if the celestial dragon was not dead, there might be a little room for turning this matter. At least, before they could capture this new member of the Blood Flag Pirates who didn't know the depth of the situation, they could try to keep the celestial dragon alive. This was their biggest extravagant hope. Hua Shaishan, you guys go and save them, and be responsible for letting them retreat. I'll stop him. Daotu shouted. At this moment, a pair of illusory wings behind her suddenly burst into flames without any fancy moves. She went straight to Qin Yu to attack. The wings were like sharp blades, tearing the air apart in an instant. Under the violent air waves, the temperature of the huge dog soared directly. However, facing this attack, Qin Yu's face remained the same, his eyes suddenly turned down, and he said, "They misunderstood you once, and I saved you once. We no longer owe each other. Next, I owe you another favor. Give me 10 seconds. 10 seconds? The inexplicable words made Daoto, Hua Shaishan and others look stagnant. Even Yamato, who was hiding under the mask, had a different look. However, after this moment of distraction, Yamato quickly recovered. He reached out to the giant mace that was flying and inserted diagonally into the ground with his right hand. Without any fancy moves, he swung it and hit Daoto head-on. Thunderous Bagua. Boom! The thunder and fire exploded like a tide, and the huge impact force rolled back directly. Feeling this terrifying breath, Daoto retreated 7 or 8 meters away. When he reacted, Qin Yu, who was originally planning to chase, had disappeared. The strange scene made Daoto's face suddenly change drastically, and then he roared in a hurry. "Wells, protect Charles Lose quickly!" Wells's expression froze at first when he heard the words. The next moment, when he reacted, a ghostly figure had appeared beside him. The 5 fingers of his right hand suddenly merged into a sharp blade, without any fancy moves. He slashed straight at Charles Lose's neck. "I'm glad he's still alive, otherwise I really wouldn't have a chance to complete this mission, which would make the other adults unhappy." The inexplicably plain voice sounded without any warning. Puff! The air pierced with a sharp sound, and hot blood splashed down. It splashed directly on Wells's cheek. As the huge head flew, Qin Yu took another step, moving at super high speed with the help of Xiang Xuan. He disappeared again in the air. When he appeared again, he was already suspended in the air dozens of meters high. With a cold and indifferent look on his face, he looked down at the dock below. Dead, Lord Charles Ross was beheaded. Oh my god, the Blood Flag pirates are killing celestial dragons again. Are they a bunch of lunatics? Are they really not afraid of the wrath of the world government? Do they have any deep hatred with the celestial dragons? The screams of shock came from the fleet escorting Tenjo Jin. In their eyes, the celestial dragons are a high and mighty existence. In normal times, even a glance is a sin. Not to mention talking back, or even attacking and killing. However, the scene before their eyes at this moment completely overturned their cognition. It turns out that the high and mighty celestial dragons will look pale and powerless like ordinary people when they are killed. Damn, bastard, you dare to kill the celestial dragons, I must kill you today. Shitun turned over in the ruins, raised his head and roared angrily. This time, he was the main person in charge of the escort mission. Especially as the Navy Marshal, Zhang Guo, despite repeated warnings, the celestial dragons were still killed. For him, this is a crime that he cannot get rid of. You said you want to kill me. Qin Yu, standing in the void, said calmly, why kill me? I waited for so long, just want to fight with the generals who were defeated by you adults. Unfortunately, after waiting for so long, they didn't show up, just a group of so-called Navy Vice Admirals came. Let me think about what words should be used to describe this. At this point, Qin Yu paused slightly, and after a calm look, he swept across the scene and said, are there no generals in the army and the soldiers are the vanguard? The small voice, at this moment, was like thunder, echoing in everyone's ears. Especially, it fell on Hua Shaishan, and even in the ears of Shitun and Daoto, making their faces turn pale in an instant. Chapter 903 would like to say that you are the most qualified to be a general. There are no generals in the army, so the soldiers are the vanguard? The expressions of all the Navy soldiers present, and even the vice admirals such as Hua Shaishan, suddenly became stiff. In their eyes, this slightly literary speech was simply a great shame. At least, in their eyes, being despised in public by a new pirate, if this kind of thing is reported back to the Navy headquarters. Even on the sea, it is absolutely a huge shame. What an arrogant guy, I will kill you. Shitun roared. He stepped suddenly, and the sound of sonic boom in the air suddenly sounded. The whole person disappeared from the spot like a ghost. When he appeared again, he was only a dozen meters away from Qin Yu. One sword flowing Sakura lion slash. Buzz. Shitun suddenly clenched the samurai sword in his hands. The blade with cold light suddenly shook down. The inky black armament haki quickly surged on the blade like a ripple vortex. A stern and murderous aura spread over Shitun's body. Roar. The dark breath was detonated in an instant. Under the violent air wave, Shitun held the samurai sword tightly in his hand without any fancy moves. He slashed towards Qin Yu. Roar! The sound of the air tearing apart when the knife came out was like a lion shaking the hills. The dark slash turned into a huge one of more than 10 meters, and attacked across the sky with a swift posture. The slash, in the void, was even faster, and gathered into a lion-like posture in an instant. A short 10 meters, in the eyes of outsiders, was just a moment, and the black lion slash was only a stone's throw away from Qin Yu. Feeling this unparalleled strong wind, Qin Yu's bangs on his forehead were agitated. When he raised his head suddenly, his cold face was still calm as usual, saying, "It turned out to be a high-level domineering aura. Finally, there is a bit of the style of a vice-admiral of the navy, but with this strength alone, I can't be stopped." 6 Style Secrets Flowing Cherry Maximum Round. As he spoke, Qin Yu's 5 fingers on his right hand suddenly clenched, and while the armed color domineering aura quickly covered, the black ink-like flowing cherry ripples were agitated. Feeling the huge resonant force, it rushed to his right fist like a galloping horse in his body. Qin Yu did not have any fancy tricks, and punched at the sharp attack. Bang! With a punch, the void in front of Qin Yu seemed to be blasted. The flowing strong wind was stirred instantly. The attacking lion paused for a moment. The seemingly tiny fist had already hit it hard. With the highest level of great hypostasis, it is said to be the strongest, with high spiritual pressure hardness, and even the steel skin that cannot be broken by swords. With the high level of armament haki, the skin and body endurance are enhanced. The power of the 6 style ultimate impact accumulated by Qin Yu in his fist can be said to have reached an unprecedented level. At least, in the case of other character templates, he does not need to use this method. After all, Ulquiorra is only in the first stage now, and the skills he has are too few. Therefore, Qin Yu had to resort to this last resort and use the 6 styles. The violent air wave was rolling back, and everyone just felt a roar from the eardrum. The first thing that came into view was the giant lion of more than 10 meters, and the posture of rushing and attacking appeared a little stagnant. The next moment, the huge body, like a dream, twisted rapidly. It collapsed between heaven and earth. Boom! The powerful impact, like a streak of silk, pierced through the lion's body. With the remaining power, he chased after Shitun. Feeling this sharp and unparalleled aura, and watching his attack being broken like paper, Shitun was stunned for a moment. Facing the rapidly enlarging attack in his pupils, he could not recover. "Get out of here quickly, this is a battlefield, don't be in a daze all the time," Dao Tujiao shouted. Under the incitement of the hot air wave, he rushed across the sky and rushed to the side of Shitun. While his right foot kicked out again like lightning, his right hand clenched Jin Kun Luo, and the sound of the knife resounded through the sky. One knife flow Phoenix Golden Flow Slash. Boom! The sword energy wrapped in fire instantly collided with the fist energy that was chasing him. When the huge explosion air wave rolled back, it even brought a taste that made people feel dry in the mouth, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire dock. Feeling this terrifying breath, the 3 people from Huashaishan suddenly woke up. Without time to think about it, they clenched the samurai swords in their hands and used the shaving and moon steps to the extreme. With one step, the whole person disappeared from the spot like a ghost. When he appeared again, he had already shown a posture like an encirclement, and quickly approached Qin Yu against the impact of the strong wind. 100 meters, 70 meters, 50 meters. As the distance quickly approached, the observation haki of the 3 people from Huashaishan was also pushed to the extreme. Intended to lock Qin Yu's figure as soon as possible. In their eyes, the celestial dragon Shari Slows had been killed by Qin Yu, and such a big thing happened again in the Sabayati archipelago. If even a mere new member of the Blood Flag Pirates could not be left behind. Once this matter was reported back to the Navy headquarters, they would not be able to get rid of the guilt just like Shitun. The only way to make up for the mistake was to bring Qin Yu's head back. However, just as the chaotic thoughts flashed through my mind, Dao Tu's cry rang out again. "Be careful, get out of the way." They. Inexplicable reminder made the 3 people in Huashaishan look stagnant at first, and then they looked up suddenly. The explosion wave that covered the sky seemed to be stirred by a pair of invisible big hands. The next moment, a 7 or 8 meter sphere that was compressed crazily by virtual flash, like a small black sun, quietly suspended in the air. An indescribable dangerous atmosphere instantly swept the whole scene. Qin Yu stood quietly in the void, his calm eyes turned down and fell on Dao Tu, saying, the slash just now was good. I, Ulquira, would like to call you the most qualified person to become a general. However, appreciation is one thing. Next time I hope you can save more people under the attack. Next time we meet, I will use my real strength to compete with you. This warm-up ends here. Jaikung. Qin Yu waved his right hand in the void, and the space behind him was torn open like paper. Soon, in full view of the public, it broke quickly like a mirror. Finally, it turned into a crack as tall as Qin Yu, like a bloody mouth. In full view of everyone, it swallowed Qin Yu in one gulp. Don't go. Shitun, who witnessed this scene, turned pale all of a sudden. As soon as he stabilized his body, he planned to chase him. However, just after taking half a step, the first thing that came into view was still the familiar long legs, sweeping in a horizontal posture. It quickly enlarged in the pupil. Chapter 904 Can't wait for the general. Bang! Shitun felt his cheeks burning in an instant. The whole person flew backwards like a cannonball. But he felt that the air flowing around him had stagnated a little. The next moment, before he could react, a huge explosion like a tide exploded. Phoenix Sky! Dao Tu shouted anxiously. As the blazing flames shot up into the sky, the fiery red feathers opened directly under Dao Tu's crazy urging. Without any fancy moves, under the astonished eyes of many people, the exploding black ball was directly covered. Boom! The explosive force, like a raging tide, instantly filled the feather robe. The next moment, the sky that was supported with all its might was torn apart by a pair of big hands and exploded. Accompanied by the blazing flames, the violent air waves rolled back. Everyone just felt a flash in front of their eyes, and the huge force impact instantly enveloped them. People and goods that were slightly closer were directly overturned. From a distance, the extremely prosperous Pier 3 was like a huge ripple of fire, and the air waves of the explosion swept across most of Island 3. Let the faces of the merchants and pirates who stayed on the island turn pale all of a sudden. They knew clearly that the pier of Island 3 today was announced in advance, and the Sky Gold Fleet, which the celestial dragons were riding, would temporarily stop for rest. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, they had already left that place of trouble. However, they never expected that after a month, after the riot on Island number 2, even Island number 3 could not escape the cursed fate. If the explosion now really implicated the celestial dragons, they might not know who the attacker was and what the fate of the celestial dragons would be. But the one thing they knew best was that no matter whether the celestial dragons were injured or not, as long as the place where they were was hit, the first to come was definitely the general. According to the previous behavior, Island number 3 and even other islands would probably be bloodbathed again. Quick, run away, it's the newcomer of the Blood Flag pirates who attacked the celestial dragons. A pirate who had already escaped from the dock was the first to cry out in surprise. When these words fell, it was like a word that stirred up 1,000 waves. The crowd, who were still speculating, suddenly exploded. Especially when they heard the name of the Blood Flag pirates, they had no doubts in their hearts. After all, in their eyes, this is a code name for a madman. Old man Rayleigh, it seems that it is not the right time for us to come out to buy supplies today. Xiaoqi took a deep puff of cigarette and immediately looked in the direction of the dock. Brother Qin Yu is really capable of tossing. If it continues at this speed, I am afraid that the person hiding behind the scenes will soon be unable to sit still. The secret of Lavrov will also be made public soon. Thinking of the first sentence Rayleigh told her after returning from Lavrov 18 years ago, Xiaoqi still felt a lingering fear in her heart. Although she had known for a long time that the devil fruit was not simple, but she never thought that there was such a big secret hidden in it. However, according to Rayleigh, unless there is enough strength in the overall situation of the world trend, once this secret is made public, then the world will probably go back to the path of 100 years of history that disappeared. Xiaoqi, it seems that we still underestimated Brother Qin Yu. He has such strange means, which is beyond the cognition of this world. Rayleigh's glasses flashed white light, and he smiled warmly. I thought that this day would take several more years to wait for the new era of hope mentioned by Red Hair Shanks. I didn't expect that even Shanks, who has traveled all over the sea, would miss something one day. If that time really comes, I will not be lonely. Looking at Rayleigh, that with an eager expression on her face, Xiaoqi exhaled a puff of cigarette, and a smile appeared on her face. She said, we old people of the old times have lived to this time, and who doesn't want to see what will happen when this secret is revealed? Rayleigh, if that day really comes, remember to take me with you. Haha, Xiaoqi, I didn't expect you to have this interest, but don't worry, I will definitely take you to the end. Rayleigh laughed after taking a sip of strong liquor. However, it's not time yet, let's hide before the great general comes. Although, I don't know why Kizaru hasn't come yet, but if you meet him, it will be a headache. After leaving these words, Rayleigh turned around and disappeared on the spot. Xiaoqi was no exception. In an instant, with the news that the celestial dragons were attacked, island number 3 was in chaos again. This chaos quickly spread to the entire Sabayati archipelago. However, as time went by, not to mention the pirates and illegal merchants who were fleeing, even the soldiers who crawled out of the ruins on the dock. There was no way to wait for the support of the general. Looking at the dock that had been razed to the ground without Qin Yu. Not to mention Shitun, even the 3 people from Huashaishan and even Dao Tu's face became ugly. Vice Admiral Shitun, what should we do now? Do we need to ask the general to come to support us quickly? Now block the Sabayati archipelago, maybe we can catch the newcomers of the Blood Flag pirates. Catalu rushed over in a panic. Just after coming back to his senses in the explosion, Catalu had only one thought in his mind. What if the celestial dragons died? For the pirates, this might be a way to get away with it. However, for a naval general, especially for the only escort unit in this escort mission, Catalu knew clearly that if this kind of public attack was reported back, they would definitely be in trouble. The only chance to make up for the loss is to rely on the generals and blockade the islands to barely save the situation. No need to ask for the generals' support. We can't wait for the generals now. I heard from Marshal Sengoku that they have already left the Navy headquarters for a mission. Now the top combat forces left in the Navy headquarters, in addition to Marshal Sengoku, are Mr. Garp. No generals? The people present were stunned. Even generals like Kataru were no exception. At this moment, they finally understood what Qin Yu meant by what he said just now. There are no generals in the army, and the soldiers are the vanguard. This is not only a shame, but also a huge fact. Facing Dao Tu's honest words, the faces of the people present suddenly became ugly. Chapter 905 The Object of Special Recruitment. Feeling the sudden change in the atmosphere on the huge ruins battlefield, Shitun's expression changed continuously, and he shouted urgently, "We can't wait for the Admiral, what should we do now? Don't forget, the celestial dragon Sharislos was killed by the newcomer of the Blood Flag pirates, and there is also a helper wearing a ghost mask. Are we going to watch him escape from this place with our eyes wide open?" The hurried voice echoed. The faces of the 3 people in Huashaishan suddenly turned pale. Shitun's words were very unpleasant to hear, but it was a fact that people could not refute. If they watched people escape and did nothing, they would probably not be able to justify themselves. Shitun, that's enough. If you hadn't handled this important task without authorization in order to make a contribution, this situation would not have happened. Dao Tu said in a deep voice. Don't forget what the new world is like now. Not only the rise of the 5 emperors, but also the legendary prisoners who escaped from the city. Just because they are active, the 3 admirals will be very busy in the days ahead. If, every time we encounter an enemy that we cannot deal with, we always think that we can ask the admirals to come to support us, then I want to ask you, are the 3 admirals of our Navy headquarters enough? Or, if we don't need the support of the admirals, even if you are caught up by him now, but when you are alone, can you really catch him or not let him kill him? Mamoto's eyes turned in vain and fell on Shitun, saying, the times are different. If the strong men hiding in every corner of the sea come out to make trouble, then the current strength of the Navy headquarters will not be able to fight against them. As Laxus said, if our Navy headquarters does not make changes, I am afraid that we will be abandoned by the times and will not have the chance to say goodbye. The voice was not loud, but at this moment it had a very penetrating power. Facing Dao Tu's words, the expressions of the Navy soldiers present, and even Huashaishan and others, suddenly changed dramatically. Some of them, after wanting to speak but hesitating, finally shut their mouths and fell into silence. Not long ago, they disagreed with Laxus's ridiculous proposal of a world conscription. However, after personally experiencing the helpless battle just now, they clearly understood the feasibility of a world conscription. Okay, the first thing we have to do now is to report what happened here back to the Navy headquarters, and at the same time arrange personnel to monitor the nearby waters. Dao Tu, after looking around, he said in a deep voice, if everyone has no objection, I will lead the team to chase the new member of the Blood Flag pirates, Ulquira. The order was given in an orderly manner. In the Admiral's office at the Navy headquarters. Sitting in the first seat, Sengoku, who seemed a little tormented, glanced at the Den Mushi intentionally or unintentionally. The people sitting opposite him were Garp and Crane. However, compared with the other two, Garp was still picking his nose nonchalantly. Gurgle, emergency contact. Hua Shaishin requested to contact Marshal Sengoku urgently. The urgent Den Mushi voice suddenly sounded, instantly tensing the nerves of Sengoku and Crane, and even Garp was no exception. Looking at the Den Mushi on the table, Sengoku didn't think much and connected it. I'm Sengoku. Let me make it short. How did it go? Faced with the urgent question from the Den Mushi, Sengoku was stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly responded, the celestial dragon was killed. What? Sengoku's face suddenly changed drastically. No. It should be said that Lien He is no exception. In their eyes, they had already received the information that the newcomers of the Blood Flag Pirates intended to attack the fleet carrying the Sky Gold Fleet. In this situation where they were well prepared, they also had the support of several vice-admirals, and even Daoto went there in person. It shouldn't be a problem. Unless the newcomers this time are not newcomers? A mess of thoughts flashed through Zhang Guo's mind, and he asked urgently, Hua Shaishin, tell me in detail, is it the skeleton demon or Escanor and one-punch monster Saitama who came this time? Why were the celestial dragons killed again? Looking at Zhang Guo, who asked for a long story to be short and now asked for a detailed explanation, Hua Shaishin smiled helplessly and said, Marshal Zhang Guo, if the people coming from the other side are really the three skeleton demons, it is understandable that the celestial dragons were killed. However, the people coming from the other side this time are exactly the same as the intelligence portrait delivered by you, Marshal, and the means they possess are definitely no less weird than the three skeleton demons. Moreover, when he was leaving, he mentioned that the next time they met, he would use his true strength, and said that there are no generals in the army, and the soldiers are the vanguards. There are no generals in the army. Soldiers are the vanguards? Zhang Guo was stunned for a moment, and then he roared angrily, asshole, what a bastard, dare to say such arrogant words, do you really think that I will not leave Marineford and sink him into the sea personally? A huge breath exploded in Zhang Guo's body. Like a hurricane, it swept the entire office. Feeling this terrifying breath, the face like a withered tree bark sank, and the soapy light of his right hand flowed, and he swung it directly at Zhang Guo. A pleasant and refreshing breath that penetrated the mind, like a breeze passing by, instantly enveloped Zhang Guo. The huge breath that was originally released was intercepted and stopped in an instant. The rage on his face disappeared in an instant, and gradually returned to calm. Watching this scene, Garp's cheek muscles couldn't help but twitch, and he said, Tsuru, no matter how many times you see it, your devil fruit ability is so creepy, worthy of being the one who makes the sky Yasha, even the thorns have to see the back. However, the rubbish celestial dragons are dead, why did Sengoku react so much? Isn't what the newcomer of the Blood Flag Pirates said quite right now? There are no generals in the army, and the soldiers are the vanguard, but this is our dilemma in this transition between the old and new eras. If we can take advantage of this opportunity to let them understand Laxus's intentions, then the world conscription can also proceed smoothly, and our navy headquarters may be able to grow stronger again. At this point, Garp picked his nose and said with interest, I also want to know, when that kid came up with this crazy idea, who exactly did he want to recruit to join the navy headquarters to increase our navy headquarters voice in the new generation? Chapter 906 You have to be responsible for me. The huge aura like a tide collapsed in the office. The furious Zhang Guo regained his composure. After casting a grateful look at Crane, he glared at Garp fiercely and said, You are really afraid of chaos in the world. If the five elders know, they will definitely take the opportunity to put pressure on us again. Pressure. Garp raised his eyebrows disdainfully and said, Those five old men are only thinking about their own interests. However, this time it's not our fault. The war with those three lunatics was led by a monk. They can't escape the relationship when the celestial dragons were sniped. Don't forget, Cyborg promised to stand on our side. Looking at Garp who looked indifferent, Zhang Guo fell into silence for a while. After 5 or 6 seconds, he said, It seems that we really have to go to the world government headquarters to meet General Cyborg. Garp, notify Laxus for me and let him go with us to show that we, the Navy headquarters, also have talents to cultivate. For a long time, the Navy recruit camp has been supervised by Zifa, and there is indeed a steady stream of newcomers. However, there are very few strong people who can really stand out. Apart from the person who defected from the Navy, there are only served as the 3 admirals of the Navy. This is for the headquarters of the Navy. In the original work, the pirates also had a series of newcomers such as supernovas. Unfortunately, the Navy gave people the feeling that there was a break from the 3 admirals. This time, the appearance of Laxus played by Qin Yu undoubtedly made Zhang Guo and others pay attention to it. "Are you talking about that kid?" Garp picked his nose and said, "An hour ago, when you left his yard, that guy asked me to bring you a message. He has set out to find a suitable candidate for the world conscription. If the conscription proposal is passed, he will bring a suitable candidate back in a month to compete for the position of Admiral of the Navy. At that time, we only need to be responsible for holding the world conscription meeting. That kid is really extraordinary. It seems that he has already expected that everyone will support this crazy proposal, and he slipped out early." Facing Qin Yu's order, Garp was skeptical at first. However, at the moment, it is really as Qin Yu expected. The celestial dragons were attacked again. The lack of combat power at the Navy headquarters undoubtedly made all the Navy, and even the world government, clearly aware of the plight of the Navy and the situation in this sea. The only breakthrough that can be found at the moment clearly highlights the path drawn by Qin Yu. He left. Zhang Guo's face suddenly changed, and he gritted his teeth and said, "That bastard boy, he came back only a few days ago, and he ran away again. It really makes people feel uneasy." However, Garp, you have to remember that this time Akainu and others left the headquarters to perform the mission, and the celestial dragons were attacked. You must not tell others that this is related to Laxus's calculation. Although his approach is to promote the world's conscription to strengthen the strength of the Navy headquarters, but once the 5 elders know about this kind of thing, they will definitely target Laxus. What's more, with this kid's agility, it seems that he has already played this chess game a long time in advance. This mansion is deeper than this old man. I don't know what general candidate he will bring back this time." The low voice echoed in the huge office. Garp and Crane's faces also changed slightly and fell into silence. Facing this newcomer, they did have a feeling of being unable to figure it out. On the other hand, more than 10 miles away from the Sabayati archipelago, the void of a pirate ship shattered like a mirror. The dark space crack spread rapidly. A figure rushed out first. He stepped heavily on the heavy deck. The huge impact force caused the deck to shatter and spread spider-web-like cracks. The pirates present were all startled by the figure of this uninvited guest. "Boss, this is a woman. I didn't expect to see such a great product on the sea." A huge man like a giant bear was startled at first, and then laughed fiercely. In this sea where the weak are preyed on by the strong, especially in the situation where pirates are rampant, it is more difficult to encounter a stunning woman than to encounter a devil fruit. "My mask." Yamato's face changed slightly. After reaching out and groping for a while, he suddenly remembered that at the critical moment of the explosion, a black crack spread behind her, and at the same time, someone pulled her into the black crack. After struggling subconsciously, the mask on Yamato's face fell into the other person's hands. When she reacted, the space crack appeared again, and Yamato escaped first, forgetting about the mask on his face. At this moment, looking at the pirates around him with a face full of teasing and covetous eyes, Yamato's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. "Little girl, I am a big pirate with a bounty of over 100 million, silver hook. I don't know where you come from, but in the vast ocean, you can meet me, which is also fate." Wearing typical Western European pirate clothes, a silver hook on his left hand, and a full chin of sheep beard, the middle-aged man looked up and down with a teasing face. In their eyes, Yamato, wearing a kimono and a slender and graceful body, gave people the feeling of a typical little girl in Wano country. On the sea, that is a rare existence. "You know I'm a woman, so you should have seen me clearly just now." Yamato raised his head and said in a deep voice. "After I picked up Odin's diary, I swore in public that from now on, I will be a man when I put on the mask. Whoever sees my true face has only 2 options. First, be responsible for me, and second, be defeated and killed by me." The voice was finished, and at the end it gave people a sense of sternness and killing. Seeing Yamato's face suddenly full of frost, Yungo and other pirates were startled at first, and then laughed fiercely and said, "Little girl, your words just now are really fierce, but this captain is very satisfied. Don't worry, not only will this captain be responsible for you, but others will also be responsible for you 24 hours a day. The fierce smile on Yungo's face became more and more brilliant, and he suddenly raised his hand and shouted, "Come on, all of you, come to me, I want to be alive, try not to hurt my baby, wait until this captain has taken responsibility, then it will be your turn. Charge!" The pirates who had been eyeing him for a long time heard the words, and their wild eyes suddenly lit up. The moment their eyes fell on Yamato, they jumped up directly. Chapter 907, You Are Just the Thunderous 4 Trigrams. Charge! The unbridled shouting resounded across the huge ship's deck. Dozens of pirates, in an instant, seemed to have become wild horses that had broken free from their reins, and rushed towards Yamato quickly. Looking at these rough guys coming at him with all their might, Yamato's pretty face was suddenly covered with frost. He clenched the giant mace behind him with his backhand, and the armed color quickly covered the surface. Phantom bullet. The plain voice came out in a hesitant voice, and at this moment it was like an invisible heavy hammer, hitting people's hearts. The pirates who were still charging, their movements were slightly stagnant. From the appearance of Yamato, they had completely occupied their eyes, and they didn't notice that there would be a second person at all. When they looked up and followed the sound, a dark light, like a starlight, bloomed on Chinyu's fingertips. The next moment, without any fancy, it shot out like a gun. Bang, bang, bang. Black beams, like lasers, quickly tore through the void. Everyone only felt a flash before their eyes, and the black virtual bullet was already close at hand. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from it, it was obviously too late to block it. Boom! Thunderous explosions rang out one after another. Under the violent air waves, the blazing flames directly engulfed the pirates. Hiding behind the crowd, Yungo, who was originally planning to watch the show, looked at Chinyu who suddenly appeared, and his face turned pale. He never thought that the other party would not attack, but once he did, the momentum would be so great. In particular, facing the pair of terrifyingly plain eyes, he felt an inexplicable chill deep in his spine. Escape. This was the only thought that flashed through Yungo's mind. However, before he could withdraw, a Yamato in a kimono, staring at the sharp horns, like a ghost, passed through the blast waves in the sky, and appeared in front of Yungo one step ahead. The giant wolf-toothed club in his hand, with an indomitable spirit, smashed forward. Thunder Bagua. Boom! The violent lightning exploded, and the huge airflow rolled back, directly shattering the deck under his feet. The hook that Yungo raised in a hurry was smashed forward. Under the huge impact force, the whole person flew out like a cannonball, breaking through the sea surface and rolling towards the end of the sea level. As the sound of the explosion dissipated, the pirate ship became desolate. Those pirates had already been blown away and fell into the sea, becoming the food for the sea kings. On the huge deck of the ship, only Yamato and Chinyu were left looking at each other from a distance. Your mask. Chinyu took out the mask with his backhand and said, I didn't know that the mask was so important to you. I didn't mean to take it off, so can your harsh words just now exclude me? At this moment, Chinyu's heart was also full of helplessness. He never thought that in this two-dimensional world, there is also a universal law. Just like the cliché copyright D martial arts novels, those who wear masks are either responsible or killed. Originally, he planned to thank Yamato for his help in blocking Daoto, so he took her away with the help of the black cavity. He never thought that it would be so easy to sacrifice himself. Excluded? Yamato suddenly raised his head with beautiful eyes, took a step, and the whole person shot towards Chinyu like a cannonball. The speed was so fast that a short distance of dozens of meters was just approaching in an instant. The giant mace clenched in his hand, covered with the domineering aura of armed color, smashed it head-on. Thunder Bagua. Boom. As soon as the hammer was struck, violent lightning burst out. Chinyu felt a flash in front of his eyes, and sighed helplessly. While the right hand was covered with armed color domineering, the defensive skills such as steel skin and iron block were directly pushed to the extreme. Without any fancy moves, he reached out to catch the heavy hammer coming towards him. The barehanded action made Yamato's expression slightly changed. However, at such a close distance, she had no time to think. Facing Chinyu's crazy behavior, only one thought flashed through her mind. Too crazy. Bang! The dull thunder exploded. Under the violent lightning, Chinyu's figure flew backwards more than 10 meters away. The deck under his feet was crushed step by step as if he could not bear the weight. When he leaned against the guardrail again, the impact force like a raging tide was completely offset. Looking at the shattered sleeves on his arms and the endless lightning that enveloped the deck of the ship, Yamato, holding a giant mace, showed a look of shock. You actually caught my Thunder Bagua with one hand like my father. Your father? Chinyu raised his eyebrows. In the original work, facing Yamato who worshipped his enemy Odin, Kaido saw him as a rebellious problem boy. It also gave him a headache. Moreover, Yamato obviously learned the Thunder Bagua and other fighting skills from Kaido. What's more, in Wano country, Yamato's strength is completely at the top. Even Ultai, one of the 6 Flying Six, could not withstand the attack of the sneak attack. I never thought that Chinyu could resolve it so easily. The father you mentioned is Kaido, the beast. Chinyu spoke again, the power of his Thunder Bagua is much stronger than yours. Yours can only be called the Thunder Gua at most. Thunder Gua? Yamato's expression froze, and then he shouted in a hurry, I remember that you seem to be a new member of the Blood Flag Pirates. Not long ago, I heard that stupid villain's father mentioned that he wanted to declare war on you. Since you know my identity, you won't plan to attack me. Also, mine is thunderous gossip. If I get serious, you will be in trouble. The cold voice echoed on the pirate ship full of desolate scenery. Chinyu looked at the shattered sleeves, sighed helplessly, and said, Sorry, our target is the beast pirates. Besides, you always say that Odin is your idol. This time, we are joining forces with the people of Kojiki Odin's family to establish Wano country. Chinyu is very clear about the principle of knowing yourself and the enemy, and winning every battle. Facing Yamato's weird personality, if you want to reduce trouble, playing Odin's trump card is undoubtedly the simplest and quickest way. You, Odin's descendants. Yamato's expression suddenly froze, and then he shouted in a hurry, Are you saying that the people of the Kojiki family are still alive and were not completely killed 18 years ago? Also, did you, the Blood Flag Pirates, declare war on the Beast's pirates in order to establish Wano country? If you really plan to establish a country, I can join forces with you. Chapter 908 The Second Navy Hero. The hurried questioning echoed on the huge deck. Looking at Yamato, who suddenly became fanatical, Chinyu, who had always maintained a calm face, couldn't help but twitch. For a long time, he had an inexplicable impulse to doubt Yamato's extreme admiration for Kojiki Odin in the original work. He suspected that Yamato was born by Odin next door. If Yamato didn't have 2 horns on his head, Kaido might have become a father. Facing Yamato, who was full of enthusiasm and approached quickly, Chinyu sighed helplessly and said, You should have seen the mark of the Kojiki family. As he spoke, Chinyu took out the alliance token left by Kojiki Hiri that day. Looking at the strange totem jade pendant like a flamingo, Yamato's expression couldn't help but stagnate, and said, This is really a token of the Kojiki family. I saw it in Mr. Odin's diary. It seems that you really intend to establish Wano country and fulfill Mr. Odin's wish. Please let me join in. As soon as the voice fell, Yamato turned around and inserted the giant wolf-toothed club into his side, intending to kneel on the ground. Intend to give a great gift from Wano country. However, as soon as she moved, Chinyu reached out and grabbed her shoulder, saying, Okay, I can't stand you like this. We are destined to meet, and we are also friends. This is your mask. You won't still yell to kill me and let me take responsibility, right? Yamato felt the huge force coming from his shoulder. When his expression changed slightly, he stood up, took the mask, and put it on again. After finishing all this, Yamato waved his hand and said, Don't fight for the time being. Didn't you just say that mine is the Thunder 4 trigrams? I can't beat you now, so I'll save your life first. I'll beat you when I'm stronger. As for you, you'll be responsible for my daily life and diet for now. I don't know how to sail. Chinyu felt helpless when he saw Yamato forgetting his harsh words as soon as he opened his mouth. He already knew that women are fickle. But he never thought that the speed of this fickleness would be so fast. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the 5th character template Ulquiera, the realism has increased by 30%, the current realism is 40%, do you want to unlock the character restrictions immediately? The system's ethereal reminder sounded without any warning. Chinyu raised his eyebrows, looking a little surprised. I thought that it would take a long time for this last character template to improve Ulquiera's strength, but I didn't expect that the first shackle restriction would be activated so quickly. However, after the fight just now, Chinyu knew clearly that with Ulquiera's current strength, it was okay to abuse the vice admiral. To really fight with the admiral or even the legendary pirate, it was not enough. Next, to quickly get more world turbulence value, the strength improvement of Ulquiorra's character template must not be ambiguous. Unlock now. Ding dang, please wait for the host. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, you have obtained the Hollow Form, a section of the Return Blade, the skills Black Hollow Flash, Moonlight Sword. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the 5th character template Ulquiorra, successfully killed the celestial dragon Shari Slows, created the world, and rewarded 5,000 points of turbulence value. The current total world turbulence value is points. A series of system ethereal prompts sounded again. Chinyu's expression changed slightly after hearing the last part. Looking at the world turmoil value that had not changed for a long time, the value jumped again, which seemed very unexpected. In Chinyu's eyes, the matter of killing the celestial dragons has been played since the character template of the Bone King. With the increase in the number of times, the world turmoil that can be caused is no longer fresh. I thought that this time, killing the celestial dragon Shari Slows would improve the realism of Ulquiorra's character, which was already very good. I never thought that it would cause world turmoil. It seems that all this needs to be attributed to the fact that Chinyu positioned Ulquiorra as a newcomer at the beginning, which made great contributions. Hey, why are you silent? I remember your name, it seems to be Ulquiorra. My name is Yamato. Please teach me. Yamato's voice sounded again. Chinyu pushed out in the consciousness space, looked at Yamato who was full of seriousness, sighed helplessly, and said, Yamato, I won't say much for polite words. I want to know why you ran here in Wano country this time. In Chinyu's memory, Yamato is the flesh and blood of Kaido, the beast. However, he has been under surveillance in Wano country all the time, and he has never seen the overseas world in the original work. Otherwise, he would not meet Ace later. Now he suddenly escaped, I am afraid that he broke in and caused the consequences. Why? Yamato was stunned at first, and then suddenly woke up and said, by the way, if you don't say it, I will completely forget it. This time, I escaped from Wano country because I heard that King was planning to revive the Rocks pirates and let my father form an alliance with the Big Mom pirates, which is also one of the 4 emperors. I was determined to inherit Odin's last wish and establish Wano country. I knew clearly that it was already difficult to overthrow the rule of the Beast's pirates and Orokai over Wano country. If my father formed an alliance with the Big Mom pirates, defeating them would be harder than ascending to heaven. So, I sneaked out when King was not paying attention, trying to stop their alliance. Resurrect the Rocks pirates? Chinyu raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. In the original work, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin are mortal enemies. If Big Mom hadn't been chasing Luffy and others, she would not have made an alliance if she insisted on rushing into Wano country. At the moment, Jin actually took the initiative to propose that the 2 sides form an alliance, which subverted his cognition. However, it was this unexpected development of the situation. A crazier idea flashed through Chinyu's mind. If Charlotte Linlin and Kaido were to form an alliance successfully, the so-called Rocks pirates would be resurrected. Then, with the help of the identity of the Blood Flag pirates, they would be defeated head-on. The reputation of the Rocks pirates, which was exaggerated to the extreme, would become the strongest stepping stone. Who knows, there might be a second naval hero. By that time, the world turmoil value that can be obtained is probably definitely not a small number. When he thought of this, a comprehensive plan quickly emerged in Chinyu's mind. Looking at Yamato's hideous ghost mask, it actually has a little more cute feeling. His right hand subconsciously came to touch his head. The sudden action made Yamato's expression stagnate. Looking at the hand that was rapidly enlarging in his pupils, he just couldn't come back to his senses. Chapter 909 The Worst Army. You, what are you going to do? Yamato suddenly woke up. Feeling the touch on his head, for people like them. The sensitivity of this corner is definitely comparable to the place where the legs are clamped. Chinyu came back to his senses, looking at the mouth saying no, the head subconsciously raised, and the 2 big white legs slightly tightened. This is typical of Guzi, saying no but being honest. Why don't you take your hand away quickly? If there is a next time, I will be angry with you. Also, can you be gentler next time? Even the pirate ship is destroyed, and we need to find another one. Yamato's voice dissipated on the sea. Thousands of meters away from the pirate ship, a small black shadow quickly passed by the seabed. Finally, it plunged into the deep sea. At the same time, in the Sabayati archipelago, the number 3 estuary, which was originally severely damaged. A huge black shadow quickly emerged on the sea surface. The waves that were raised, while surging around, instantly startled Daotu and others who continued to stay here. Looking at this sudden behemoth, the pirate flag that first caught the eye and fluttered in the wind, the expression could not help but change. In particular, some naval soldiers and generals who had sailed to the North Sea. When seeing the scene in front of them clearly, the nerves were suddenly tense. This is Germa 66, how can they appear here? Aren't they active in the North Sea, a huge military organization? Why did they suddenly run to the Grand Line? Look quickly, they seem to be pouring out. The hurried voice echoed on the dock. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became oppressive. Looking at the originally calm sea, huge black shadows quickly broke through the sea. The huge snail that came into view carried buildings on its back. Under the gazes of many people, it quickly closed up. Finally, a huge moving island was formed. The huge posture, and the flags that gathered together and fluttered in the wind, represented Germa 66, the evil army. Forming an unknown feeling of oppression. The many figures standing on the bow formed a neat and uniform square formation. Carrying various advanced technological weapons on their bodies, they were very different from the elite navy. What electromagnetic guns, electromagnetic weapons, etc. This is enough to be called a force armed to the teeth. However, what Daotu and the others were most concerned about was the rumor that the reformed corps under Germa 66, known as the Death Squad, had 5 main combat forces as its commander. Haha, I didn't expect that the Navy headquarters' ability was only to this extent that they couldn't even keep a mere newcomer. A mocking voice suddenly sounded. It started. The expressions of Daotu and others suddenly changed. The sound of breaking through the air sounded without any warning. Everyone just felt that the air in front of them was as if torn by a blade and quickly stirred. In a flash, a figure wearing a cloak and as tall as an iron tower appeared in front of them. Electromagnetic stab. The long spear in hand burst out with a sharp power, and with the flash of lightning, it stabbed towards Daotu head-on. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. However, for Daotu, when the strange phenomenon appeared on the sea, she subconsciously unfolded the domineering of observation. The area within a radius of 1 kilometer was tightly sealed. The attack in front of her was indeed unexpected. However, for Daotu, who had been prepared, it gave her enough time to counterattack. One sword flow flying fire phoenix. Buzz. The crisp sound of the sword suddenly sounded. A fierce and unparalleled aura, like a volcano, revived on Daotu's body. The domineering aura accumulated in the body, when covering Jin Kun Luo, exploded without any fancy. Boom! A knife came out. The blazing flames, mixed with the flowing cherry blossoms, instantly turned into a huge black and red phoenix of more than 10 meters, and brought hot wind and waves under the flapping wings. It crushed towards the attacking Vinsmoke Jiaji. The sudden attack made the expressions of the crowd of spectators present suddenly change. Especially Vinsmoke Jiaji, who suddenly approached and attacked, his pupils suddenly shrank. If you don't make a move, it's fine, but once you make a move, it can be said to be a huge momentum. Facing this killing move that is so close, Vinsmoke Jiaji has no time to think. The power stored in the electromagnetic gun is urged to the extreme in an instant. Bang! The giant phoenix of more than 10 meters collided head-on with the detonated electromagnetic. Under the huge air wave, 2 figures retreated directly. However, compared with Vinsmoke Judge, who looked a little embarrassed and hurriedly fell dozens of meters away, Daotu's graceful figure seemed a little calm. After standing firmly on her feet, her eyes turned and fell on Vinsmoke Judge again. What wind blew the commander-in-chief of Germa 66 here? Should I call you a king, or a pirate who uses sneak attacks and despicable means? Daotu pointed the Jinkan Luo in her hand at the ground and said lightly. The small voice pushed the tense atmosphere to the extreme. Many eyes in the field turned and locked on Vinsmoke Judge. Father, let's teach these navy a lesson. A fiery red figure landed beside Vinsmoke Judge without any warning. Then, 3 figures fell. Seeing these 5 figures appearing in unison, even Hua Shaishan and others' faces changed drastically. In their eyes, Germa 66 can become the strongest military organization country in the North Sea. Not only does it have powerful scientific and technological power. The most important point is that it has the top combat power of the 5 members of the Vinsmoke family. Otherwise, it is like there is no strong head combat power as support. No matter how powerful the combat power of the bottom composition is, it is just a pile of loose sand in the new world. However, in their cognition, Germa 66 usually only sends one person when carrying out military operations. When encountering difficulties, only two people go together. As for the situation where the 5 major combat forces act together, it is very rare. Once this happens, it will be regarded as the beginning of a war. Don't be impulsive, Iji. I just wanted to test the strength of Vice Admiral Momosegi, who is known as the strongest candidate for Admiral. Vinsmoke Judge said with a sullen face. However, no one expected that Vice Admiral Momosegi would use a killing move as soon as he made a move. This kind of move, if placed in the headquarters of the Navy, I am afraid that it is too murderous and will damage the reputation of justice. At the same time, Vice Admiral Momosegi, have you forgotten my identity as a king? Chapter 910 The Combination of the Worst and Justice. The low voice echoed above the ruins of the dock. Looking at Vinsmoke Judge, who seemed to be asking for trouble as soon as he opened his mouth. The faces of the Navy soldiers and even the Navy generals present changed suddenly. They were still troubled by the murder of the celestial dragon Shari Slows just now. Now there is another king who is picking faults, which undoubtedly makes them feel that it is difficult to move forward. Facing the aggressive Vinsmoke Judge, everyone's eyes fell on Daotu. Haha, Vinsmoke Judge, you know that you are the ruler of a country, but the sneak attack just now was the same as the pirates. Isn't it natural for me to fight back? Daotu smiled warmly and said, what's more, my teacher has taught me that I must use a big move when I start. Being kind to the enemy is cruel to yourself, is that right? You. Vinsmoke Iji, who was dressed in red, was suddenly furious. However, Vinsmoke Judge quickly stopped him and said, Iji, don't be impulsive, Vice Admiral Daotu is right. However, I really want to know if the teacher who can instill this concept into Vice Admiral Daotu is the former Admiral Zephyr Blackarm. This concept is a bit contrary to his non-killing. As the chief instructor of the Marine recruit camp, Zephyr's existence put it on the sea, and it is deeply rooted in people's hearts. You guessed wrong. Looking at Vinsmoke Judge, who had no intention of continuing to attack, Daotu put the Jing Kun Luo back into the sheath and said, these principles were told to me by Laxus. And, I want to tell you one thing, the strongest candidate for Admiral is not me, but Thunder Dragon Laxus. If he is willing to be an Admiral, he will be ranked 4th. Thunder Dragon Laxus. The expressions of the people present changed slightly. Not to mention the Vinsmoke family, even the Vice Admirals such as Hua Shaoshan and even Shitun are no exception. After all, as a Vice Admiral of the Navy, being able to be crowned as the strongest candidate for Admiral by outsiders. This is definitely an honor. However, now Daotu not only calls Laxus a teacher. He also handed over the honor of the strongest candidate for Admiral. This move can be said to be beyond everyone's expectations. Laxus the Thunder Dragon. Vinsmoke Judge muttered, and his calm face was also moved. After all, whether it was 3 months ago, he defeated Drought Jack with one punch, and fought against Kaido the Beast and escaped unscathed. And 3 days ago, he made a crazy proposal for the world conscription. Each of these things made Laxus a supernova in the sea, and he was in the limelight. Faced with Daotu's evaluation, it was even more impossible to refute. Father, let's talk about business, otherwise it will not be a good thing if the target of pursuit is lost. Reiju's charming voice suddenly sounded. Vinsmoke Judge's calm expression suddenly returned to normal, and he said, haha, originally, I have been interested in the legendary Thunder Dragon Laxus for a long time and wanted to meet him. Now Vice Admiral Momosegi praises him so much. It seems that if there is a chance, I must see what charm he has that makes a Navy goddess value him so much. However, this time we, Germa 66, came to the Grand Line not to fight with your Navy headquarters, but to accept the mission commissioned by the 5 elders and join forces with your incompetent Navy to encircle and suppress the Blood Flag pirates. Just now, I already know clearly that you fought with a guy who claimed to be a newcomer of the Blood Flag pirates, and I also found his whereabouts through the spy snail. Next, you just need to cooperate well and follow us to chase the newcomer of the Blood Flag pirates. It is enough to watch us complete the mission. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Whether it was a group of Navy soldiers or even generals like Momosaki, what they said when faced with the sudden appearance of Vinsmoke Judge was beyond their expectations. They never thought that the 5 elders who controlled the world government and were hidden behind the scenes would come up with such a broken plan. Let the Navy, known as Justice, and the notorious and most evil army, Germa 66, join forces to fight against the Blood Flag pirates. This crazy move underestimated the Navy headquarters. Or, did they really put the heavy responsibility of solving the Blood Flag pirates, known as the fifth largest force in the New World, on Germa 66? What's wrong? Don't you believe it? Vinsmoke Judge snorted disdainfully and said, I know that your Navy headquarters is not only incompetent, but also unwilling to believe in people. This is the communication snail that a monk from the Five Elders gave me not long ago. If you don't believe it, I can contact him. However, I still advise you that the kid who claims to be a new member of the Blood Flag Pirates has already robbed a pirate ship and left. If you don't set out to chase him now, I'm afraid he will get lost. You shouldn't be able to bear this responsibility. After saying this, Vinsmoke Judge and others showed an interested look on their faces. As the most evil legion, the Navy has always been disgusted with their style. If they hadn't joined the world government, I'm afraid the two sides would have fought each other long ago. Now that he can use the commission of the Five Elders to humiliate the Navy, it is a happy thing for Vinsmoke Judge. Vice Admiral Daotu, do I need to contact Marshal Sengoku about this matter? Hua Shaishan was the first to lose his temper. No need. Since King Judge was able to take out the token of the Five Elders, this is enough to prove the authenticity of the matter. Daotu said lightly, however, since the Five Elders have placed their hopes on you, I also want to know how strong the legendary Worst Army is. Taipei will still go in person for King Judge's invitation. But, before catching up with the newcomer, I still have to remind you that Ulquiera just mentioned that he has not yet used his true strength. I hope you can keep a watchful eye and don't be defeated directly in one encounter. The unheard voice echoed in the ruins and could not be dispersed for a long time. Seeing Daotu agreeing as soon as he opened his mouth, the expressions of the Navy soldiers present, and even Vinsmoke Judge and others, changed. Well, what a sharp-tongued girl, worthy of being one of the candidates for the general, daring to speak such doubtful words to this king. Vinsmoke Jiaji said in a deep voice, however, you just rely on that kind of guy who hides his head and shows his tail, and you lose confidence after a few words. This is to boost others' ambitions and destroy your own prestige. A mere newcomer, I don't believe that he can hide his incompetence. Next, you Navy, follow us obediently and see how I subdue him in an instant. That's enough. Chapter 9 Chapter 11 The Third Visit. Let's watch the show. Looking at the conceited Vinsmoke Judge, Daotu's expression remained calm and said, since King Judge has made up his mind, I also hope that you can succeed immediately. For the next voyage, I'd rather obey than be respectful. As he spoke, Daotu turned around and looked around the field and said, if anyone plans to follow me to chase, just follow me. However, before you go, please be prepared to die. Don't be as conceited as some people. Be careful not to capsize in the ditch. After saying this, Daotu didn't stop at all, and took another step, walking towards the undamaged Navy ship anchored on the coast. Watching this pretty figure moving away, the three lieutenant generals of Hua Shaishan quickly followed without any hesitation. As for Shitun, after hesitating for a moment, he also gritted his teeth and followed. Humph, isn't she just a vice admiral? Why are you so arrogant? If you hadn't stopped me, I would have made her realize the strength of the Germa Corps' technological combat capability. Vinsmoke Iji, who was dressed in fiery red, was the first to speak with disdain. Reiju, who was standing aside, laughed dryly and said, Iji, don't forget that woman is the worst, but she is also a candidate for the Admiral of the Navy. Her strength should not be underestimated. Maybe, she can't compare with the real Admiral, but behind her, there is a Thunder Dragon Laxus, and Mamoto Sajai can call him a teacher. With that guy's protective nature, he will definitely not stand idly by. What's more, according to Mamoto Sajai, the rumors outside are not wrong. That guy really doesn't want to be the fourth Admiral of the Navy, so he proposed the crazy proposal of the world conscription. At this point, Reiju's beautiful eyes flowed, and she said, he can confront Kaido, the beast, head-on, and as soon as he returned to the Navy headquarters, he had a big fight with Admiral Akainu, and also proposed the crazy proposal of the world conscription. This is a typical lunatic. Now, father, the ultimate goal is to return to the position of the overlord of the North Sea, so we should not provoke this kind of lunatic for the time being, cooperate with the Navy headquarters, and catch the newcomers of the Blood Flag pirates first. Also, we should still pay attention to what Momosegi said just now. To be able to become a new member of that mysterious pirate group, his methods should not be simple. Chang's voice echoed. Looking at Raja's long analysis, even a thorn like Iji only snorted coldly and stopped refuting. Vin's moke judge didn't say much. After throwing the cloak behind him, he turned around and boarded the snail ship again. Along with it, the worst and the righteous legions joined forces. This crazy news spread in the New World. However, compared with this crazy alliance, the new member of the Blood Flag Pirates killed the celestial dragon Charslos again in the Sabayati archipelago and left calmly. It was like a depth charge, detonating the already chaotic New World. In particular, the process of the fight evolved into many versions through oral narration. 4 days later, in the New World, the Beehive Island, which was the base of the Whitebeard Pirates. 4 huge pirate ships of the same model, the Moby Dick, were lined up in a row in the estuary. Each ship had a captain leading the team. On the leading Moby Dick, Marco, the captain of the first squadron, was crossing his hands and squinting his eyes to look far away. On weekdays, there was a hint of solemnity on the slightly lazy face. "Brother Marco, I haven't seen you with this expression for a long time." Ace came to the deck at the back, raised the brim of his hat, and said, "Will the red-haired guy really come today? His strength is outstanding, but this is our Whitebeard's lair, he shouldn't dare to make trouble here." In the original work, before Ace joined the Whitebeard Pirates, he visited Red Hair as a super rookie and the captain of the Spade Pirates. In this process, fighting is absolutely inevitable. Although, in the end, a banquet was held through Luffy, the middleman. However, he still knows a little about the strength of red-haired Shanks, who is also one of the 4 emperors. "Ace, you don't know. If it's normal times, we are certainly not afraid of anyone." Jaws, who was standing aside, spoke first. "But don't forget that Dad's condition will become serious in certain weather conditions." Red-haired Shanks suddenly asked for a meeting at this critical moment. This is not a good thing. What's more, he is regarded by the world as the most hidden among the 4 emperors. In the eyes of the older generation of 4 emperors such as Jaws, the 4 emperors of the sea are the overlords who rule and divide the New World, and they have a common enemy, the Navy headquarters and even the world government. However, there have always been many conflicts between them. Not to mention meeting once a year, if there is no war, they may not meet for several years, or even 10 or 8 years. In the original work, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin are an example. However, now red-haired Shanks has repeatedly asked to meet Whitebeard within a year. This frequency, when Whitebeard's condition is not optimistic, obviously has a sense of change. Moreover, in their eyes, red-haired Shanks is the most mysterious existence. 10 years ago, the 3 emperors coexisted, and after red-haired returned from the East China Sea, he made rapid progress and completely secured the position of the 4 emperors. This made Marco, who always regarded red-haired as a junior, become cautious. After all, in the Great Pirate era, the Whitebeard Pirates and the Roger Pirates, Marco is already a captain, while red-haired Shanks is just a trainee in Roger's Pirates. "Jaws, stop scaring Ace," Marco said after some facial management. "I know very well what kind of person red-haired is. He has been asking for face since the first meeting. Now, the 3rd meeting, I'm afraid this is almost certain, but I haven't figured out why he came. However, if the 4 emperors meeting is spread at this critical moment, it may make other forces suspicious. It's really hard to figure out what red-haired is planning." After this, Ace and Jaws fell silent. However, before they could react, a huge black shadow came into view at the end of the sea level in the distance. The familiar pirate flag and the smaller LFOs made the identity of the visitor obvious. "Well, it looks like the guests have finally arrived." Marco's eyes condensed, and he said, "It's still the old rules. This guy is domineering and thinks he is not strong enough. Let's avoid him first. Notify Dad that red-haired Shanks is visiting for the 3rd time." Chapter 912, The Era That Is About to Pass. Accompanied by Marco's orders, they fell in an orderly manner. The 3 huge Moby Dicks left with a large number of pirates. Only the last pirate ship guarded by Marco and other captains remained in place. After all this was done, the pirate ship approached quickly on the sea level in the distance. The pirate flag fluttering in the wind became clearer and clearer. Looking at the figure standing at the head of the deck with a clear face, the laziness on Marco's face faded a little, and he said, "Brothers, get ready to welcome the guests. Before we figure out his intentions, we should not act rashly." Bang! Red-haired Shanks took a big step, and the whole person disappeared from the spot like a ghost. When everyone reacted, Shanks took the lead and stood firmly beside Marco. "Marco, we meet again. Are you interested in coming to my ship?" Red-haired Shanks dragged a huge wine jug and said with a warm smile. As soon as these words fell, the atmosphere in the field changed suddenly. In the eyes of most people, red-haired Shanks made such an invitation in public on the territory of their Whitebeard pirates. It is undoubtedly that Whitebeard was not taken seriously. However, this scene fell into Marco's eyes, but he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and restored his former laziness, saying, "Red hair, you are still the same. You have asked me this question for 20 years. But my answer is still the same. This is the era of my father. I have to help him well. I want to know why you are here." For this old rival who has been entangled for decades, Marco knows the temperament of red-haired Shanks very well. If Shanks did not invite him this time, he might not be used to it. "Why?" Shanks smiled and looked at Marco for a second. His eyes suddenly turned and fell on Ace. Then a trace of solemnity appeared on his face and he said, "You can understand that I came for you or him." "Me?" Ace and Marco frowned in unison. Faced with the unclear words of Red Hair Shanks, it was really confusing for a moment. "Humph, Red Hair, why do you come here again and again without invitation? What's more, it's not my turn to be an outsider on my ship, and you keep making decisions." The low voice, mixed with dissatisfaction, instantly attracted everyone's attention. Looking at the specially made huge chair, sitting upright was a Whitebeard with tubes all over his body. The smile on red-haired Shanks' face became even bigger, and he said, "Whitebeard, we meet again. However, this time, I came to you to help the Whitebeard pirates survive better. You should know very well that the current situation in this sea is that if you are not careful, neither you nor I will be able to get out of this vortex." At this point, red-haired Shanks suddenly raised his head and met Whitebeard's gaze. The smile on his face was replaced by solemnity, and he said, "But I think you know more about your body and what the situation is. This is the end of the Whitebeard era. They are indeed loyal to you, but once you fall, this era will collapse a corner. So, I hope you can choose your successor in advance, and don't let this era go completely out of control." The slightly long voice exploded like thunder at this moment. Not to mention Ace and others, even Marco, who thought he was most familiar with red-haired Shanks, changed his face suddenly. He never thought that the red-haired man would say such disrespectful words on the Moby Dick. "Shanks, you've gone too far." Ace's face darkened, and the flames on his body grew stronger. The whole person turned into a sky full of flames, rushing towards Shanks who was more than 10 meters away. Jaws, Vista, and others also moved. A group of 7 or 8 captains appeared around Shanks almost synchronously. The weapons in their hands flew, and there was a cold light inverted. "Don't be sorry, this is just a conversation. My captain's suggestion is a bit unpleasant, but the truth hurts. Can you calm down and listen to your king's statement first?" One figure after another without any warning, they landed around Shanks. Ben Beckman, the leader, was holding a cigar and a rifle, pointing at the attacking Ace. Following closely behind were Logie and other main combat forces of the Red Hair Pirates. Seeing the people who suddenly appeared, Ace and other captains changed their faces slightly. "Okay, stop it first." Whitebeard's voice sounded at the right time, and the situation that was about to explode was instantly suppressed. Whether it was Ace or captains such as Vista, they also stopped at a close distance. "Dad." Josdo glanced at Ben Beckman and said anxiously. However, before he could speak, Whitebeard had already reached out to interrupt him and reached behind him. The huge naginata, under the cold light, swung up without any warning and smashed down Shanks. The sudden scene made everyone present change their faces suddenly. Everyone who blocked the way, whether it was Ace the Fire Fist or Ben Beckman and others, seemed to have reached a consensus in an instant and retreated in advance. They gave up the battlefield directly. Bang! A thunderous collision sounded, and the violent air wave rolled back at the moment of the collision of swords. The crackling domineering collision, the arc of electricity that splashed, rushed straight into the sky. A few months ago, the torn sky appeared again in front of everyone. "Red-haired kid, you are just a junior, but you are too arrogant. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, you can't leave easily." Whitebeard pulled the infusion tube off his body. With his eyes wide open, he roared in a deep voice. The domineering aura dormant in his body seemed to be telling something. It was madly detonated and activated by Whitebeard. Feeling this overwhelming aura, Ace and the others who were around suddenly changed their expressions. They knew clearly that the attack just now was at most a minor fight. However, once Whitebeard was involved in the action, if this matter was not handled properly, it might cause a clash between the four emperors. They were dissatisfied with what red-haired Shanks said just now. However, they did feel that they could not refute the analysis of the current situation in the sea. If the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates went to war at this critical moment, this would not only be unwise, but also give people the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Chaotic thoughts flashed through the minds of Ace and others, and they subconsciously looked at Shanks, who was calm. They were eager to know whether Shanks had prepared a statement at this critical moment. Chapter 913 The Biggest Pioneer of Change. The Huge Sea. The huge tide-like breath rolled back like a raging tide. The Sea Kings, lurking under the sea, fainted instantly. The pirates who thought they could avoid the red-haired Shanks by staying away from the center of the battlefield and showing off their power. They were also directly knocked unconscious by this force. The pirates who were struggling to hold on looked at the suddenly furious Whitebeard, and their faces were as pale as paper. This situation was probably the last time Blackbeard killed Thatch. Whitebeard, it's just like what I thought. Redhaired looked up suddenly and said, but wait a little longer, there will be a result soon. Wait. Ace and others couldn't help but stagnate. In this situation of war that is about to break out, Redhaired still asked the furious Whitebeard to wait. What is he waiting for? Redhaired, do you want us to wait for the result of the resolution of the world recruitment of the Navy headquarters? Marco, who had not taken any action, suddenly spoke. As soon as these words fell, not only Ace and others, but even Whitebeard's expression froze. This matter had spread throughout the New World 7 days ago. They also saw the battle between Thunder Dragon Laxus and Akainu, who was hailed as the Navy's supernova, through other channels. However, facing Chinyu's final proposal of a worldwide conscription. Not to mention Marco and others, even Whitebeard didn't take it seriously at all. After all, when they saw the monk of the 5 elders appear, they had already confirmed that they had guessed the result. Hehe, judging from your expressions, I'm afraid you all hold the attitude that the boy's proposal will never be passed. Red Hair laughed dryly and said, but I want to tell you that this matter has alarmed everyone behind the scenes of the world government. And the most important point is that you underestimated Thunder Dragon Laxus. 7 days ago, I received intelligence that all of you captains returned to Beehive Island, and I guessed that Whitebeard's condition might have changed. Compared with 3 months ago, the fight just now is still not the same. Don't forget that you and Captain Roger were best at fighting in the air that day. I haven't seen this method in you for a long time. At this point, Red Hair met Whitebeard's gaze and said, when you were hiding in Beehive Island, the Sabayati archipelago happened again. The newcomer of the Blood Flag Pirates killed the Celestial Dragons in response to the world government's declaration of war. However, this kind of thing seems to be taken for granted, but this time, the Celestial Dragons did not wait for the appearance of the Admiral of the Navy. At the critical moment when Thunder Dragon Laxus proposed a worldwide conscription to expand the general position in this situation, do you think there is a relationship between the two? This statement caused 1,000 waves. Especially when it fell into the ears of Whitebeard and Marco, who served as a think tank in the pirate group, his expression changed drastically. Marco was the first to lose his temper and said, Red Hair, do you mean that the situation of all the admirals in the Navy headquarters and the fact that the newcomers of the Blood Flag Pirates killed the Celestial Dragons were all calculated by Thunder Dragon Laxus? If, according to what you said, the proposal for the world conscription to be held today will be passed? Will the top strength of the Navy headquarters be expanded with this opportunity? The continuous questioning awakened the confused people instantly. However, before red-haired Shanks could respond, 2 urgent den mushy voices suddenly sounded. Emergency information, the Navy headquarters, unanimously passed the proposal for the world recruitment. According to reliable information, Thunder Dragon Laxus left the Navy headquarters 3 days ago to take charge of the world recruitment. The selection of new admirals, the number of additional people is to be determined. Any member of the Navy headquarters who believes that they are strong enough is allowed to participate. The rest of the civilians who have a sense of justice can also participate in the selection of admirals through the method of recommending people. Once they pass the tests, they will be directly entrusted with the duties of the admiral. The hurried voice came from the den mushy. It echoed on the huge deck and could not be dispersed for a long time. Not to mention Whitebeard and others who were unprepared, even red-haired Shanks. When he heard this report, the calmness on his face was slightly restrained. He looked up at Whitebeard, who was in a daze, and said, "Whitebeard, you should have heard that this time the situation is beyond our control." Not only did the Navy headquarters pass it unanimously, even the 5 elders hiding behind the world government did not show up to block or oppose it. It seems that this time not only did Thunder Dragon Laxus succeed in his calculations, but the old guys from the warring states also took it seriously. This time, the death of the celestial dragons completely pushed this old era to destruction. Red-haired paused, his face became more solemn, and said, "You know your physical condition best. Once the Navy headquarters really makes a move, the collapse of the era may be a month later, or it may be tomorrow. If you still want the pirate group to continue to exist and inherit your will in the event of any misfortune, you may need to make preparations in advance. It can be said that at this point, not to mention you, I am afraid that no one in this sea would have thought that a mere new recruit admitted by the Navy on an exceptional basis would be the biggest pioneer of change in the Navy. Such a cunning person is not a good person." The words that came out one after another, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, directly hitting the souls of all the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Marco's face changed slightly, and he looked at the gloomy Whitebeard. As the think tank of the pirate group, he is also the best doctor on the ship. He knew clearly that Shanks' speculation about Whitebeard's physical condition was not too far off. He already needs intravenous infusion to maintain his body's functions on a daily basis. Not to mention, once he really has to face the continuous battles of the old pirate era. That would be a heavy burden for Whitebeard. Feeling the atmosphere in the field suddenly change, Red-Hair Shanks secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He knew clearly that he had finally made the right bet this time. When he came, he had guessed how Thunder Dragon Laxus would pass the proposal of the world recruitment smoothly. In case, if the proposal was not passed, how would he get out of it unscathed? However, what Red Hair never expected was that everything was as natural as water came to fruition. Let alone the Navy headquarters and the world government, it can be said that Qin Yu had calculated the whole world from the beginning. Chapter 914 Old Feelings. On the deck of the huge ship, an inexplicably oppressive atmosphere spread. Like an invisible big hand, it tightened everyone's heart. Facing the originally stable situation, it was completely changed all of a sudden. No one could easily accept this sudden change. "Red-haired kid, I will spare you this time." Whitebeard pulled back the naginata in his hand in a deep voice and sat down on a special chair. The naginata in his hand stomped down on the deck. Looking at the originally aggressive and murderous Whitebeard, he stopped all of a sudden. Not to mention Ben Beckman and others, even red-haired Shanks understood that this negotiation was successful. "Dad, are you okay?" Marco was the first to lose his temper. Whitebeard snorted coldly and said, "Don't worry, my body is not as good as before, but it is not as bad as the red-haired kid said. I can still sink him into the sea." The slightly stubborn words made everyone in the field look different. However, for outsiders, they may not know the basis, but Whitebeard knows clearly that his words are very beautiful. However, unlike his heyday, he may really be able to sink Red Hair into the sea, but he may not be able to get out of it unscathed. Faced with this remark, Red Hair's goal has been achieved. He laughed dryly and said, "Whitebeard, you are right. My little arms are not as good as yours. However, as a captain, we should also be for our subordinates. If you think it is not necessary to select your successor in advance, just pretend that I have not heard your words." At this point, a trace of solemnity flashed across the red-haired man's face, and he said, "According to the spies I planted in Kaido, the situation I got not long ago showed that the madman was suspected of planning to join forces with the Big Mom pirates. As a member of the former Rocks pirates, you should know very well what this crazy behavior means. So the second reason why I came today is that I hope that the Red Hair pirates can reach an offensive and defensive alliance with your Whitebeard pirates when necessary, or in other words, once the time of destruction really comes and I am killed, you can save my companions." The small voice shook everyone's nerves like thunder. Especially, after hearing that even red-haired Shanks, who is known to be the most cunning and hidden among the 4 emperors, would assert a crazy wartime alliance proposal to leave a way out for himself. This is no less shocking than the information about the joint efforts of the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates. "Red-haired, you are not kidding, this joke is not funny." Ace was the first to lose his temper. Others, in shock, also came back to their senses and hurriedly looked at red-haired Shanks. "Haha, brother Ace, I also hope that this is just a joke, and I also hope that I will never fulfill my words. Shanks laughed dryly and said, however, when I last saw Captain Roger, I knew the secret of Lavrofn's existence, which even Captain Roger did not expect. At the same time, it also made him feel powerless, otherwise he would have taken the initiative to say those words in Rogue Town and let the world go to Ravlov. I believe, Whitebeard, you should have guessed the pros and cons of this. Red-haired Shanks paused for a moment and continued, originally, I thought that the opportunity to solve all this would appear in the successor of the D clan, the Navy hero Garp, the revolutionary dragon, and Luffy who hopes to become the pirate king. However, after I saw the sudden emergence of the Blood Flag pirates and the means of Thunder Dragon Laxus, I think this day may have been infinitely advanced. In this rush, if even we are not prepared, I am afraid we will pass away with this era. Whitebeard, you are a smart man. The faces of the captains such as Marco suddenly changed. As crew members, they have always been thinking about how to assist Whitebeard. They did not have such deep thoughts like red-haired Shanks. Faced with this long-winded statement, even Whitebeard fell into silence. Feeling the ship suddenly become so quiet that you can hear a pin drop, red-haired Shanks did not want to continue speaking. He had already done what he wanted to say and do. Next, the only thing he could do was to wait for Whitebeard's reply. After all, Red-haired was indeed an intern of Roger's pirate group. However, in the last voyage of Lavrov, he withdrew halfway because of Buggy the Clown's acute illness. Later, he also thought about exploring the secrets of Lavrov from other people's mouths. But there was only one result. Just smiled and said nothing. However, according to Red-haired's understanding of Roger, he was able to make such a crazy feat in Roger Town and usher in the era of pirates. It is enough to show that there is a huge secret hidden in Ravlov. Good, very good, red-haired kid, I have always disliked you, but since you can inherit Roger's straw hat, I know that you are definitely extraordinary. Whitebeard said yes twice. This time, I agree to join forces with your red-hair pirates when necessary. As for Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, they are both crazy. If they really succeed in forming an alliance, I am afraid that their ambitions will swell, not only threatening the Navy headquarters, but also us. However, the mess between them when they were in the Rocks Pirates is probably difficult to make up for, right? Haha, if I remember correctly, Linlin took advantage of Kaido's drunkenness and forced himself on him, and directly killed Kaido. A hearty laugh echoed on the huge ship's deck. Facing Whitebeard, the secret suddenly revealed made Marco and the others, even Red-hair's expression froze. They had heard that Kaido and Charlotte Linlin didn't like each other. After all, fighting would always happen under the status of the four emperors for decades. However, they never thought that the fundamental reason for the feud between the two was that Kaido was drunk and was raped. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, and it came from Whitebeard, a fellow shipmate, I'm afraid no one would be willing to believe that this was true. Is this an old relationship? What do you mean by your expression? You should also know that the crazy woman likes to have cubs. How could he ignore Kaido's strange bloodline? He has already had plans. Seeing everyone's faces full of disbelief, Whitebeard continued to speak, and after a pause, he said, forget it, you guys just pretend you haven't heard about this. Otherwise, if those two crazy people find out, I will be in big trouble. Chapter 915 The Little Brother Who Came to the Door. It seems that he accidentally revealed the fun of the Rocks Pirates in the past. Whitebeard who smelled it. The people present couldn't help but sweat on their foreheads. In their eyes, this secret is very fresh. However, if this matter is spread, what awaits them will be the pursuit of the four emperors. Haha, I will pretend that I have never heard of what Whitebeard said. Red-haired Shanks laughed and said, this time, I have also done what I came here. Next, I will see which direction this sea will develop in. I hope those guys will not toss too crazy. After leaving these words, Red-haired raised his hand, turned around and left first. The rest of Ben Beckman and others also hurriedly followed. Looking at this scene, the captains present not only did not relax, but also became more calm. Subconsciously looking at Whitebeard, whose expression was the same. Red-haired Shanks was right in the conversation just now. Whitebeard's response was also calm. However, if they were really asked to choose the person to replace Whitebeard at this critical moment, this is a kind of disrespect. What's more, Marco is the leader among all their captains. They accepted Ace's joining. However, compared with Marco, they are more inclined to the latter. Just thinking about Ace's identity as the son of the Pirate King, as well as the strength and fighting talent he has shown during this period. All of them made them waver for a moment. As for whether others have thought about inheriting Whitebeard's position, it is obvious that they have not. Okay, everyone, don't be too restrained. I'm not dead yet. This problem is just to temporarily block the mouth of the red-haired kid. Whitebeard was once again full of infusion tubes and said in a deep voice. However, he is right. The situation in this sea is unpredictable now, and we need to prepare for a rainy day. Just don't forget that my body is not as good as before, but I am still Whitebeard. Even if the sky is about to fall, I can hold it up for you. Next, Kaido and Lingling may join forces. Now I just hope that the group of lunatics in the Blood Flag Pirates can calm down, otherwise they may be in a dilemma. In Whitebeard's eyes, the character template played by Qin Yu is indeed rising one after another. It also shows a terrifying strength. However, the current world government's large-scale conscription, as well as the joint efforts of the Beast Pirates and Big Mom Pirates. But it went straight to the Blood Flag Pirates. This situation, put on the sea, anyone who is not blind can see it. Ordinary people, in such a situation, will definitely retreat, and even Whitebeard may temporarily restrain his edge. However, if they knew Qin Yu's crazy idea, they would definitely think that he was crazy. Dad, you are too serious. Marco took the lead and said calmly, I just want the Whitebeard Pirates to become the strongest in this sea. I believe Ace is capable of inheriting your will. He has the domineering aura. Like Dad, he is the chosen one. The chosen one? The expressions of the captains present changed slightly. The Whitebeard Pirates are known as the self-strengthening on the sea. However, if you really want to get to the bottom of it, the only person who has the domineering aura is Ace, besides Whitebeard. What's more, Marco's strength is mainly focused on physical skills. Compared with the mythical beast Phoenix Fruit and the Flame Fruit, his combat power is obviously inferior. If the banner of the Whitebeard Pirates is really entrusted to Marco, I am afraid it is a bit beyond his ability. Faced with this sudden statement, Ace was obviously a little flattered. He opened his mouth slightly, but was interrupted by Whitebeard. Okay, let's stop here for now. Ace, Vista, you two go to the outer perimeter of Wonguo. I want to know whether Linlin and Kaido are really allies. Others, notify the pirates under your command to pay full attention to matters related to the world recruitment. I want to see what kind of cats and dogs that Thunder Dragon Laxus will recruit as generals for the Navy headquarters. Along with Whitebeard's orders, they fell in an orderly manner. The captains present still had many questions about Whitebeard's successor. However, facing Whitebeard's orders, they did not dare to act rashly and turned around to execute them. At the same time, hundreds of miles away from Wonguo, a slightly shabby pirate group quickly approached the island ahead. However, this approach was undoubtedly carried out on a strange impact current. It was as if there was a pair of strange big hands under the water, pushing the ship to hit the island. It would probably only take 2 or 3 minutes to cover a short distance of tens of thousands of meters. At this acceleration, there was also the condition of the pirate ship. If this time, it really hit the dock hard, then the final result would be the destruction of the ship and the death of people. Didn't you say you could steer the ship? Hurry up and control the ship. I haven't sat in the position of captain yet. I don't want to lose this pirate ship. On the deck, Yamato muttered unhappily. For her who has lived in Wano for a long time, it is rare to be able to escape overseas. What she longs for most is to play pirates. This is the most free and most desirable thing in Kojiki Oden's diary. Sorry, if you want to play house, I'm not interested in playing with you. The keel of this ship has already cracked. Now it has not been crashed sooner or later, it will be destroyed. Qin Yu glanced at it calmly. The ship is destroyed. Pirates who don't rob ships are not competent pirates. Why do they still want to defend it? Rob a ship? Yamato was stunned for a moment, his eyes lit up, and he grabbed the huge mace behind him and said, "You are right, then let's go rob a ship." The low voice suddenly became more fanatical. Qin Yu's words just now obviously ignited Yamato's pirate dream. However, before Yamato could react, Qin Yu's eyebrows could not help but raise, and his eyes turned and fell on the sea. Bang! A low sound of breaking water suddenly sounded. A huge body rushed out like a ghost and chased Yamato. Life return hair binding technique. The fan's long hair, wet by the sea water, was like an octopus with its fangs bared and claws bared, in a closed posture. He went to Yamato to tie him up. At the same time, the figure that broke out of the water subconsciously swept towards Chinyu. However, this glance, in the eyes of the attacker, made his pupils shrink suddenly. His face was full of disbelief. When he fell into Chinyu's eyes, he felt surprised in his heart. An absurd thought flashed through his mind. This is a little brother who came to the door. Chapter 916 The Long-Lost CP9. It's you. A voiceless exclamation suddenly came out of the attacker's mouth. Looking at the pink hair that was frantically moving like a savage claw, Chinyu instantly thought of the judicial island that was destroyed not long ago. And the missing CP9 and others. The attacker who suddenly appeared in front of him was undoubtedly the lion we eat from CP9. Yamato, be gentle. Be gentle? The inexplicable words made the lion's expression stagnate. During this period, he had been lurking in the sea to hunt passing pirates to collect medicine. I thought that after waiting for most of the day, I could get some gains in this broken ship. I never thought that I would encounter a member of the Blood Flag Pirates who was in the limelight during this period. However, the members of the Blood Flag Pirates are indeed awe-inspiring. However, the target of his sneak attack this time was this masked girl. He didn't believe that as a CP9, he would be defeated by even a woman. Iron block. A deep voice came from the throat of the lion. However, before he could react, Yamato moved first. The crackling sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded like thunder. The violent lightning, while blooming on the hideous huge mace, hit the lion with a posture of 10,000 pounds. Thunder Bagua. Bang. The huge force was vented like a raging tide. The seemingly indestructible defense relied on by the lion was destroyed in an instant, like paper. The nearly 3-meter body, at this moment, was like a cannonball, flying backwards. Boom. Wherever it passed along the way, whether it was a pirate ship moored at the dock or a building, they were smashed one after another. However, despite the heavy blow that seemed to be swung by 10,000 pounds, the backward momentum still did not stop. What did you want to tell me just now? Watching this scene, Yamato raised his eyebrows slightly with satisfaction and said, by the way, not long ago, didn't you say that a pirate can't be a single commander, and thought about recruiting some crew members for me? When will you take me there? When? Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, the one you just knocked away is your crew member. By the way, the premise is that he is still alive. He is my crew member. Yamato was stunned for a moment, and shouted hurriedly, why didn't you say it earlier? I'll go and see first. After saying this, Yamato didn't care about the pirate ship that was about to be crashed, and took the lead to chase after the lion Witu. Watching the figure disappear without a trace in the blink of an eye, Chinyu put away his helplessness and frowned slightly. The observation haki quickly activated and covered most of the island in a blink of an eye. In Chinyu's speculation, since the lion Witu could escape from the judicial island, he could also lurk on this island. Then there would be an 80% chance that other members would appear. Since we want to find some younger brothers, it should be a good idea to dig into the corners of the world government. Found it, it seems that today is a good time. Chinyu raised his eyebrows, a smile flashed in the depths of his eyes, and the black cavity behind him expanded and melted directly into it. The pirate ship, which had lost human control, was completely carried away by the impact of the current. With the rapid acceleration drive, it hit the reef of the dock head-on. Under the dull explosion, the waves raised, and a warship with the flag of the world government rushed out from the dark reef estuary. Thousands of meters away from the dock, in an abandoned warehouse, 3 or 4 figures were lying on the ground in a mess. Originally, the warehouse, which was already dilapidated, had obviously been affected by the aftermath of the battle not long ago. Most of the walls on all 4 sides were smashed. A slightly thin man wearing a world government cloak and a gloomy face walked out of the ruins. Damn CP9, aren't you very good at escaping? If you weren't too weak, how could my baby son die? Spandine broke the broken door panel and walked out of the ruins. Following him, there were 2 men wearing white robes and strange masks on their faces. One of them had 3 joints on both hands, and the other had 3 joints on both feet. This strange physical feature is undoubtedly very different from humans. Is this Rob Lucci, the strongest genius in the past 800 years in Judicial Island? A hoarse voice came from under the mask. The long-handed tribe with 3 joints reached out to catch Rob Lucci, who was lying on the ground. Seeing this scene, the faces of the members who were lying on the ground turned pale. As CP9, they knew clearly the origins of these enemies in front of them. This is CP0, which is above their CP9 and is known as the most elite of the world government and the last shield of the celestial dragons. If Rob Lucci was still in his prime, they might not be afraid of the two in front of them. However, since the battle on the French island, Rob Lucci, as the head coach, confronted Escanor head-on. If Bruno had not used the power of the Dordor fruit to rescue him at the critical moment, he would not even look like a lost dog. Only a cup of yellow soil remained. However, they never expected that the world government they were loyal to in the past would be fooled by Spandine and send CP0 to hunt down Lucci, who was seriously injured and had not yet recovered. They lost Rob Lucci, the most powerful fighting force. Facing the pursuit of CP0, they were obviously powerless. Let Lucci go. Bruno's roar sounded. A roar of air sounded behind the long hand without any warning. Soon, in full view of the public, an air door opened out of thin air. As soon as Bruno, dressed as a tavern waiter, appeared, the muscles of the 5 fingers of his right hand suddenly tightened, and he directly pushed the finger gun in the 6 styles to the extreme. He knew clearly that in this situation, the only way to get Rob Lucci and others out of trouble was to catch them by surprise. First, severely injure one of them, or even kill him. In Bruno's eyes, facing CP0, it might be difficult for others to do it. But he, who has the Dordor fruit, can do it with the help of special fruit abilities. Bruno, be careful, this is a trick, you quickly go find the lion and escape with him, we will find a way to get out. Keiku opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood, roaring in a hurry. However, as soon as these words sounded, a ghost-like figure appeared in front of Bruno 1 step ahead. The black and black-armed color domineering flowed on the slender right leg. Without any fancy, he swept directly in the face. Chapter 917 A very special way to appear. Finally, I've waited for you. A deep voice suddenly sounded. Bruno's expression froze, in this situation where he had planned it but didn't mean to. It was too late to withdraw and retreat into the air gate. The only thing he could do was to watch his right leg, covered with domineering power, sweep towards his chest with a dignified sound of breaking through the air. In a hurry, he hurriedly pushed the 6-style iron block to the extreme. Boom! The violent air wave rolled back like ripples. Bruno's expression suddenly became stiff, and his pupils suddenly dilated. The body, like an iron tower, flew backwards like a cannonball. He slammed heavily on the earthen hill 100 meters away. Under the huge impact force, the earthen hill was shattered by half. Keiku and others who witnessed this scene turned pale. Originally, in their plan, Bruno was always excluded from their unified action. In order to avoid using Bruno's superhuman Dordor fruit ability in a critical situation. To escape unexpectedly. However, what they never expected was that CP0 had already calculated all this. Bruno was also overwhelmed by anger. The only way now is probably to put hope on the lion. However, when I think of the 2 people in front of me, they are the legendary Supreme Intelligence Organization CP0 that even pirates are afraid of. The lion alone can't make any big waves. Keiku, go save Bruno quickly, I'll stop them. Lucci roared. The originally weak body, the muscles all over the body suddenly tightened again. Gives people a feeling like a last gasp. With a big step, like a ghost, disappeared from the spot. Lucci used the shaving skills in the 6 styles to the extreme. In just a moment, he got behind the long-legged man. 6 style secret biggest round. The tail, like an iron whip, swung down suddenly and wrapped around the long-legged man. With one breath, Lucci transformed into the form of a devil fruit. At the same time, the muscles in his hands were tensed to the extreme. The violent impact dormant in his body was released in an instant, like 1,000 horses galloping. Bang! The dull explosion sounded like thunder. The huge impact directly enveloped the long-legged man, raising a large amount of sand and dust. The residual power of the shock wave was even more unabated, and it directly hit the heavy rock more than 10 meters away. Accompanied by the explosions one after another. The rock fragments splashed and flowed all over the sky. The dust in the sky stagnated for a moment. The next moment, an arm covered with black armament haki pierced through the dust and went to Lucci's throat. Bang! The sudden scene made Keiku and others, who were holding on to their breath, look unbelievable. They had never thought that at such a close distance, the long legs in CP0. After taking on the 6 secrets that Rob Lucci was proud of, he actually fought back without any damage. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe that everything in front of them was true. Looking at the long legs that were shining with black light, like steel, with the whole body armament haki. It made people's pupils shrink suddenly. Looking at the big hand covered with armament haki that quickly enlarged in his pupils, Lucci had no time to react. Like a stray dog, he directly pinched his throat. Haha, Rob Lucci, you are really strong. If we were the same age, we would not be your opponent at all. Spandine laughed grimly. However, it is precisely for this reason that I will let Spandam send you to the Seven Waters City to lurk, spend some time, and delay your practice. Otherwise, your strength will increase too quickly, and you will enter CP0, and take away my precious son's place. That is not a good thing. At this point, the smile on Spandam's face disappeared, replaced by a sinister look. He took out a shiny sharp blade with his backhand, gestured a few times and said, "But you are really disappointing. You can't even protect my only precious son." However, outsiders may not know, but my Spandam family has served the celestial dragons for generations. My grandfather has made great contributions and has a chance to extend his life. As long as you can admit that you colluded with the Blood Flag pirates, causing the destruction of the Sifa Island, and take all the blame on yourself, my precious son will be able to revive. Of course, you can refuse, but don't blame me for killing you one by one. In a place like this, you can't cry to the sky. The deep voice carried an unquestionable flavor. Facing Spondane's naked threats and false accusations, the two CP0s present obviously didn't take it to heart. Their turbid eyes seemed to be telling that they were killing machines without any emotion. Waiting for Spondane's order. Spandane, you think too simply. What resurrection? This is simply a daydream. For a waste like Spandane, if he dies, he dies. If he lives, he is also a disgrace. Keiku gritted his teeth and said anxiously. What's more, we CP9 grew up in intimidation. Lan Jiao. Puff. Keiku's right foot swung out like an iron whip. When the low sound of breaking through the air sounded, the air was directly torn down, and it turned into a semicircular air slash out of thin air, chasing Spandane. The short distance of dozens of meters and the sharp aura that came towards him made Spandane's face change suddenly, and he shouted in a hurry, "Quick, come and save me." Let him know clearly that in front of the domineering, the CP9 who is proficient in 6 styles is just a joke. Captain, I know. Longsha responded without any emotion and appeared in front of Spandine quickly. However, before he could make a move, his originally turbid eyes suddenly shrank. The next moment, he looked up at the sky. Enemy attack. These two simple words came out of Long Tui's mouth, instantly tightening everyone's nerves. Facing this sudden reminder, which fell into the ears of Lucci and Keiku, the figure of the lion suddenly appeared in their minds. In their eyes, facing the pursuit of CP0, the only person who could stand up for them was him. Although, this rash move, in the eyes of anyone, is a feeling of seeking death. However, facing this kind of friendship, people feel that they cannot be despised. However, these messy thoughts flashed through their minds quickly, and when they reacted, the first thing they saw was the lion Week. This appearance was a bit too special. Chapter 918 Full Armor Must Die. Enemy attack? Spandane's expression froze, and the moment he raised his head in a hurry, the first scene that came into his eyes made his pupils shrink suddenly. Looking at this figure that was hitting him straight, there was no way to hide. Boom! The huge force released made Spandine feel as if he was hit head-on by a train and flew backwards. With the dull sound of the collision, the wooden boards of the abandoned warehouse dozens of meters away were smashed. What is going on? The people present were stunned for a moment, even the two CP0s were no exception. In their eyes, the lion Week was a member of CP9. They had already prepared to help Lucci and the others in the face of danger. However, facing the unusual appearance in front of them, this psychological preparation was not enough. Lion, what is going on? Gabra struggled to get up from the ground. Unlike Rob Lucci and the others, who had been lurking in the Seven Waters City, he, the lion Week, and the owl were the best fighting team. The lion Week's peculiar appearance at the moment undoubtedly made him smell something unusual. Taste. They are coming. The male lion Week struggled, opened his mouth slightly, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, in full view of the crowd, he passed out gloriously. Looking at this inexplicable scene, everyone present could not help but be stunned again. As for the they mentioned by the male lion week, they were confused. If the they specifically refers to CP0, then now CP0 is close at hand and has given them a good beating. To put it another way, the they does not refer to the people in front of them. Who did the male lion week meet? Who was it that could send a strong man who was proficient in iron blocks flying from a distance? Moreover, he defeated the enemy with one blow. Who dares to do something to me? Spandane roared fiercely and turned out from the ruins. With a sinister look in his eyes, he suddenly turned around and roared, CP0, check it out for me quickly. I must find out whether CP9 has any unknown accomplices. This is the most powerful channel to disintegrate the Blood Flag pirates. As for the others, cripple their hands and feet first to prevent them from resisting again. Yes, sir. The two CP0s responded in unison. Rob Lucci and others' faces changed drastically. For them, the sudden attack of the lion's snuggle did give them an unexpected feeling. However, facing the predicament in front of them, they were undoubtedly a little powerless. What made them more concerned was the last order from Spandine. They, CP9, were indeed strong in physical skills, but once the tendons of their hands and feet were cut, they would become fish on the chopping board. Rob Lucci, I'm quite interested in a so-called genius like you, but you can't even use two-color domineering. It's really disappointing. I can only blame you for not being as skilled as others. There was no emotion in the words of the long-legged man. He raised his right hand suddenly, and a shining, cold blade fell into his hand. Without any fancy moves, he raised it and cut directly to Lucci's limbs. If this blow really landed hard, I'm afraid that Lucci, even if he is a strong man who is proficient in the 6 style secrets, will only be a soft-footed crab in the future. No. Khalifa, who was wearing black stockings and a tight secretary outfit, was the first to lose her temper and shouted. Looking at this sudden scene, whether it was her or Gabra, they had already killed many people. At this moment, they couldn't bear to look directly. They knew clearly that this scene might be Lucci's fate, but it would soon become their fate. However, just as the chaotic thoughts flashed through his mind, the expression of Chong Shao, who had been standing aside indifferently, suddenly changed, and he suddenly roared. Qingshui, be careful of the enemy. Enemy? The people present could not help but be stunned for a moment. Even the middle-aged Qingshui was no exception, and when he reacted, a ghostly figure had already taken the lead and appeared in front of him. The sharp blade with cold light was flying in his hand. The black ink armed color domineering quickly covered it. The sudden scene, at such a close distance, gave people a feeling of death urging their lives. Especially in the eyes of Qingshui, it made his hair stand up and his spine chill. There was no time to think about it, and he roared in a hurry. Full body armed color domineering. The black ink domineering, like ripples, quickly spread on the body of Qingshui. In an instant, he turned into a steel tower. The black light radiated from his body, giving people an indestructible feeling. The expressions of CP9 and others who witnessed this scene changed suddenly. In the previous fight, they were defeated so quickly. The so-called gap is in the domineering. After experiencing the complete abuse of the armed color domineering, the use of domineering in a single part has made them suffer. Now he also uses the seemingly high-end full-body armed color domineering. Does this mean that he is as invulnerable as steel? Is he even invincible? Chaotic thoughts passed through everyone's mind. Unfortunately, before they could react, the plain words that fell into their ears first had a nerve-shaking feeling. Didn't anyone tell you that you must die if you are fully armed? The inexplicable words made the long-legged man who was close at hand stagnate. Before he could react, a sharp knife sound suddenly rang out. Buzz! The blade shook, and the black domineering aura flowed up like a hurricane. If Qin Yu's attack a moment ago gave people a feeling as plain as water, then the taste he showed now was like a dusty sword being unsheathed, exuding a sharp and unparalleled momentum. Faced with this sudden change, Qingshui's pupils shrank suddenly. At this close distance, there was no time to react. The unparalleled slash fell with a bang. One sword flow climbing the building. Boom! The ground sank in response, as if it was bearing an unbearable catharsis distance. Everyone just saw that Qingshui's movement first paused. The next moment, a black slash quickly swept across Qingshui's body and shot backwards. Wherever he passed along the way, the thick rock layer and the earth were torn apart, whether it was buildings, rocks, earth mountains, and everything else. In the face of this seemingly random with a wave of his hand, the attack that came down directly gave people the feeling of being as pale and powerless as paper. Chapter 919 Forced onto the pirate ship. Boom! The black and inky slashing streak, like an angry dragon, hit the abandoned earthen hill hundreds of meters away. Accompanied by the thunderous explosion, the huge earthen hill of 12 or 13 meters was directly torn apart. Large pieces of rock debris splashed down, giving people a feeling of pouring down like a rainstorm. However, what made their pupils shrink to the extreme was the long legs that seemed to be frozen in front of Qin Yu, covered with the black and inky armed color domineering. At this moment, his eyes were wide open, his hands tightly covered his throat, and his face was full of disbelief. Puff! A stream of blood splashed out from between his fingers. It gave people a feeling of gorgeous and dazzling fireworks. The scarlet bloodstains, under the inky black armament haki, looked even more shocking. Before they could think deeply, long legs stared with eyes wide open and struggled a little. The huge head, without any warning, rolled directly to the ground with a gurgle. Bang! The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground added a few inexplicable silences to the ruined battlefield. The hideous mask that rolled to the ground revealed an old face as thin as a monkey. The wide-open eyes, the scattered vitality, were still filled with endless disbelief. The cracked red lips were hesitant to speak, as if suppressing endless questions in their hearts. In the eyes of long legs. No. It should be said that in the eyes of everyone, facing the armament haki that was so powerful the moment before. Especially, the seemingly awesome armament haki. They never thought that all this would be broken like paper, and the defense would be broken at the first sight. Moreover, they also put their lives on the line. No, it's impossible. You can't possibly kill CP0. Who are you? This is declaring war on the world government. Spandine suddenly woke up and roared hysterically. It can be said that this time, Spandine dared to hunt down CP9 and put unwarranted charges on them. The biggest confidence is that he has these two powerful subordinates. When he saw that even Rob Lucci, who was praised as a rare genius in the world government for hundreds of years, became a dog without a home. In Spandine's eyes, this is a sure win. However, he never expected that the situation would go downhill rapidly after a confrontation. Captain Spandine, you have recently violated the taboo of the intelligence organization. He is Ulquira, a new member of the Blood Flag Pirates who caused a big disturbance in the Sabayati archipelago and killed the celestial dragon Shari Slows 4 days ago. Now he has a bounty of 230 million. They have already declared war on the world government. Chong Shao, who was standing aside, spoke first. The eyes hidden under the mask were fixed on Qin Yu. Facing this uninvited guest, as a CP0, he obviously couldn't relax. You said he is a new member of the Blood Flag Pirates. Spandine's expression could not help but stagnate. Looking at Qin Yu, his eyes were full of disbelief. If it was other forces, or even the existence of the 4 emperors. Spandine was still confident that he could use his identity as the commander of the highest intelligence organization of the world government to deal with it. But now he met the 5th emperor, who was known as the craziest on the sea. Not only did he let the Impel down and the vicious criminals escape, he also destroyed the entire judicial island and caused a big disturbance in the holy land of Marijoa. This bad fighting method, if replaced by other pirate groups, is simply unmatched. Hu, Ulquira, how come you are faster than me and killed a strange person? The rest will be left to me. Yamato's voice suddenly sounded. Before everyone could react, Yamato wearing a scarlet demon mask fell from the sky and landed beside Qin Yu. Seeing the additional figures, not to mention Spandine, even Rob Lucci and others were tense to the extreme. In their eyes, a new member of the Blood Flag Pirates who had a calm expression from beginning to end had already made them feel helpless. Now a strange girl appeared, which made them feel almost desperate. Facing these two uninvited guests, Spandine was the first to lose his temper and said in a hurry, "You, don't come over, I have a golden den mushi in my hand, which is an important basis for launching the demon killing order. If you leave now, I can still pretend that I didn't meet you just now, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." As he said, Spandine took out a den mushi that looked like it was cast in gold. As the former supreme commander of CP9. 20 years ago, when destroying Obaha, Spandine used the golden den mushi to launch the demon killing order. In the original work, Spandine gave this golden den mushi to his beloved son as a means of intimidation. It can be said that the demon killing order is his last trump card. Even Rob Lucci and others present changed their faces at once. They knew clearly that there were rumors that this CP9 was strong and had many strong people. However, if they really encountered the demon killing order, they were just a group of scum. After all, the current CP9 is not the strong one that will be transformed 2 years later. Facing dozens of warships and a group of vice-admirals, the final result was also a burp. Is this your confidence? Qin Yu looked at Lucci calmly and said, didn't you just keep saying that CP9 colluded with our blood flag pirates and killed Spondam? This demon killing order looks good, but have you forgotten that our blood flag pirates are famous for protecting their shortcomings? Since they are members of the blood flag pirates, even if the 5 elders come, they can't stay. The small voice echoed in the ruins for a long time. The unquestionable taste between the lines is like a heavy hammer, hitting people's hearts. Not to mention Spandine, even Rob Lucci and others, their expressions changed drastically. They knew clearly that all this was just a false accusation made by Spandine to get himself out of the involvement. They were tied to the same pirate ship with the blood flag pirates. However, they never expected that Qin Yu would confirm this lie as soon as he opened his mouth. This is a counterattack, which makes people feel like they are caught off guard and forced into a pirate ship. However, facing Qin Yu's crazy words, whether it is Gabra, Khalifa, or even Keiku, there is a flash of hesitation on their faces. They know clearly that with their current physical condition, they still have strength. If Qin Yu hadn't intervened in time, they would have been tortured by Spondam and become disabled. Facing Qin Yu's crazy words just now, once they deny it, the other party will definitely turn around and leave without any nostalgia. Then waiting for them, there will be an additional charge of killing CP0. And Spondam's crazy revenge. Chapter 920 I never thought I would lose. The huge ruins fell into an inexplicable silence in an instant. Looking at Qin Yu with a calm face, everyone's hearts seemed to have an invisible big hand, tightly grasping their hearts. Faced with these words that forced them to take action, whether it was Khalifa or Keiku and others, all their eyes turned and locked onto Rob Lucci. For a long time, Rob Lucci and Gabra and others had a feeling that they didn't like each other. However, they grew up together and only competed in terms of strength. In the face of this life and death test, Rob Lucci, who was regarded as the strongest, became the backbone. In the face of Qin Yu's remarks just now, how to make a decision, they obviously put the chips on Lucci. Rob Lucci, you should know very well what the situation is now. I advise you to think clearly before you speak, otherwise don't blame me for not remembering the old friendship. Spandine was the first to lose his temper and shouted in a hurry. There are only 2 of them. As long as we join forces, we can definitely kill them. It is a great achievement to be able to capture the new member of the Blood Flag Pirates. Who knows, it may also allow you to restore your identity as CP9. Don't forget that I still have the golden Den Mushi in my hand, which can launch the demon killing order. At this point, Spandin's face showed a trace of anxiety, and continued, Rob Lucci, you are a smart man, you should know what is important, this is your last chance. Opportunity? Rob Lucci struggled to get up, looking at Qin Yu, who had just rescued him from a distance of 7 or 8 meters, with a calm and indifferent look on his face, and his mind was suddenly tense to the extreme. It can be said that from the time Qin Yu appeared as Ulquiera and killed Longlegs in an instant, to the time his identity was revealed, he had already turned Qin Yu into an imaginary enemy. However, when his eyes met, the cells in his body screamed at once, as if telling the horror of the person in front of him. With the instinct of a wild animal, he knew clearly that under the law of the jungle, if he resisted a little, he would probably die. A chaotic thought flashed through Lucci's mind, feeling the gazes from all around, as well as the seriously injured companions. After his expression changed continuously, he finally spoke in a deep voice. We are willing to join the Blood Flag Pirates, but I have a condition. If we can kill you, we will get the right to leave unconditionally, and even the skeleton demon and the others cannot stop us. The inexplicable response made everyone's pupils shrink slightly. Even Spandine was no exception. However, when I think of Rob Lucci, after wasting several years, he still has the powerful strength of the first person in CP9. If Qin Yu really dares to agree, Rob Lucci will get a chance to breathe and improve his strength again. I'm afraid there is really a chance to take down the newcomer of the Blood Flag Pirates. Do you want to kill me? Qin Yu said with the same expression, although your condition is a bit crazy, it is very much to my liking, I promise you. But I also want to tell you that you will find that this is a stupid bet. In Qin Yu's eyes, Ulquiorra was positioned by him as a new member of the Blood Flag Pirates. However, the strength he showed from beginning to end was only the initial form of Vastod. Once the first stage of the Return Blade is performed, or even the second stage of the Return Blade, Chinyu believes that Ulquiorra's strength is definitely not better than other character templates. At present, Rob Lucci's operation undoubtedly feels like evaluating a person by bounty. He agreed. Keiku's expression could not help but stagnate. Even Rob Lucci's expression changed slightly. They thought Chinyu would bargain. He never thought that the other party would agree to this crazy request without thinking. This straightforwardness made them feel even more uncertain. Tisk, a bunch of clowns, what can't you agree to? If you can't even beat me, let alone beat him. Yamato rolled his eyes with disdain. During this period of time, he knew clearly that Ulquiorra seemed to be a newcomer, but his way of doing things and his courage were completely different from when he was in the Beast's Pirates. He saw those respectful trash. After glancing at CP9, Yamato slammed the heavy mace in his hand to the ground, looked at Spandine and the only remaining CP0, and said, "Okay, the scene of looking for my younger brother has been played out, so the next trouble should be left to me to solve. This is my prey, you can't interfere, otherwise I will turn against you." I remember that Kojiki Odin's notes mentioned that he had completed the record of killing 1,000 pirates at sea, and I want to follow suit. The cursing voice was unquestionable. Looking at Yamato, who was suddenly trapped in Kojiki Odin's brainwashing, Chinyu really felt a little sorry for Kaido. His own baby daughter was against him. It's really worth wondering if Lao Wang next door made him a father. It's still a double act. However, facing Yamato's willfulness, Chinyu obviously didn't take it to heart. He put away his sword and stood aside, showing his attitude of watching the show. The sudden scene surprised Rob Lucci and others, as well as Spandine and Chang Xiao. However, after witnessing Chinyu's instant kill of Chengshui, his actions at this moment undoubtedly gave Spandine and CP0 a glimmer of hope. In their eyes, the chance of winning against Chinyu might be only 30%. But against a strange woman, the chance of winning might be 80%. When he thought of this, a hideous smile appeared on Spandine's face, and he said, "Yukira, are you serious about what you just said? Next, will you really not take action and let a woman deal with me and CP0? If you are not joking, then if we win, you can't stop us. Otherwise, I will really doubt your credibility. Can you take Rob Lucci's promise seriously?" One word stirs up 1,000 waves. Facing Spandine's last words, not to mention CP0's eyes slightly brightened, even Khalifa and others' expressions changed slightly. After all, Chinyu's response just now was too straightforward. And Spandine's words are not unworthy of deep thought. If Chinyu really goes back on his words and attacks Spandine and CP0 when Yamato is defeated, then he may ignore the agreement made with Rob Lucci in the future. Are you saying that I will break my promise? Chinyu looked around the field calmly and said, "I'm sorry, not only will I not break my promise, but I have never thought that I will lose." Chapter 921. Why did he fall from the sky? Crazy. Facing Chinyu's calm words, whether it was Rob Lucci and others or Spandine and CP0, only this absurd thought came to their minds. In their eyes, Rob Lucci is now like a dog that has lost its home. However, the strength and talent he possesses are also ranked among the best in this sea. But now he is directly ignored by the newcomers of the Blood Flag Pirates. This is a bit unexpected. Haha, don't be in a daze here, this guy is so arrogant. Yamato laughed and said, "At least, if you want to defeat him, you should defeat me first. If you can't even beat me, then you can't beat this arrogant guy." You? Spandine suddenly woke up, looking at Yamato, who grabbed the heavy giant mace, and a hint of fierceness flashed in the depths of his pupils. CP0, do it. Bang. CP0, who had been eyeing it, took the lead. The moment he stepped heavily, the whole person disappeared from the spot. In a short distance of more than 10 meters, at the extreme speed, he appeared in front of Yamato like a ghost. Iron Hand breaks the whip. An emotionless voice came out of CP0's mouth. The black and ink-like armed color domineering quickly covered his hands. When the domineering aura that looked like a metallic color, the cold light was flowing at the same time. A pair of arms that seemed to be transformed into iron whips, with a stern sound of breaking through the air, took on a cross-like posture. They chopped down at Yamato head-on. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. Seeing that she didn't make a move, but once she made a move, it was as fast as thunder. CP0, everyone's eyes were subconsciously locked on Yamato. They were eager to see what this strange girl was capable of. It was worth it for Chinyu to bet on this kind of bet. You are brave, but you are here to die. Yamato's eyes lit up, and his slender hands immediately tightened to the extreme. Under the bulging muscles, the ferocious wolf-toothed giant stick was rotated in an instant. The inky black armament haki quickly covered and stirred up a black ripple vortex. An inexplicable sharp aura swept like a hurricane. Looking at this sudden change, not to mention other people, even CP0, who was close at hand, changed his face suddenly. At this moment, he smelled a sense of copyright JAVU from Yamato. This is the same as the high-level armament haki that the guy just displayed. Spandane exclaimed in surprise. The main reason why he was promoted from CP9 to CP0 was that he was a relative. However, after staying in that position for so long, he still had vision and experience. Facing the attack method displayed by Yamato in front of him, the scene of the long legs being killed just now quickly emerged in his mind. One word stirred up 1,000 waves. CP0's nerves were suddenly tense to the extreme. However, the arrow had to be shot, and the attack in his hand had just begun, and there was no time to withdraw and retreat. The only thing he could do now was to change the attack posture directly to defense. Ryuhu Sakura Thunderous Bagua. Boom! With a wave of his arms, the air flowing through the whole world seemed to be stirred. Under the rolling of the air pressure, the ferocious wolf-toothed giant stick hit CP0 head-on. From a distance, the stirring black airflow looked like a comet falling from the sky, crushing CP0. Bang! A thunderous collision sounded. A huge air wave rolled back and in front of the ferocious wolf-toothed giant stick. The pair of arms that had long been covered with armed color domineering and seemed indestructible broke with a sound. As the stinging pain swept through his body, the ferocious black stick fell on CP0 with its remaining power. Boom! The slender body was blown away like a sandbag at this moment. Wherever it passed, whether it was a building or a rocky hill, it was crushed to pieces. Finally, in full view of the public, the earth was cracked. With a rumble, the thick rock layer collapsed into a pit of more than 10 meters. Lying inside, the figure covered by mud and sand, blood gushed out crazily, without any sound at all. Watching the CP0 who seemed to be a killing machine without any emotion just a moment ago, was directly blown away in one encounter. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, who would believe that this scene was true? At this moment, they finally knew why the appearance of the lion was so unique. Why did it fall from the sky? No possibility, CP0 has no chance of losing, don't come over, otherwise I will use the demon killing order. Spandine suddenly woke up and quickly clenched the den mushi in his hand. At this moment, he finally understood why Chinyu had vowed that he would not lose. Even Yamato, who was always on the lips and could not be compared with him, could kill CP0 in one move. Then what level of strength did this boy who claimed to be a new member of the Blood Flag Pirates reach? Vice Admiral? Lieutenant General? Or Admiral? The threshold for this newcomer is too high. Shave! A deep voice sounded behind Spandine without any warning. Feeling the sudden strong wind, Spandine's nerves tightened. One of the two men he brought was beheaded in public. The life and death of another was unknown. Now someone suddenly approached him, which was not a bad intention. Chaotic thoughts flashed through his mind, and he didn't have time to think about it, so he turned around and looked. The first person who came into his sight was Rob Lucci. Finger gun Red Lotus. Bang bang bang. Scarlet blood splashed, as brilliant as fireworks. The fingertip, like an iron spear, pierced Spandine's chest directly, like a hornet's nest. Feeling the vitality in his body disappear quickly, Spandine looked at his chest with disbelief. In his eyes, whether in CP9 or CP0, everything he did was smooth sailing. After being promoted to this position, he had members of CP0 as a strong backing. He never thought that this time, just for a useless son, he would actually throw away the power and status he had accumulated for most of his life, as well as his life. Looking at the golden den mushi in his hand, which was originally regarded as the highest power, rolling weakly and falling to the ground. Spandine was full of resentment, but it was too late. His family has served the celestial dragons for generations. At the same time, he also knew some secrets of the Holy Land Marijoa. However, he could seek another chance for Spandam to be resurrected. But who would help him do this? Bang! A chaotic thought flashed through Spandane's mind. The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground was heard, and the dust was stirred. Rob Lucci, whose body had already been extremely weak, almost collapsed and sat on the ground. Chapter 922 The Hung Men Banquet from the Four Emperors. Lucci, are you okay? Khalifa rushed to Lucci's side first, with a worried look on her face. The rest of Keiku and others, whose nerves had just relaxed, were tensed again. Their eyes turned in unison and locked onto Qin Yu. What's wrong, are you confident and are challenging me now? Qin Yu said calmly. Are you going to come one by one, or all at once? However, I advise you that when you plan to challenge me, you must be prepared to die, otherwise you will regret it. The calm voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing in the four directions of the sky, and could not be dispersed for a long time. The expressions of Khalifa and others suddenly froze. Facing Qin Yu's calm gaze, they had no way to react. What's wrong, you are not going to really do it? Yamato raised his eyebrows, and the wolf-toothed giant stick in his hand was clenched, and he suddenly threw it down and put it directly on his shoulder. I'll tell you a secret, this guy has been pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, and I heard that he hasn't used his real strength yet. If you want to challenge, I just happen to be free, I can take all the battles, I believe Ulquiorra will also agree to this solution. Haven't used his real strength yet? Whether it is Khalifa or Keiku, whose strength is second only to Rob Lucci, their expressions can't help but change. In their eyes, Qin Yu's ability to instantly kill CP0, who was full of armament haki, was indeed beyond their expectations. But they never expected that it would seem so trivial in Yamato's mouth. Then I'll watch the show from the side. Qin Yu stretched out his hand and made a move in the air. The golden den mushi that fell to the ground seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force. It flew directly into the air and landed in Qin Yu's hands. Khalifa and others' pupils shrank slightly, and even Rob Lucci's expression could not help but change. He was the first to speak in a deep voice, we give up. Give up? Khalifa and others looked at Rob Lucci with a determined face, and seemed a little surprised, but they were secretly relieved in their hearts. Tisk, it's really boring, but this golden den mushi, this is the first time I've seen it, is the so-called Demon Slayer order really that powerful? Yamato rolled his eyes disdainfully. After playing with it for a while, Qin Yu put it away and said, this thing varies from person to person. If it is used at the right time, it may have an unexpected effect. If you can still leave, follow us. After saying this, Qin Yu did not stay any longer and turned around and left. Yamato, who followed closely behind, was no exception. Gurgle gurgle. I am Xiaoqi, requesting an emergency call. A rapid den mushi ring sounded suddenly. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and took out the den mushi. During this period, he was constantly walking in the new world because of using various identities. The information and various resources that Qin Yu needed all needed the help of Xiaoqi intelligence network. However, after using Ulquiorra's identity, Xiaoqi made an emergency call for the first time. Sister Xiaoqi, I am Ulquiorra, did something big happen? A chaotic thought flashed through Qin Yu's mind, and he immediately connected the den mushi. The sudden scene also alarmed others, and even Yamato looked at the den mushi with interest. During this period, after traveling on the sea, Yamato knew a little about the Blood Flag pirates. However, facing the Blood Flag pirates that came out of nowhere, the more he learned about it, the more he found that it was not simple. At least, no matter in the eyes of Yamato or CP9, it was still unknown how many members the Blood Flag pirates had. Now suddenly a Shachi appeared, which really made them concerned. Brother Ulquiorra, it seems that you really don't know what happened on the sea just now. Shachi laughed dryly. Not long ago, the Beasts Pirates, who declared war on you, announced an alliance with the Big Mom Pirates, who are also one of the Four Emperors. Charlotte Linlin, one of the Four Emperors, even held a banquet to entertain various forces, intending to thoroughly publicize the alliance. Now it is widely rumored that the Beasts Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates have joined forces, which is a symbol of the resurrection of the former Rocks Pirates. Most importantly, they also sent a signal, which means that this alliance is probably to deal with the Blood Flag Pirates. The voice of Er Chong came out in the den mushi. Facing this, it seemed to be a light talk. The expressions of the people present, except Qin Yu, suddenly became stiff. They knew very well that as long as they lived on this sea, they would definitely understand what the Four Emperors joining forces meant. This represents the Four Emperors, the 7 warlords of the sea, and the Navy headquarters, which have maintained a relatively stable situation for decades. The situation of the three-legged tripod was broken in advance by the old Four Emperors alliance. If we say that the sea in the past can be called the era of Whitebeard, that is because Whitebeard has the strength and power to overpower Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. However, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, the Four Emperors, suddenly joined forces. This lineup is no longer as simple as 1+1. What's more, no matter which force it is absolutely unwilling for the former Rocks pirates to be reborn in an alternative manner. Let a behemoth appear in this sea. Sister, you said that the bastard old man really joined forces with others. Isn't this a lie? Yamato was the first to lose her temper. This time she secretly escaped from Wano country, all to destroy the alliance between the Beasts pirates and the Big Mom pirates. In order to avoid the power of the pirates in Wano country being enhanced, so that she could not follow Kojiki Oden's last wish to open the country of Wano. However, what Yamato never did, thinking that if I just paid less attention for a while, such a big show would be staged. Brother Ulquiorra, it seems that you are very lucky. You have kidnapped another girl from somewhere. Xiaoqi teased with a little surprise. However, I can always answer your question, the news of this alliance is spreading all over the sea. Moreover, Charlotte Linlin, the captain of the Big Mom pirates, will invite forces from all sides to participate in the 3-day tea party. Most importantly, she is so crazy that she invited the Blood Flag pirates. Lucci and others who have been eating melons can't help but change their expressions drastically. Even Yamato is no exception. They know clearly that the Beasts pirates declared war on the Blood Flag pirates not long ago. It can be said that the degree is definitely a fight to the death. Now the Big Mom pirates have agreed to the alliance. This also means that they will stand on the same front with the Beasts pirates. Now, they actually openly invited the Blood Flag pirates to attend. This is definitely a hung men banquet. Chapter 923 Send a newcomer to visit. The huge ruins fell into an inexplicable silence. Faced with such a blatant provocation, if Chinyu chose not to go, he would definitely become a joke on this sea. If he chose to go, the Blood Flag pirates would probably be waiting for the Four Emperors who were well prepared and attacked in groups. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned and locked on Chinyu, with an inexplicable urgency on their faces. In their eyes, they are now sitting on the same pirate ship. They don't want the pirate ship to sink as soon as they get on it. Are you inviting us to be your guests? This is really extraordinary. Chinyu said calmly. However, Sister Xiaoqi, please tell me that the Blood Flag pirates will send a newcomer to visit. Let the newcomer go? The people present were stunned for a moment. They looked at Chinyu with disbelief. In their eyes, if they remembered correctly, the only newcomer that the Blood Flag pirates had publicized was Ulquiorra. Now as soon as Chinyu opened his mouth, he spoke eloquently, saying that he would send a newcomer to visit. Does it mean that this hung men banquet will not only fall on Chinyu? Even they will be directly implicated. Hehe, brother, your way of doing things is still different. Although I have already guessed your answer, it is even more shocking when I hear it with my own ears. Xiaoqi laughed dryly and spoke again. However, brother, since you have made up your mind, I will not hinder you. The banquet will be held in 3 days. I hope you can arrive in time. If you need other information, you can contact me. After saying this, Xiaoqi did not wait for Chinyu's reply and hung up the Den Mushi directly. In her eyes, there is no matter that is as important as the decision made by Chinyu. As for the chances of winning and the certainty, knowing Chinyu's biggest secret, Xiaoqi would not believe that Chinyu would sacrifice his life for this crazy decision. Looking at the hung Den Mushi, Chinyu did not even look at it. After putting it away, he said, in the next banquet, if you are afraid, you can hide. If nothing happens, let's leave first. After saying this, Chinyu turned around and left again. Yamato, who was standing aside with a lot of thoughts, suddenly came to his senses and chased after him. The remaining Liu Qi and others looked at each other and looked at Chinyu and the others who left carelessly. They knew clearly that this might be a good opportunity to escape. However, the most important thing was whether they could escape. Moreover, the courage Chinyu showed just now made it impossible for them to think of escaping. Let's go. I'll talk about other things after I recover. As for the banquet in 3 days, if he goes, we'll go too. We are too out of touch with this world. Even CP0 can't be defeated together. This time is also an opportunity for us to verify our strength and broaden our horizons. Rob Lucci grabbed Keiku's shoulders and supported his almost exhausted body. There was a hint of determination on his blood-stained cheeks. Whether it was because they were on the same pirate ship or because of self-esteem, Rob Lucci knew clearly that he had to take this path. Faced with this decision, Khalifa and others' faces suddenly changed drastically. However, they knew very well that Rob Lucci would never change his decision. Looking at this scene, Gabra snorted unhappily and said, "Isn't it just relying on knowing a little bit of domineering? As long as we make time, it will be easy to learn domineering. When our strength increases greatly, we CP9 will definitely defeat him together." "Gabra, don't be too confident. That woman said that the guy is more powerful than her. If you were to replace the stick just now, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to bear it." The voices rang out one after another. With the departure of CP9, only 3 slightly desolate corpses were left in the huge ruins. About half an hour later, a burst of hurried footsteps sounded again. Dozens of figures landed on the ruins first, with their strong bodies like iron towers, their hands behind their backs, and a face that was almost similar. Formed an airtight encirclement. If Qin Yu was there, he would definitely. It can be seen that these people are the modified soldiers created by Vinsmoke Judge, the commander-in-chief and scientist of Germa 66, with the help of bloodline factors. As soon as they stood firm, they could see 7 or 8 figures falling from the sky and falling into the encirclement. "Commander-in-chief, we found 3 bodies." A modified soldier spoke first with a blank expression. "It seems to be someone from the world government." "World government?" Dao Tu and other lieutenant generals who fell immediately after were slightly startled, and when they saw the white robe clearly, their expressions changed drastically. "This is CP0, the highest intelligence organization of the world government. How could they appear here? It is rumored that they are chasing CP9 who defeated Safa Island." Shatun was the first to lose his temper. However, he soon felt the inappropriate eyes around him, and suddenly realized that such confidential things should not be leaked to the outside world. "Haha, it seems that we came at the wrong time and missed a good show." Vinsmoke Judge laughed teasingly. "However, it seems that the rumored CP0, who is known as the most mysterious, is just as powerful as this. Or is it that Rob Lucci, who was defeated by Escanor, the Sin of Pride, and is known as the strongest genius since the establishment of Safa Island, is better? Humph, this matter has nothing to do with you, Germa. Don't forget that your mission is only to pursue the new member of the Blood Flag Pirates, Ulquira. We are also in a cooperative relationship." Dao Tu snorted disdainfully. "Huo Shaoshan, inform Marshal Sengoku of what happened here, find a few soldiers, clean up this place, and inform that CP9 may have appeared before. As for the new member of the Blood Flag Pirates..." At this point, Dao Tu subconsciously looked at Vinsmoke Judge. After all, they were able to come here only by following the tracking method of Germa 66. Now they suddenly encounter the intrusion of CP0 and CP9. It undoubtedly makes people have other thoughts. "Vice Admiral Momosato, what do you mean by that look? Do you think our intelligence is wrong?" Vinsmoke Judge asked with a gloomy face. "We, Germa 66, are the most powerful military organization, and our intelligence system is definitely no worse than that of the Navy headquarters or even the world government. I said that the newcomers of the Blood Flag Pirates appeared here, but whether they have any relationship with CP9 is your internal affairs. However, don't look so ugly. I heard that Rob Lucci is known as the trump card of the French island, and is the Justice of Darkness. He can't tolerate any sand in his eyes. He should have nothing to do with the Blood Flag Pirates." Chapter 924. Did your head get caught in the door? Asshole, Vinsmoke Judge, this joke is not funny. If the world government or even the 5 elders know about it, you will be in trouble. Shatun's face sank and he shouted first. People outside are not fully aware of the fundamental reason why CP0 is hunting down CP9. At least, in their eyes, CP9's defeat and escape is a huge crime. Their original duty is to be responsible for the confidential operations of the world government. The world government will never allow people who know these secrets to leave. Only those who are dead can keep secrets better. What are you talking about? Vinsmoke Yongji's face sank and he shouted coldly. However, he was soon stopped by Vinsmoke Jiaji, who said, "Haha, Yongji, don't be impulsive. During this period, the old guys in the Navy headquarters and the world government have suffered a lot. Now they are full of anger. We must not poke this hornet's nest and haggle with them. Yangji, father is right. Let's search for Ulquiera's whereabouts quickly. Reiju, who had been silent, stood up to make peace. He took out something like a radar in his backhand. The rest of Yangji and others were also unambiguous and quickly agreed to start. Looking at this scene, Dao Tu glanced at Shitun and issued orders in an orderly manner. In her eyes, Shitun's behavior just now did reflect the mood of others. However, this does not mean that they can act on impulse. Now they are also sitting on the same pirate ship. If a conflict occurs because of this, it may not be worth the loss. Father, there is no trace of the newcomer on this island. According to the information, they appeared on the way to Wangguo. Reiju's voice sounded again. As a think tank in Germa 66, she has been responsible for the establishment and collection of intelligence networks. As the most powerful military group in the North Sea and a member of the Underground Kingdom, the crisscrossing forces can provide them with intelligence quickly. It has left and is still heading towards Wangguo. What is that kid going to do? Vinsmoke Judge's face sank, revealing a trace of contemplation and said, "What's wrong, do you have anything else to say?" As soon as this word fell, it instantly attracted the attention of others, even Dao Tu and others were no exception. This time they came to this place from the Navy headquarters in Germa 66 at the cost of thousands of miles, all for Ulquiera's mouth. Get the information about the Blood Flag pirates. If they lose them at this critical moment, this is definitely not what they want to see. Feeling the urgent gazes from all around, Vinsmoke Reiju hesitated for a moment and said, "In addition to getting information about the Blood Flag pirates, in addition to the information about the new members of the pirate group, I also got news about the alliance between the Big Mom pirates and the Beasts pirates. Now, this matter has spread throughout the ocean, and I believe the Navy will know about it soon." One word stirs up 1,000 waves. Faced with this sudden news, the faces of the Navy generals present, such as Dao Tu, and even Vinsmoke Judge, changed drastically. Compared with the shock of Dao Tu and others, another important question flashed through Vinsmoke Judge's mind. This is about whether they, Germa 66, can restore the glory of the former overlord of the North Sea. If it weren't for the 5 elder stars and a monk who suddenly came to the door and asked them to assassinate and investigate all the information about the Blood Flag pirates. I'm afraid that Vinsmoke Judge is still discussing the marriage alliance with Charlotte Linlin. Now suddenly a beast pirates appeared, the weight of this alliance is far beyond Vinsmoke Judge's expectations. "Father, what should we do?" Vinsmoke Yuji was the first to speak. As one of the core members of Germa 66, they also know the ins and outs of some things. I will go to talk about that matter in person. Vinsmoke Judge, his face sank, glared, and said. Reiju, in addition to this information, Charlotte Linlin, that crazy woman, should not be so simple. Vinsmoke Judge has also dealt with Charlotte Linlin a lot. Especially after the rise of the mind to reshape the position of the overlord of the North Sea, their handovers have also increased. Reiju nodded and said, "Father, you guessed it right." After the Big Mom pirates and the Beasts pirates announced the alliance, Charlotte Linlin held a tea party again. This tea party will be held for 3 consecutive days. Not only the kings of the major underground forces and their pirate groups are invited to participate, but also our Germa 66 is also among the invitations. However, the biggest topic this time is that the Blood Flag pirates are also on the invitation list. What? The expressions of the people present suddenly changed drastically. Whether it was Momosegi, Vinsmoke Judge and others, they were no exception. In their eyes, the Beasts pirates and the Blood Flag pirates had declared war not long ago, and the next war would be a war to the death. Now the Big Mom pirates not only intervened, but also openly invited the Blood Flag pirates to accept the invitation. This can be called a hung-men banquet. That Charlotte Linlin is really a crazy woman. She even dared to list the Blood Flag pirates on the invitation list. Is this humiliating them and hiding their heads and showing their tails? Vinsmoke Needle said with a teasing smile. But I really hope that the crazy people in the Blood Flag pirates can't stand this humiliation and lead them to Wangguo. After the 2 sides fight to the death, we, Germa 66, can reap the benefits. Faced with this, the people present were stunned. The only news they got from the pursuit and intelligence search during this period. The Blood Flag pirates gave people a feeling that they could not be found and disappeared out of thin air. Now Niji's joke, if it is really implemented, is undoubtedly a good way. However, as soon as this idea came up, it was annihilated in their minds. In their eyes, this is a big day for the four emperors to form an alliance to fight against the Blood Flag pirates. If the head is not caught by the door, I am afraid no one will be stupid enough to go to the banquet. Vice Admiral Dautu, something is wrong. Just now, a major piece of information came from the Sabayati archipelago. Facing the invitation to the tea party held by the alliance of Big Mom and the Beasts Pirates, the Blood Flag Pirates have responded and will send new members of the Blood Flag Pirates to go. A hurried report came, and everyone present was stunned. A moment ago, they were still thinking it was impossible, but now they gave a positive answer. This is like having your head caught by the door. Are you really crazy? Chapter 925, Sneaking into the Tea Party. Crazy, the Blood Flag Pirates are really a group of lunatics. In this situation, they still sent a newcomer. Don't they know that they are going to die? Vinsmo Kyuji was the first to lose his temper. As a hypothetical ally, they, Germa 66, also thoroughly investigated the intelligence of the Big Mom pirates. They were also terrified by their combat power. After all, just based on Charlotte Linland's speed of having 3 children in 3 years, the strength of her sons is already a force that cannot be ignored. Coupled with the pirate group under her command, it is enough to make people not ignore it. At present, there is also the Beast Pirates as an ally. Now the Blood Flag Pirates responded so quickly, if they are not crazy, they are fools. Mamotoji, your navy's intelligence can't be wrong, Reiju, check it quickly. Vinsmoke Judge asked urgently. The sudden alliance between the Big Mom Pirates and the Beasts Pirates has undoubtedly added a wall to Vinsmoke Judge's ambition to rebuild the North Sea Overlord. However, if the Blood Flag Pirates really clashed with Charlotte Linland at the tea party, then Vinsmoke Judge may be able to see a glimmer of new opportunities for cooperation. The New World now, and even the entire sea, has become chaotic. No one will dislike the increase in power. Especially for people like Germa 66. No one would easily refuse a powerful military organization and technological power that came to their doorstep. Father, I just checked. 3 minutes ago, this piece of information suddenly emerged in the Sabayati archipelago. As for the source of the publisher, no one has found it yet. Vinsmoke Reiju couldn't help but say. Facing the alliance of the four emperors, Charlotte Linland held a tea party and listed the Blood Flag Pirates as the target of the invitation. The Blood Flag Pirates immediately responded and sent a newcomer. I'm afraid there is a trick. With Charlotte Linland's crazy personality, it's possible that she will directly leave the newcomer of the Blood Flag Pirates behind if she disagrees with him. If I were the decision-maker of the Blood Flag Pirates, I would never be willing to send my men to die in vain, so this piece of information is probably wrong. The report that was confirmed again and again made the people present look slightly changed, but they nodded in agreement with Reiju's analysis. No, your assumption just now is very good, but you forgot an important issue. After the Blood Flag Pirates appeared on the sea, they have never lost a battle. Dautu said in a deep voice. What's more, they are just crazy, not fools. If we assume that the newcomer of the Blood Flag Pirates said 7 days ago that he has not used his full strength, it is not an exaggeration. Then the Blood Flag Pirates sent Ulquiera to the Wanguo banquet. It is probably not impossible. As soon as these words fell, the expressions of the people present changed again. Vinsmoke Yongji flashed a trace of disdain on his face and said, Haha, is this the strongest admiral candidate of the Navy headquarters? I didn't expect that at this critical moment, he would help others and destroy his own prestige. You said he hid his strength, so how much did he hide? Is it 10%, or did he appear before he was full of milk? Now even if he was given a small universe explosion, could he really fight against the alliance of the four emperors? You. Shitun was suddenly angry. He wanted to help Momosuke, but faced with Vinsmoke Yongji's words, he felt that he had no way to refute. Okay Yongji, since the Blood Flag Pirates have responded and will go to attend the tea party in 3 days, we Germa 66 also have an invitation list. Let's go and see the situation first, so as to avoid chasing all over the sea. Vinsmoke Judge said in a deep voice. As for everyone in the Navy, I can't help. I think the Big Mom Pirates, and even Charlotte Linland, don't want to see your navy appear in the 10,000 kingdoms. As soon as these words fell, the faces of the vice admirals of the navy such as Momosuke changed slightly. Faced with Vinsmoke Judge's words, they had no way to refute. At least, pirates have always been at war with the navy. 10,000 kingdoms is the home of Charlotte Linland, one of the 4 emperors. I'm afraid no one is willing to open their home to the navy. Momosuke, what should we do now? Do we need to contact Marshal Sengoku? Hua Shaishin spoke first. Facing this question, many people's eyes fell on Daotuo intentionally or unintentionally. As the strongest candidate for the general, without the general and marshal present, the difference in strength is undoubtedly the fastest choice to decide the speaker. No, now Marshal Sengoku will be overwhelmed by the alliance of the four emperors, and we should not interfere for the time being. Daotuo shook his head. Next, we will split into two groups. You will dispatch your troops to temporarily station outside Wonguo and block the necessary entrances to the waterways. As for me, I will pretend to be a member of Germa 66 and sneak into the Big Mom Pirates to learn the details of the alliance with the Beasts Pirates. Most importantly, we need to know in advance whether the Blood Flag Pirates really just sent a newcomer. If there is a war in which all the pirates come out, we must be prepared to intervene strongly. As for the newcomers of the Blood Flag Pirates, they must fall into our hands, otherwise the intelligence on the Blood Flag Pirates will be directly cut off. At this point, Daotuo's eyes turned and fell on Vin Smoke Judge, saying, I believe that His Majesty the King also knows clearly what is important. I have seen that you have selfish motives when you chose to go to Wonguo for the banquet. If the five elders know, I don't know if they will still cooperate with you, but as long as you take me with you, the definition of things will be different. We are also allies. Everything is for finding out the clues of the Blood Flag Pirates. As soon as these words fell, Vin Smoke Yongji and others' faces suddenly changed drastically. Are you threatening us, Germa 66? Don't forget that it was because your Navy headquarters suffered a series of defeats that the five elders came to commission us to go after the Blood Flag Pirates. We don't believe that the five elders will be so lenient. Vin Smoke Niji shouted in a deep voice. Okay, all of you retreat. Vin Smoke Judge stood out and said, as expected of the strongest admiral candidate in the Navy headquarters, you actually have the courage to threaten us, Germa 66. However, I, Judge, admire women like you. I can agree to your request, but you have to be responsible for your own safety. At the same time, you can't act recklessly without my approval, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Chapter 926 The Request of the Five Elders. The huge battlefield ruins fell into silence. Looking at Vin Smoke Judge, who actually agreed to the matter as soon as he opened his mouth. Not to mention Daotuo and others, even Vin Smoke Niji's expression could not help but change slightly. Only Reija raised her eyebrows, revealing a thoughtful look. For Vin Smoke Niji, who could even act as an emotionless killing machine and was extremely cold-blooded, he would make such a decision. Among them, there must be other deep meanings. Mamaji, let me go with you. The biggest responsibility for this matter is on me. Shitun was the first to lose control. Thinking of the scenes of being completely abused by a new member of the Blood Flag Pirates on the Sabayati archipelago not long ago, Shitun almost broke his fist. Most importantly, this embarrassing thing happened in front of the goddess. The only way to avenge the shame is to capture Ulquiorra himself. No, that's a dangerous place. I don't want to bring a burden with me. No, I should say that I am enough alone. Mamaji shook her head, quickly realized that she had said the wrong thing, and quickly corrected it. Seeing the back figure who turned and left after saying these words, Shitun's expression suddenly became stiff. Even Hua Shaishin and his group shook their heads helplessly. After all, in their eyes, Shitun's appearance in the past was a bit wretched. But at least, he and Daotuo were equally matched in strength, and were also known as the strongest admiral candidate in the navy. Unfortunately, everything was overturned after the appearance of Thunder Dragon Laxus. At least the adjectives of a handsome man and a beautiful woman have undoubtedly become a seal on Laxus and Daotuo, which cannot be washed away at all. Feeling the gazes from all around, Shitun's face suddenly turned pale, and he wanted to find a dog hole to crawl into. Looking at the back figure that was going away, he secretly clenched his fists and turned away suddenly. At the same time, in the New World, along with the news of the Four Emperors Alliance, the information that the Blood Flag Pirates sent newcomers to the banquet came out. The whole sea was boiling. Some of the invited forces, and even the pirates who were just watching the show, set sail for Wonguo. They knew clearly that whether it was this alliance or the Blood Flag Pirates' attendance, it would be the most powerful impact on the old era. If they were not careful, the long-standing pattern of the sea would be completely broken. Captain Red Hair, what should we do now? When Whitebeard pointed out the grudge between Kaido and Charlotte Linlin in the Rocks Pirates, I thought they would never succeed in forming an alliance. Even if there was a possibility of an alliance, it would probably not succeed so quickly. Loki bit the barbecue in his hand fiercely and said unhappily. Should we spread the strategic agreement reached with the Whitebeard pirates? Doing so should be able to suppress their momentum. After this was said, many people on the ship nodded in agreement. As the four emperors, they have been acting independently and restraining each other for decades, and a stable situation has long been formed. Now the alliance between Big Mom and the Beasts pirates will undoubtedly break the shackles of the Beasts. Once the alliance is successful, they will never let the Red Hair pirates and the Whitebeard pirates go. No, you think it's too simple. If we spread this matter, not only us, but even Whitebeard will not be happy. Ben Beckman took a puff of cigarette. Now the Beasts pirates and Big Mom pirates have suddenly formed an alliance. This is risking the world's disrespect and bearing the pressure of breaking the shackles of the old era. Faced with this situation, let alone other powerful forces in the dark, even the Navy headquarters and the world government will definitely not stand idly by. What's more, they will bear the brunt and have to deal with the counterattack of the Blood Flag pirates who have been provoked by them. If we rashly join, we will only become scapegoats for Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. At this point, Ben Beckman subconsciously looked at Red Hair and said, I think the captain's current method should be to continue to lurk in a low profile, or to ask for face. Face? The expressions of the crew members present could not help but change slightly. They really couldn't refute Ben Beckman's analysis. But what they care more about is the decision of Red Hair Shanks. Feeling the urgent gazes from all around, the red-haired man came back to his senses, exhaled slowly, and said, Ben Beckman, you are really a worm in my stomach, you guessed what I was thinking so quickly. However, you still overlooked a very important thing. We cannot participate in this muddy water, but it does not mean that others will not. Ben Beckman's eyes lit up and said, Captain, you mean the world government? I'm afraid they won't give up this opportunity to reap the benefits of the fishermen. Yes, according to my intelligence, in addition to the world government, there are other people. I think the 5 elders will come to the door soon. The red-haired man smiled and nodded in agreement. However, as soon as the voice fell, a rapid call of the Den Den Mushi sounded. Gurgle gurgle, I am a monk of the 5 elders. The sudden scene made the pirates present stagnate. As one of the 4 emperors, the elite of the Red Hair pirates, they clearly know that there is a trading relationship between their ship, the world government, and the 5 elders. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. In the face of absolute interests, there are no eternal enemies. I am Red Hair, Ichi-Seng is a rare guest, you came to me so soon, you are not going to do any business with me this time. Red Hair Shanks laughed dryly and connected the Den Den Mushi. In the face of this seemingly teasing speech, the Den Den Mushi had another short. After a short silence, there was an angry snort, saying, Red Hair, you are still the same as before, which makes people feel disgusted. But, don't forget your identity, otherwise I don't mind trouble you. Trouble me? Red-haired Shanks laughed dryly and said, Yiseng, you are in a mess now. If you really have time to trouble me, you don't have to come to me for a deal. Let's stop talking nonsense, otherwise I don't know how things will turn out in a while, but I will raise the price. You. Yiseng was furious. However, before he could speak this time, Eyelet's voice sounded first. Red Hair, you are still the same, your mouth is as hard to refute as always. However, this time I came to you for an important matter. I hope you can stop your old friend. He is on his way to Wonguo. You should know what our plan will be next. Chapter 927 Navy Mobilization. The huge ship deck fell into an inexplicable silence. Facing the sudden words of the 5 elders Elim, everyone present felt confused. Whether it was about Red Hair's old friend or the plan of the 5 elders, for most people, it was impossible to guess. Old friend? Do you mean that guy will take a trip to muddy water? Red Hair raised his eyebrows and said unexpectedly. Also, that's your plan, don't include me in it. You came to me, this is a deal, if I don't think the reward is worth it, I won't agree to it. Facing Elim's vague words, the red-haired man's mind flashed the figure of an old friend he had just met. For that crazy guy, even the red-haired man, one of the 4 emperors, felt a headache when he thought of it. Red-haired, don't be too arrogant. If we were not busy, we wouldn't come to you. A monk snorted coldly. If it weren't for the fact that you are still useful, we would have sunk you into the sea long ago. You only need to say one word now, whether you agree or not. The stern voice was mixed with an unquestionable taste. However, the smile on Red Hair's face remained, and he said, "Yiseng, you are still the same. No wonder you suffered at the hands of the Blood Flag pirates. This time, you contacted me on purpose. Are you planning to ask me to stop that madman from destroying the Tea Party of Wangguo, so that the allies of Big Mom's Beast Pirates and the Blood Flag Pirates can fight to the death, and then reap the benefits? It seems that after not seeing you for a while, you 5 elders are still as afraid of death and like to calculate people as always." Red Hair paused, looked at the Den Mushi in his hand, and said again, "I can help you stop him, but I have to go to that place." "That place?" Yiseng was the first to change his expression, and retorted in a hurry, "Red Hair, don't push it too far, you should know clearly that it is the forbidden place of the Holy Land Marijoa." They had already thought about the requirements put forward by the Red Hair Society. However, they never thought that such a crazy reason would be put forward. That place is the forbidden place where one of the 3 kings is stored. It is also the foundation of the existence of their world government. Hehe, you can refuse, and I can also pretend that I have never heard of today's transaction. Red Hair still smiled and said, "But you should know that I will not be stupid enough to do stupid things that endanger myself." As soon as these words fell, the other part of the Den Mushi fell into silence. Red Hair did not rush to speak again, making the huge deck of the ship a little scary. "Okay, Red Hair, you are still as crazy as ever, but I also believe that you are a smart person. As long as you help us stop that guy, I will definitely let you enter that place afterwards." Elim responded in a deep voice. "If you have no other questions, let's stop our conversation here." After leaving these words, Red Hair smiled and responded slightly, and then hung up the Den Mushi directly. Looking at this inexplicable scene, everyone present felt confused. However, based on their trust in Red Hair, everyone still kept silent obediently. "Okay, I know you are full of questions, but there are some things that cannot be pointed out. As long as we get there, you will know that there is not much time left before the tea party. Let's set off first." The red-haired man put away the Den Mushi and said lightly. At the same time, outside the marine headquarters, Marineford, a battleship flying the flag of justice quickly docked. Dozens of warships have been assembled here. Thousands of Navy soldiers were quickly assigned to various warships. The lineup at this moment can be called a total mobilization of the Navy. Looking at this warship that suddenly returned after running rampant, the Navy soldiers and even the generals present were all alarmed. There are very few people in the huge marine headquarters who can act so arrogantly and domineeringly in this wartime state, and their identities are easily revealed. "Yes, Admiral Akainu is back, hurry up and notify Marshal Sengoku." Maynard's eyes lit up and he ordered in a hurry. During this period, the Navy headquarters, which lost its admiral, felt inexplicably empty and uneasy. At least, in their eyes, the bloody flag incident on the third island of the Sabayati archipelago was the incident of the new member of the thief group attacking and killing the celestial dragons. At that moment, the Navy felt powerless because they could not fight back and could only watch the criminals walk away. At the same time, they also clearly realized the importance of the world conscription proposed by Qin Yu. In the face of the strong people with peak combat power on this sea, their so-called major generals and vice-generals are just a joke. Humph, make a fuss, where did Laxus go? Akainu snorted coldly, and in full view of everyone, he jumped from the deck and landed on the dock. "Also, have you confirmed the authenticity of the news of the alliance between Big Mom and the Beast's pirates? What is the reason for urgently summoning so many warships this time?" A series of questions made Maynard speechless and unable to respond for a while. Facing Akainu's gloomy and cold eyes, his scalp was numb all of a sudden. "Maynard, you go and get busy first." The voice of Warring States suddenly sounded. Soon, 3 figures were seen walking towards the headquarters building. The leader was the Marshal Zhangguo. Seeing this scene, Maynard left quickly with a sense of relief. During this period, Akainu suffered a series of losses, and his heart, which originally had absolute justice, became a little darker. Especially, after the bet with Qin Yu not long ago, it became even worse. In order to achieve the goal, he would do anything. If Akainu knew that all this was true, it was hard to say what crazy actions he would take. At this juncture, Maynard did not want to take this muddy water. "Marshal Zhangguo, what happened? It has been many years since we have mobilized 20 to 30 warships." Akainu said in a deep voice. "Also, why is the Thunder Dragon Laxus, who you value, gone? The thought of being defeated in the public eye was simply a shame for Akainu. To truly avenge the shame, he can only find some sense of existence in Qin Yu. He is gone, go find the candidates for the world recruitment. Zhang Guo said in a deep voice, don't dwell on him. Now, not only do you have no time, but I don't either. Half an hour ago, Charlotte Linlin, the captain of the Big Mom Pirates, one of the 4 emperors, announced that she would form an alliance with the Beast's pirates to hold a tea party in 3 days. The list of the invited guests included the Blood Flag Pirates. Chapter 928 Going to Kaido to bring bad luck. Is the Blood Flag Pirates on the list? Akainu's expression changed. Since he joined the Navy headquarters, he has been rising rapidly with his extraordinary fruit development ability. Unfortunately, since he met the members of the Blood Flag Pirates, he has been plagued by bad luck. In the end, he became a laughing stock. Under all these circumstances, Akainu is very sensitive to the words Blood Flag Pirates. Yes, the Blood Flag Pirates did appear on the invitation list of Charlotte Linlin, that crazy woman. Sengoku echoed in a deep voice, however, what we care most about is that the skeleton demon agreed. They decided to send Ulquiera, who was a newcomer and killed the celestial dragon Sheris Ross on island number 3 of the Sabayati archipelago. We don't know if the Blood Flag Pirates are just making a joke to deceive the sea. However, the alliance contact between the 4 emperors, the origin between Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, once the alliance is successful, will mean the resurrection of the Rocks Pirates. If even the Blood Flag Pirates really go to join in the fun, it means that the gathering of the 3 crazy people will make things evolve to what extent, but no one can predict. At this point, Zhang Guo glanced at the dozens of warships gathered in the distance and said, so, this time, I quickly called you back because I wanted you to lead them to monitor the outer waters of Wangguo in person. If anything happens, we can respond in time. Er Chang's voice echoed on the huge dock. Akainu's expression changed one after another. He never thought that so many unexpected things would happen on this sea in just a few days of leaving. However, a mess of thoughts flashed through Akainu's mind quickly, and then his expression sank, and he said, Marshal Sengoku, are you going to make me look bad again? Since you call them crazy, you should know that once they really gather together, I alone can't deal with them at all. Besides, what's the point of you letting us stay in the sea outside the 10,000 countries? Even if the battle is really in full swing inside, by the time we arrive, I'm afraid all the pirates will run away. I won't take the blame for this. Looking at Akainu with a determined face, the people present, after a slight change of expression, fell into silence. In their eyes, the alliance of the 4 emperors and the strong response of the 5th emperor, all these actions are full of strong gunpowder. If you are not careful, it will definitely explode. At that time, even if Akainu, a general, really leads dozens of warships as support. Once they really fight, I'm afraid even Akainu's coffin will not be able to hold them down. Akainu, don't worry, I have a way to let you enter the core cake island of Wangguo and attend the tea party. Zhang Guo pondered for a moment and finally sighed, took out a red invitation and threw it directly to Akainu. This is an invitation from Big Mom Pirates, Charlotte Linlin. Although our navy is not on the invitation list, she and Kaido, the beast, are obviously impatient in the face of the threat posed by the Blood Flag Pirates, and even our navy headquarters have their eyes on them. Our navy is a righteous people, and I have always felt ashamed to cooperate with pirates. However, during this period, the members of the Blood Flag Pirates have been too crazy, completely breaking the pattern of the old era. Not to mention that they are a thorn in the eyes of our navy headquarters, even the 5 elders and the world government cannot tolerate them. Therefore, the 5 elders have tacitly agreed to let you hide your identity and participate in the tea party. If the people of the Blood Flag Pirates can really be defeated and captured by Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, that would be great, but if they can't do it, and the people of the Blood Flag Pirates are still planning to escape, I hope you can snipe them. You should know that this newcomer named Ulquiera is also very important to our navy headquarters and even the world government. Akainu was stunned. Even though he had been in the position of admiral for decades, he had encountered various crises. He never thought that as the marshal of warring states, he would make such a crazy move. However, it was precisely because of the madness of this plan that Akainu felt a little bit of reliability in his heart. Marshal warring states, I was surprised to hear such a crazy action from you. Akainu said in a deep voice. But you should know that this mission is very important to Marineford. I want to know if you have any other invitations, just let me go alone. Faced with such a dangerous place, Akainu, as a general, still had no idea in his heart. Especially thinking that if the three crazy people met and started a war, it would be a nightmare. Therefore, when it comes to fighting assistance, Akainu is the more the better. Other invitations. Zhang Guo's expression changed slightly, and he said, according to the rules of Charlotte Linlin's tea party, one invitation can only allow one person to enter. So, I will let you lurk on Cake Island and wait for the opportunity. As for other invitations, it's not that there are none, but the person they invited is Thunder Dragon Laxus. If you don't mind, you can use it. That bastard is on the invitation list. Akainu's face stagnated, and his left hand clenched tightly. With the crisp sound of his finger bones, the hot molten lava, like a torrent, burst out of his body. In Akainu's eyes, he is a well-known admiral of the navy, and is also known as one of the three major combat forces, second only to Zhang Guo. However, now Charlotte Linlin not only did not invite him, but also left the name of Thunder Dragon Laxus on the invitation list. Looking at Akainu, who was almost out of control, Sengoku spoke again, Akainu, don't think too much. That guy has fought Kaido, the king of beasts. He can appear on the list, and it may be that Kaido wants to get back at him. If you want your name to appear on the list, you can also go to Kaido to get back at him. Haha, Sengoku is right. If you don't have the confidence to go, then give me the invitation. I heard that there are desserts and food everywhere in Wonguo. It's not bad for me to go to the muddy water. Garp laughed unscrupulously. As a naval hero, he has a pair of iron fists that chased the pirate king Roger. It can be said that in this sea, as long as there is no big accident, I am afraid that no one can make Garp suffer. Chapter 929 Tea Party at Climax. Akainu, don't blame Charlotte Lingling, that crazy woman. She only has desserts in her mind, and some young handsome guys to help her. If you were 20 or 30 years younger, you might still be a pretty boy. That crazy woman would not only give you an invitation, but also come to your door. Garp continued to smile and stuff donuts into his mouth. Looking at Garp with a mouth full of train running, Akainu's eyes were murderous. If there was no difference in strength, and it was in the public eye, I'm afraid Akainu would definitely jump up and beat Garp. Garp, shut up. Sengoku glared at Garp and said, Akainu, this is the whole story. It's up to you to go or not. It can be said that the tea party held by Charlotte Linlin this time, if nothing unexpected happens, will be the closest opportunity to disintegrate the Blood Flag pirates. As soon as these words fell, the navy soldiers, even the generals, and even Akainu's expression changed slightly. Facing Sengoku's words, they had no way to refute. At least, in their eyes, the strength shown by the Blood Flag pirates now, and the various things they have done, have endangered the foundation of the Navy headquarters and even the world government. It made them feel uncomfortable. Originally, facing this behemoth that appeared and disappeared, and was claimed to be comparable to the Rocks pirates. Relying on their Navy headquarters alone, they felt powerless. However, this time, there were two of the four emperors involved. This undoubtedly gave them the greatest hope. For a moment, everyone present, whether it was the Navy soldiers or the generals, turned their eyes and locked onto Akainu. On the body. Feeling the change in the atmosphere, Akainu calmed down his anger, and then he swept his eyes around the field and said, Humph, a mere Blood Flag pirates, a group of guys who hide their heads and show their tails, what am I afraid of? This time I go, not only to see with my own eyes what Charlotte Linlin and Kaido of the Beasts are doing, but also, as long as the people of the Blood Flag pirates dare to come, I will definitely take them all down. I want to see the helpless and desperate expressions of those arrogant people. Looking at Akainu, who took the responsibility of the matter as soon as he opened his mouth, Zhang Guo secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, Okay, I feel relieved with your words. This time, in addition to you participating in the battle, I will also let King Zi and Huang Yuan go to support you. They will be stationed at the entrance of Wonguo. This is the Golden Den Den Mushi. If they fight internally and fight to the death, you can press the button on its head. The dozens of warships stationed in Wonguo will launch the demon slaughter order to catch them all in one fell swoop. Looking at the Golden Den Den Mushi in his hand, Akainu's expression changed slightly, and he seemed a little surprised. However, facing the so-called good intentions of Sengoku, Akainu didn't think much, and put the Den Den Mushi away. In his eyes, this time is not only a great opportunity to defeat the Blood Flag pirates and avenge the previous shame. It is also a chance to catch the 4 emperors in one fell swoop. As long as he can seize this opportunity, Akainu believes that he will be able to reach the peak of his life. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Akainu's mind, and he suddenly raised his head and swept across the dock, shouting, "Everyone listen to the order, speed up the boarding speed immediately, we will set off in half an hour, whoever delays the military will be punished by military law." The stern words fell, making the Navy soldiers and even the generals in the field tense up. The hot magma rolled on Akainu's body, and the whole person shot straight to his warship like a cannonball. The Navy soldiers and generals who witnessed this scene woke up one after another. The entire Marine headquarters, Marineford, was turning rapidly like a huge gear. "Sengoku, is it really okay for you to do this?" He, who had not spoken a word, sighed and said, "This muddy water is not easy to wade through. You should also know the temper of Akainu. Once he does something out of line, even if he can solve the problem of new members of the Blood Flag Pirates, I am afraid that Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, these 2 crazy people, will not give up easily. Your bet is too big." After this, Garp also nodded in agreement. Seeing the 2 old partners standing on the same front surprisingly, Zhangguo smiled helplessly and said, I also know that this move is too risky. However, the current situation does not allow us to play a safe chess game. The 5 elders will not stand idly by. They will definitely take action. I let Akainu go, and I can only try to grasp the initiative. Garp, if you have time, try to contact Laxus. Every time he leaves, he disappears completely. If he hadn't proposed the crazy proposal of the world recruitment, I would have thought he ran away again. However, tell him that if there is any suitable candidate in his mind, he should get the world recruitment done as soon as possible. Now this sea is completely unpredictable. Today, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido of the Beasts announced an alliance. Who knows, tomorrow, Whitebeard and Redhair will also come out to play the good cop. At that time, our Navy headquarters will be isolated and helpless. The slightly eerie voice echoed on the dock. Garp and Crane's faces suddenly darkened. Facing Sengoku's words, they had no way to refute. It can be said that in their eyes, this sudden change is not inferior to the Rocks Pirates' attack on the Valley of God in the past. With the orders of the Navy headquarters, they fell one after another in an orderly manner. The whole sea was completely boiling because of the alliance between the Big Mom Pirates and the Beasts Pirates, as well as the convening of the Tea Party. No matter what forces and pirate groups, their eyes fell on Wanguo. In particular, knowing that the Blood Flag Pirates took the initiative to be invited. It will undoubtedly push the Tea Party to a trend. One by one, as long as the forces that can reach Wanguo within 3 days, the pirate ships set sail. It only took 2 days, and the waterway that was usually empty on the outer sea of Wanguo was already floating with hundreds or thousands of pirate ships. Especially in the area of the estuary, there are 7 or 8 pirate ships within a few miles. If we are not worried that getting too close will attract attacks, I am afraid that the area within dozens of miles of the estuary will be like dumplings. As time goes by, the number of pirate ships gathered here is increasing. Some so-called kings of underground forces have also appeared, making the Tea Party, which has already reached its peak, suddenly become a trend. Chapter 930 Mom's Pocket. Totland Sea, Coco Island, as the estuary of the world. At this moment, it has been filled with dense artillery. The endless stream of people on the island and the large army waiting for battle have pushed the originally depressing atmosphere to the peak. In particular, the Navy headquarters, Marineford, after the news of the general mobilization of the Navy to the Totland Sea was heard. It directly shocked the entire Grand Line, and even the 4 seas were no exception. Facing the unusual movement of the Navy, the nerves of all forces were undoubtedly tense. In order to ensure the safety of the guests, Charlotte Linlin also responded quickly. The most elite forces and troops were dispatched to the outermost estuary to promote the strength of the Big Mom Pirates. However, for more forces, they came to the banquet not only to see the authenticity of the alliance between the Big Mom Pirates and the Beasts Pirates. What they care more about is whether the Blood Flag Pirates will accept the invitation. The grievances between the Beasts Pirates and the Blood Flag Pirates are known to everyone on this sea. Now the Big Mom Pirates and the Beasts Pirates are allied, which means that they are on the front line against the Blood Flag Pirates. Their guns are pointed out in unison. Once they really meet, what awaits them will be a great show. Brother Sparrow, stop staring at this. The people of the Blood Flag Pirates may have already retreated before the battle. Behind the thousands of soul warriors, Charlotte Owen, the Minister of Baking, who was wearing a fiery red cloak and bright red hair, said disdainfully. Mom invited that guy just to vent her anger on the beast's pirates and provoke them. I didn't expect those fools to really compete with each other. Don't they really know what a dead end is? Even the sons of them were not expecting Charlotte Linland's sudden decision. However, facing Kaido, who is also one of the 4 emperors, everything is irrefutable. One of the 4 emperors is enough to carve out a place in the New World and become a hegemonic existence. Now, there is another ally who is also one of the 4 emperors, which means that there will be no place in the world where they, the Big Mom pirates, cannot go. Haha, Deifu, are you praising the Blood Flag pirates too much? I'm just worried that the guests will be scared away, which will make my mother unhappy and unable to eat the cake she has been waiting for a long time. Perospero licked the lollipop in his hand and said with a teasing smile. Don't forget, this tea party will last for 3 days and 3 nights. On the first day, I heard that the beast's pirates will send some tricky guys to meet. Until the 3rd day, Kaido will show up in person. What we have to do is to let the beast's pirates know that even if they are allies, our Big Mom pirates are stronger than them. As for the Blood Flag pirates, I don't believe they really dare to come. If they really come, they can just become an important target for us to promote military power. Looking at Perospero, who swore solemnly as soon as he opened his mouth, Deifu was stunned at first, and then he and the ministers stationed around couldn't help laughing. They had no way to refute the evaluation given by Perospero, who was like a think tank in the Big Mom pirates. Lord Perospero, the distinguished guest has arrived. A sudden shout suddenly sounded. Soon, it was seen that the pirate ships gathered at the estuary in the distance quickly separated to both sides, revealing a channel leading directly to Caucosia Island. 7 or 8 unique ships quickly sailed towards the estuary. Witnessing this scene, Deifuku raised his eyebrows and said, "Aren't they busy competing for the business left by the clown? They arrived so early, it seems that Mom's invitation is still as hot as ever." Haha, those guys are indeed the kings of the underground black market, but compared with our Big Mom pirates, they are still far behind. Perospero narrowed his eyes slightly, licked the lollipop in his hand, and said with a teasing smile. It seems to me that those guys are coming. Queen of Fun Street, Stussy. Lone Shark King, God of Fortune, Defeld. Big Hand Undertaker, Dragon Pirkrit. Even Big News Morgans, this guy is here, it seems that he will have to publicize the strength of our Big Mom pirates and completely shock the world. As the voice fell, one pirate ship after another quickly docked. Looking at the familiar figure jumping down from the deck, it instantly attracted the attention of the pirates who had been waiting on the island. Hurry up and take a look, there seems to be strange creatures on the sea in the distance, coming in groups. An urgent cry suddenly came out again. Morgans and others who had just landed on the ground and stood firm, their nerves were tense all of a sudden. While hurriedly following the line of sight, the scene they saw made them stunned for a moment. Looking far away, the first thing that caught the eye was a mountain-like figure. The huge snail carried various buildings on its back. The fluttering flags fluttered even more. Facing the gaze of the crowd, dozens of snail ships quickly closed up in front of the crowd, as if showing off, to form a huge island. A row of bodies like iron towers, carrying sophisticated weapons, quickly lined up in front of the ship deck, forming a strict square formation. The red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple figures at the front of the queue made the identity of the future come clear. It's Germa 66. I didn't expect these guys to come too. Aren't they the member states of the world? They openly came to the 10,000 nations. Aren't they afraid of being investigated by the Navy headquarters or even the world government? Defeld said unexpectedly. He's underground kings, they have a deep understanding of Germa 66, which is active in the North Sea and is known as the strongest military organization. However, Germa 66, as a member of the world, is undoubtedly out of place in this banquet. Hehe, guests, don't make a fuss. Let me tell you that Germa 66 will soon be in my mother's pocket, so they are also on my mother's invitation list. Perospero licked the lollipop in his hand and said with a teasing smile. The small voice seemed to be infused with magic sound at this moment, echoing on the dock for a long time without being able to dissipate. Facing Perospero, these words suddenly came out. The amount of information contained in it undoubtedly refreshed their cognition again. Chapter 931 Waiting for the Wrong Person. The huge dock fell into an inexplicable silence. Seeing Perospero's confident face, many guests present couldn't help swallowing their saliva. The alliance between the Big Mom Pirates and the Beasts Pirates has already shocked the sea. It has now been revealed that even Germa 66, a military organization armed with technological power, has been included. Compared with the pirate groups led by the two four emperors, Germa 66 seems to be just the icing on the cake. However, this icing on the cake depends on how high it is. Once the alliance is really successful, the three leaders will be gathered together. Not to mention the Navy headquarters, even the world government can be overthrown. Feeling the changes in the eyes around him, Prospero's teasing smile on his face became even more intense, and he said, "Haha, dear guests, I'm really sorry, my mother always says that it's hard for me to keep a secret. Originally, this secret cannot be known to outsiders, but today is my mother's big day, so forget it." Forget it? The guests present, even the expressions of the underground kings, were slightly stagnant. They were a little unhappy with the hypocrisy written on Prospero's face, but when they thought of the existence of the four emperors standing behind them, they quickly suppressed their dissatisfaction. After all, the most important purpose of their coming this time was to eat melons. If the melon could be bigger, why not do it? "Prospero, is what you just said true?" A low voice suddenly sounded, and there was a trace of inexplicable urgency between the words. The expressions of the crowd changed slightly, and soon they saw Vinsmoke Gage, who was wearing a cloak and using jet shoes to rush over quickly, and landed in front of Prospero one step ahead. The rest of Yongji and others also fell one after another. As for Daoto, who hid his identity and chose to sneak in, he blended into the crowd without a trace. Facing the shocking information suddenly released by the Big Mom Pirates, she undoubtedly became more wary of this brief cooperation with Germa 66. Feeling the urgent emotion flashing across Vinsmoke Judge's face, as well as the shocked looks and gazes, Prospero, obviously enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention, stomped the lollipop tightly in his hand on the ground, and laughed teasingly again. "Vinsmoke Judge, you don't have to be too anxious. Originally, this matter must be left to Mom to announce, but seeing that I received you several times before, I will reveal some information to you in advance. Mom is very interested in the technology you have in Germa. I think when the tea party is officially held, Mom will make the decision public. Among the four emperors, not everyone takes the elite route like the Red Hair Pirates. Whether it is Whitebeard, Kaido of Beasts, or Charlotte Linlin, they are always using various means to enhance the strength of their own pirate groups. The former Whitebeard likes to recognize his sons and recruits many pirate groups who come here to strengthen his own strength. Kaido, the Beast, seeks the country of Wano and allies with Orokai. He also uses artificial animal-type devil fruits to create the strongest 500-man devil fruit ability team. As the emperor of the Big Mom Pirates, Charlotte Linlin not only works hard to breed and lay eggs every year. She also sets her sights on the technological power of Germa. As the leader of Germa 66, Vinsmoke Judge is a former scientific research partner of Vegapunk, who controls the special technology department in the world government and is known to have a brain that surpasses the world for 500 years. Although, Vinsmoke Judge's brain is not comparable to Vegapunk's. However, when Vegapunk was discovered by the world government and was forcibly asked to leave, Vinsmoke Judge controlled the technological weapons, bloodline factors, genetic inheritance, and other technologies developed by Vegapunk. This kind of technology, not to mention Charlotte Linlin, even other forces, even the Navy headquarters and the world government are salivating. Within 5 years, it is possible to train a 20-year-old soldier with no personal feelings. In any force, he is the best soldier. If it were not for this technology, I am afraid that the world government would also allow this bandit-like military organization to join the world and become a member country. What's more, Vinsmoke Judge can make Germa 66 reach this point today. The bloodline factor, gene inheritance, and other technologies it possesses are already very mature. Once Vinsmoke Judge is defeated, it will be a great victory. Mock Gage is willing to hand over these technologies, which will make it easier for them to absorb and integrate into their own power system. Facing Prospero's answer, Vinsmoke Gage's eyes suddenly became bright, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, laughing and saying, "Haha, Prospero, you are still too serious. Since my mother agreed, we will be on the same front in the future. If you don't mind, if the arrogant people of the Blood Flag Pirates really dare to show up later, it will be enough for me to take action to solve them. It can also be regarded as a gift to my mother." "You?" Prospero was slightly startled. He didn't expect that just a few words would make Vinsmoke Gage so excited. However, when he thought about letting Vinsmoke Gage know that his mother only cared about the so-called technological power and didn't care about the life and death of the Vinsmoke family at all. I'm afraid that at this moment, the smile on Vinsmoke Gage's face would become ugly. However, facing this kind of free fighter who volunteered to fight like a hot-headed person, Perospero didn't mind at all. Roar! The sound of the dragon's roar, like thunder, tore up without warning. A huge black shadow was projected down from the clouds. The slender figure quickly passed through the void, and even brought a dignified gale that swept across the entire dock. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. Is it one of the four emperors, Kaido of the beasts? Big News Morgans was the first to lose his temper and said, "This is big news." As the protagonist of this alliance, he appeared so soon, and he is the focus of everyone's attention. However, if he appeared so early, I am afraid that the newcomers sent by the Blood Flag pirates will be scared away directly, right? One after another, all eyes looked up to the sky. Whether it was Big News Morgans or Perospero and others, there was an inexplicable urgency on their faces. In their eyes, being able to witness the feast of the Four Emperors' alliance with their own eyes was an honor. However, as soon as the chaotic thoughts flashed through their minds, the excitement that filled their heads was instantly extinguished as if a bucket of cold water was poured on them. At this moment, looking at the clues revealed in the clouds, they instantly realized that they might have waited for the wrong person this time. Chapter 932 He is really here. Roar! The sound of the dragon's roar, like piercing the clouds and cracking the rocks, went straight to the 9-day clouds. Not only did it cover the entire Caucasia Island, it also spread throughout the entire Totland Sea. No matter if the pirates were in any of the 34 islands, they were all startled by this roar that seemed to be infused with magic sound. The green slender body and the golden lines all over it gave the figure of this uninvited guest a few points of inexplicable dominance. The covetous posture that was entrenched in the clouds and looked down made the huge dock completely shrouded in invisible energy. When the identity of this uninvited guest emerged in their minds, the invisible energy seemed to become an invisible big hand, tightly grasping their hearts. It made people feel inexplicably suffocated. Here he comes. He really comes. Whether in the eyes of Perospero and other members of the Big Mom Pirates, or the crowd of spectators who were joining in the fun. I thought that in the face of the strong invitation of the tea party held by the two allies of the Four Emperors, the Blood Flag Pirates publicly threatened to come to the banquet. But in their opinion, this was completely crazy talk. The possibility of coming should be almost zero. Unfortunately, at this moment, the slender figure that appeared in front of them, entrenched in the void, made them think of the two words that they had ignored again. Crazy. Under the huge halo of the Four Emperors' alliance, they completely ignored the fact that the members of the Blood Flag Pirates were all a bunch of lunatics. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that everything in front of you is true? Here they are really here, Brother Perospero, what should we do? Deifuku was the first to lose his temper and asked anxiously. This is Rayquaza, who once appeared in Dressrosa and was called the pet of the Blood Flag Pirates by Saitama, the one-punch monster, and had a bounty of 800 million. A pet with a bounty of 800 million? The expressions of the people present suddenly changed drastically. Facing Deifuku's seemingly crazy talk, there was a feeling that there was no way to refute it. After all, it happened in Dressrosa, where Doflamingo led the Devil Fruit competition. This green worm was shining. Not only did he obtain the mythical beast Shenlong fruit, but he also awakened the fruit ability and killed Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea and the king of the underground, with one move. It can be said that this battle alone is enough to make Rayquaza famous. The reward of 800 million is well deserved. However, what they are most concerned about now is that the pets of the Blood Flag Pirates have come in person, and who is the person who will be attending the banquet with the team. Facing the Four Emperors' alliance, an almost provocative open invitation. Is the person who came this time the skeleton demon with a reward of 2.4 billion and known as the 5th Yellow on the Sea? Or is it Escanor, the arrogant Sin who destroyed half of the Holy Land Marijoa and overturned the Red Earth continent? However, when they saw Rayquaza appear, they believed it even more. The member of the Blood Flag Pirates who came this time is most likely the one-punch monster Saitama. However, in their eyes, no matter which of these 3 people came in person facing the feast of the Alliance of the Four Emperors. It is definitely an indispensable visual feast. Calm down, Deifuku, it's just a long worm. Perospero's face sank, and he shouted angrily, if it was Kaido, the beast, who came in person, I would still welcome this way of appearance, but the Blood Flag pirates dared to be so arrogant. Today I want to see who gave you the courage of this long worm. Come on, all of you fire. The stern voice came out, and instantly tensed the nerves of everyone present. The Soul soldiers who were already on high alert reacted first. The densely packed artillery on the port, the sound of gears turning quickly rang out. When the dark barrel locked on Rayquaza, tongues of fire spewed out. Bang bang bang! The pitch-black shells shot out instantly, and dozens of artillery pieces fired at the same time, instantly forming a dense artillery rainstorm, shooting towards Rayquaza head-on. However, facing all this, Rayquaza, who was perched in the sky, looked down with a pair of eyes that were still indifferent. The moment the two dragon whiskers moving with the wind touched each other, a thin figure walked out on the dragon head. Looking at this slightly unfamiliar figure, the pupils of everyone present, whether it was Perospero or others, could not help but shrink. This is the new member of the Blood Flag pirates who killed the celestial dragon Charislo 7 days ago in the Sabayati archipelago. He really came. Big News Morgans was the first to exclaim in surprise. No, it should be said that the Blood Flag pirates are really crazy. Facing the challenge of the 4 emperors, they actually sent a newcomer to the banquet. Is this a suicide mission? The hurried voice shook everyone's nerves again. Facing the Big News Morgans' comments, everyone also had a question in their mind. However, facing all this, Chinyu's face remained calm. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, his eyes suddenly turned and he spoke first. Is this the welcome ceremony for the 4 emperors? It's really disappointing. Rayquaza, give him a grand fireworks display and a grand opening ceremony. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, hitting the depths of everyone's soul. Before they could react, Rayquaza, who was entrenched in the void, flashed a gleam of light in his indifferent eyes. Roar! The sound of the dragon roared like thunder, and the huge body swung violently. Facing the crushing shells, Rayquaza was the first to soar into the sky. The strong wind it brought directly pierced through the accumulated lead clouds in the sky. The shells that were chasing in the sky paused in the void. The next moment, the faces of the shells that were endowed with souls showed a look of astonishment. The soaring Rayquaza stopped in the void. The bloody mouth suddenly opened, and a dazzling light accumulated wildly in the mouth. Dragon Meteor! Bang! The crazy accumulated power exploded in an instant. Like a sharp arrow, it rushed straight into the sky. Bang! The dazzling golden light exploded in response, like fireworks disintegrating. Before everyone could react, it turned into a torrential rain and poured down below. In an instant, a tide of meteors filled the sky, tearing through the sky like tearing the void. With a crushing attitude, it enveloped the Caucosia island below. The first move must be a big move. Seeing the sudden scene in front of them, the people present were stunned at first, and then suddenly woke up. In their eyes, Chinyu's appearance as the character template of Ulquiorra, the new member of the Blood Flag pirates. It was beyond their expectations. Now it is even crazier, taking the lead in the Totland Sea ruled by the Big Mom pirates. It is not a big move if you don't make a move, but once you make a move, it's a big move. Chapter 933 Not even as good as a pet. Boom! The sky was full of meteors, like fireworks blooming, with a posture that cuts through the sky, directly covering the entire Caucosia island. The speed is so fast that people have an illusion of being overwhelmed, waiting for everyone to react. The attack had already rapidly magnified in the pupils, and the sound of breaking through the air was endless, which directly awakened the people who were in a trance. Well, what an arrogant guy! You dare to attack the territory of our Big Mom pirates, you are declaring war on us. Perospero was the first to roar. He clenched the candy scepter in his hand and stomped it down on the ground. Candy Sky Curtain! Bang! The fruit ability dormant in Perospero's body was detonated. The sticky syrup rushed out of his body. Directly with him as the center, a large wave of syrup was set off, covering the void of 500 to 600 meters in radius. It blocked the heads of the Big Mom pirates. Looking at the defensive posture that was so powerful as soon as he made a move. Everyone was shocked by Perospero's strength, and their expressions changed drastically. Because Perospero used the Devil Fruit ability in time to defend. However, the object of his protection completely excluded them. This behavior is as despicable as the failure of the first sudden attack just now, and now biting back. Scatter quickly, run quickly, otherwise we will be affected by the attack. They are all he is a lunatic. Why did he start a fight over a disagreement? Haha, this is big news. I thought it would take some time to be public, but I didn't expect the drama to start so soon. The scene suddenly became chaotic, and anyone with a little strength also frantically took action to protect themselves. Looking at the hundreds of meters of syrup sky that had just been propped up in the sky, the dragon meteors in the sky fell in an instant. Bang 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 bang! The violent air waves were lifted, and the dragon meteors that swooped down were like meteorites falling from the sky. With a huge force of 10,000 pounds, it poured down. The heavy syrup sky, like an iron shield, cracked with a spider web-like crack after a slight touch. Before Sparrow could react, the tear marks spread rapidly. With the dense meteors swooping down, the syrup sky, which was already shaky, collapsed in the next moment. Boom! The huge impact wave overturned a large piece of syrup. The residual power of the impact was even greater, and it quickly rushed towards Sparrow and others. Feeling this huge momentum, Sparrow and others' faces suddenly changed drastically. Electromagnetic thrust. A cloaked figure appeared in front of the incoming dragon meteors. The heavy iron spear in his hand burst out with a strong energy wave. Then, without any fancy moves, he thrust the spear forward. Boom! The electromagnetic waves accumulated in the spear exploded like a dry thunder. Under the violent lightning, the two attacks, which were no less powerful, collided head-on. Under the backlash of the explosion, the dust and sand directly covered Vinsmoke Judge and even Sparrow. Looking at this sudden scene, the expressions of the people who had just escaped the attack changed drastically. In their eyes, no matter how powerful Ulquiorra was, he was just a newcomer in the Blood Flag Pirates. What's more, this is the Totland Sea, the territory of the four emperors' Big Mom Pirates. A mere newcomer dared to act wildly here. Isn't that courting death? Get down here, you bastard! Syrup riot! Bang, bang, bang! Streams of syrup, like sharp arrows, pierced through the dust that rolled back all over the sky. It rushed towards the skybreaker with a speed as fast as thunder. It was so fast that it appeared dozens of meters away in just a few breaths. Looking at this sudden attack, the skybreaker's eyes were full of brilliance, and the huge dragon tail suddenly swung down. The strong wind flowed as fast as a hurricane, without any fancy, and swept out in front. Dragon's tail! Bang! The attacking candy spear shattered. The debris poured down to the island below like a rainstorm. Looking at Sparrow, the attack failed again. The crowd of spectators present, whether they were members of the Big Mom Pirates or other pirates attending the banquet, couldn't help but change their expressions. Looking at the Big Mom Pirates, Sparrow, who had a bounty of 700 million Baileys, could be ranked at the top of the group. However, now facing the Blood Flag Pirates, that mere pet, in a short confrontation, was directly at a disadvantage. Who would believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes? However, at this moment, what they most wanted to know was how strong Ulquiorra, who fell from the sky with his feet on a dragon, could be. As a newcomer, where did his confidence come from? Steaming explosion. Demon attack. Two deep shouts were heard in the dust. The hot air rolled back like a hurricane, overturning the dust. The magic lamp summoned by Charlotte Conti took the lead and knocked the candy crumbs falling from the sky. The chaotic scene gradually calmed down. Sparrow, who was in the ruins, had long since disappeared from his face. When he looked at Rayquaza and Chin Yu, there was a hint of resentment. In the original work, Sparrow was the most ambitious son of the Big Mom Pirates. When the pirate ship led by Charlotte Linlin broke into Wano country and forcibly boarded the natural danger, it was kicked away by Jin, the head of the three disasters, and fell into the sea, and his life and death were unknown. Sparrow publicly declared his ambition to take over the Big Mom Pirates. This time, facing the Four Emperors Alliance, the arrival of the Beasts Pirates, and the matter of dealing with the provocation of the Blood Flag Pirates. As the eldest son, Sparrow, who was not even shortlisted for the 4 stars, took the lead in holding this tea party. In order to declare his own strength and status in the Big Mom Pirates, to pave the way for his future ambitions. However, Sparrow never thought that after a little contact, everything presented in front of him subverted his cognition. The feeling of being at a disadvantage in a face-to-face encounter made him feel that he was not even as good as a pet. When he thought of this, Sparrow clenched his hands suddenly, and a trace of cruelty appeared on his face. He looked up suddenly. He saw the thin figure standing steadily on the dragon head. However, before he could react, Vinsmoke Judge, who had just helped, was the first to shout. Yang Ji, if you don't do it, when will you wait? Chapter 934. A trainee crew member with a high starting point. Yang Ji, if you don't do it, how long do you want to wait? The rapid shouting sounded without any warning. As soon as these words fell, everyone's nerves were instantly tensed. The moment before, Ulquira, a new member of the Blood Flag Pirates, appeared in a powerful posture from the sky. Perospero took the lead in attacking, and the series of fights that took place seemed very cumbersome. However, it did capture all their attention. For Germa 66, whose strength should not be underestimated, except for Vinsmoke Judge who suddenly came to help and showed goodwill to the Big Mom Pirates. The other Germa members were obviously ignored in public. Now Vinsmoke Judge's sudden action not only surprised everyone. What was even more shocking was that Germa 66 took action when Perospero failed. Does it mean that they have completely shown goodwill to Charlotte Linlin, who is optimistic about Germa 66? If this guess comes true, it means that the impact of the alliance of the four emperors on the world will be further enhanced. Once something happens at the banquet, even the pirates and the so-called underground kings will need to take sides in advance. Newcomer, your strength is good, but you can only blame yourself for being too arrogant and daring to come to the banquet alone. If you stay in the sky, others may be helpless against you, but it does not mean that our Germa's technological power cannot deal with you. The arrogant tone sounded without warning. Two ghostly figures shot out from the heavy leaden clouds. The speed was so fast that they came to 7 or 8 meters behind Qin Yu in the blink of an eye. The fiery red cloak rolled up a large piece of flames and strong winds, and the blue electric light came across the sky with an impact posture. As soon as the two of them made a move, their disguises and cool attack methods instantly attracted everyone's attention. However, when their eyes fell on Qin Yu, his calm and indifferent face once again tensed their nerves. Facing Qin Yu's seemingly incapable action, an absurd thought flashed through their minds. Is this disdain to attack? Puff! The piercing sound of the air sounded without any warning. Two black shadows who were hiding somewhere appeared in front of Qin Yu first. Facing the fierce attack, without any fancy moves, they suddenly attacked. Rain kick circle break. Finger gun red lotus. One punch and one kick, under the rapid coverage of the armed color domineering, instantly increased a fierce and unparalleled momentum. Wherever they passed, the air was penetrated, stirring up invisible ripples, and directly collided with the attacks of Vinsmoke Yangji and Nizi. Boom! The violent air wave exploded, and the hurricane rolled back like a tide. Flames were splashing, and lightning was shooting. However, the two figures who appeared behind Qin Yu one step ahead gave people a feeling of standing still like an iron tower, standing still. On the other hand, Vinsmoke Yangji and Nizi, who were in the void, were directly overturned by the reverse air wave and fell more than 10 meters away. After balancing the body again with the help of the jets on his feet, he looked up at the two uninvited guests with a livid face. Yes, they are under the command of the world government, and are known as the strongest CP9 members in the history of SIFA Island. How could they appear here? Big News Morgans, without any warning, screamed in surprise. His eyes were wide open, and his face was full of disbelief. Once these words fell, let alone the crowd of spectators. Even the king of the underground forces, the members of the Big Mom Pirates, and even CP0, are hiding in the deepest part of the underground world. Stussy, known as the Queen of Fun Street, also had a drastic change of expression. In their eyes, Escanor, who was offered a bounty of 1.5 billion Baileys and was titled the Sin of Pride, personally subverted the island of Silpha. CP9, known as the strongest shield, is even more unknown, and his whereabouts are unknown. I never thought that when he appeared again. It was to block the knife from the back of the newcomer of the Blood Flag Pirates. Good, very good, it turns out that the Blood Flag Pirates are colluding with the world government. No wonder a mere newcomer is so confident that he dares to come to Torrent alone for a banquet. Vinsmoke Judge was the first to be unable to hold back and roared angrily. Not long ago, he accepted the commission of the 5 elders of the world government to pursue and search for the whereabouts of the Blood Flag Pirates. However, now CP9 suddenly stood on the same front as his target, which undoubtedly touched his nerves. However, as soon as these words fell, Vinsmoke Jiaji's expression could not help but stagnate, feeling confused. Sure enough, Germa 66, after leaving the North Sea, can't make any big waves at all. Let alone your sons, even you are not worthy of fighting with me, a newcomer. Qin Yu said calmly. To deal with a short-sighted guy like you, the trainees on the ship are enough. However, if you want to surrender, I don't mind being more lenient than Charlotte Lingling, that crazy woman, and recruiting all of you Germa 66. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing in the four directions of the sky for a long time without being able to dissipate. Looking at Rob Lucci and Keiku, who seemed to respond to these words, behind Qin Yu, they walked out again. The amount of information in this scene is too much. The meaning expressed in the words is too crazy. No. It should be said that it is too crazy. Not only did he say in public that Germa 66 was not worthy of a newcomer. He even called CP9, which is known as the strongest shield of Sifa Island, a trainee crew member. Does this mean that it is impossible to join the Blood Flag Pirates and become a newcomer without more unique skills? The most important point is that the Blood Flag Pirates also want to recruit Germa 66. Does this mean that the two sides have reached a deliberate confrontation and are in a situation of no end? When they thought of this, everyone's eyes turned and locked on Qin Yu. Facing this, from the beginning, they didn't care at all, and they were still thinking about whether there would be newcomers from the Blood Flag Pirates who would attend the banquet. At this moment, they felt like they were the center of attention. With the help of the high-starting apprentice crew member of CP9, his status is undoubtedly rising. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the field, Qin Yu's face has been calm for a long time, and his eyes fell on Vin's Mokjiaji. Without any fancy, he suddenly looked up at the sky. Chapter 935 Give you a chance to surrender. Qin Yu's inexplicable behavior instantly tightened everyone's nerves. Without time to think about it, everyone's eyes turned and looked far into the sky. The moment they saw it, the dazzling light bloomed like fireworks. Boom! A series of lightning snakes like a silk thread exploded in the heavy lead cloud. Under the violent thunder, Qin Yu and Rayquaza were directly covered. Accompanied by the rolling thunder, the dazzling lightning filled the entire sky, making people unable to open their eyes. Perospero couldn't help laughing first. Zeus, you're here just in time, shoot him down quickly, and come down to fight us if you dare. Facing Qin Yu, who stood on the top of Rayquaza from beginning to end, like an indifferent spectator, overlooking the whole scene. Perospero's heart was filled with great urgency. A moment ago, he was completely at a disadvantage in the fight with Rayquaza. The feeling that he was not as good as a pet made Perospero eager to get back at Qin Yu. However, these messy thoughts just flashed through his mind. An unexpected and plain voice sounded again. Were you talking about me just now? The space fluctuated, and the black cavity was torn apart. Three figures walked out without warning and landed behind Perospero. The sudden move, like an invisible hammer, directly shook everyone's nerves. In their eyes, facing Zeus, who was lurking in the leaden clouds and accumulating the power of thunder, in such a sudden situation, he should be able to deliver a swift and fatal blow. However, the three figures that fell from the sky in a weird way undoubtedly overturned their cognition. Facing this deliberate attack, Qin Yu was able to remain intact. Some guys with strong strength first flashed an absurd idea in their minds. Brother Perospero, he should have the top observation haki and the ability to predict the future. An unexpected voice suddenly sounded. While the nerves of the people present were tense, Perospero and others turned their eyes and locked on the person who came. Yes, it's Charlotte Katakuri, the leader of the four generals, who has a bounty of 1,570,000,000 berries. It's rumored that he has 3 colors of haki, and his attainments are so strong that he has never lost in his life. And, his observation haki, I heard that he has the ability to predict the future at any time. The quick exclamation shocked many people in the field again. Most people who have stayed in the New World will play with 2-color haki. The ability to detect life reactions as a means of warning has been regarded as a symbol of strength by them. In the sea of the New World, there are even rumors that if you don't even have haki, you don't have the right to live in the New World. However, this method that makes them proud, at this moment, in front of Katakuri, seems to be a bit of a show of skill. There may be many strong people who can sense the future in this sea, but it is necessary to be able to easily sense it at all times. Katakuri is probably the first person in the existing plot of the original work. However, what they care about most at this moment is that Katakuri regarded them as Ulquiera, the newcomer of the Blood Flag Pirates, as soon as he opened his mouth. He was praised to the level of someone who could predict the future. If this is true, does it mean that the threshold for newcomers of the Blood Flag Pirates is a bit too high? It is so high that even most people present may not be able to compare with it. It seems that the main course can't help but come out to breathe, but this sneak attack is a bit underestimated. Looking at Katakuri who suddenly appeared, Chinyu looked up at the sky with the same expression. Rayquaza, stop playing, go bathe in lightning when you have time. Bathing in lightning? The inexplicable words made the nerves of everyone present tense again. In the playful lightning that suddenly appeared in the sky, the huge black shadow swung violently again. Roar! The sound of the dragon's roar instantly overwhelmed the thunder in the sky. The huge dragon body swung, directly defeating the teasing arc of lightning in the void. It seemed that he could not escape in time and was instantly covered by the fierce attack. At this moment, the posture presented in front of everyone was not only not injured, but also gave people a feeling of being more energetic. This strange scene seemed to really confirm the words of bathing in lightning. Facing this sudden fierce sneak attack, it was completely like taking a slightly numb bath. What an arrogant kid, you actually came to the tea party I held. I really admire your courage. The low voice sounded without any warning. There was an undisguised smile between the words. Looking at the sky, in the heavy leaden clouds, there was a huge figure like an iron tower standing on the back of Zeus. Many people's pupils suddenly shrank. Even Perospero's face changed drastically. Mom, why are you here? Aren't all the things here handed over to me? Not long ago, Perospero promoted and consolidated his position in the Feast of the Four Emperors Alliance. Unfortunately, he patted his chest and promised to show his power this time. Originally, the appearance of Chinyu had disrupted his overall plan. Now even Big Mom appeared in person, and directly took away the dominant power in his hands. Humph, Perospero, if it weren't for the fact that you are my son, this queen would punish you now. Charlotte Lingling glared and shouted angrily. The core combat power of the Big Mom pirates is connected by blood. However, facing these dozens of sons and daughters, for Charlotte Lingling, they are more like a fighting tool. It's not like there haven't been cases where someone kills someone when they're not satisfied. Mom, I'm sorry. I just didn't expect Ulquiorra to show up, so he caught me off guard. If you give me another chance, I can definitely take them down. Perospero explained hastily. Humph, no, stay aside and watch. Charlotte Linlin snorted coldly, and then a hint of fanaticism flashed across her face. She looked at Rayquaza and said, Kid, if it was someone else who trespassed into my Wangwo and attacked randomly, I would have killed him with one knife just now. But for this strange bug of yours, I'll give you a chance to surrender. Chapter 936 Stay or Die. Strange bug? Chance to surrender? At this moment, the small voice seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing between heaven and earth, and it couldn't be dispersed for a long time. Looking at Charlotte Linlin, the smile on her face and the unquestionable taste between her words. It feels as if it is as easy as taking something out of a bag. Anyone who knows the Big Mom pirates and Charlotte Linlin's bad reputation will definitely hear that she has a strange habit of collecting all kinds of races. Rayquaza in front of him, and Ulquiorra wearing a half-bone mask and dark green pupils, giving people a sense of alien race. It is undoubtedly what Charlotte Linlin wants. The invitation that came out now is not too surprising. What's wrong? Are you hesitating? Charlotte Lingling laughed and said, Don't forget, once I and Kaido's bastard alliance, it means that your blood flag pirates will face 2 Four Emperors. In this predicament, the world government, which has already declared war on you, will definitely not stand idly by, and there will be no shortage of actions to add insult to injury. Once other people attack together, your so-called blood flag pirates will become the target of public criticism, and will be exterminated if you are not careful. Charlotte Lingling paused, opened her right hand with a large emerald ring, and patted the floating Primologius on her side, like the sun, and said, Boy, I know you are a smart man, not to mention that you look like a rare species in this sea, not in my 10,000 nations. I'll give you a chance. If you surrender and join my army, I'll let you inherit the position of the 4 generals, which is second only to me in power. 4 generals? One word stirred up 1,000 waves. The expressions of the people present suddenly changed. In their eyes, the conditions offered by Charlotte Linlin were more attractive than the newcomer Ulquiorra was in the Blood Flag Pirates. At least, in the 10,000 kingdoms, he was second to none. For a moment, thousands of eyes in the field turned and locked onto Chinyu. At the same time, Morgans, who had already prepared for the big news, still turned on the Den Den Mushi live broadcast as usual. Facing the attractive offer offered by Charlotte Linlin, they were eager to know what choice Ulquiorra, who was just a newcomer in the Blood Flag Pirates, would make. Sorry, I'm not interested. Qin Yu said lightly. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to turn into an invisible heavy hammer, hitting everyone's soul. It made their pupils shrink suddenly. Even Deifu and others had a sudden change of expression. Looking at Charlotte Lingling, the smile on her face gradually froze. Charlotte Conti was the first to shout, "Crazy! That kid is simply crazy. He dared to reject his mother's invitation in public. Doesn't he know that this action is a dead end? As a member of the Big Mom Pirates, he is also Charlotte Linlin's biological son. They have always lived in fear of Charlotte Linlin and know exactly what she has. No. It should be said that in this sea, anyone who has heard of the evil reputation of the four emperors should be in awe of Charlotte Linlin, the crazy woman. Once the words don't agree, the next thing that will happen is probably a soul questioning. Well, very good, what an arrogant guy." Charlotte Lingling, the frozen smile on her face, showed a hint of grimness, and then raised her big hand. She was standing hundreds of meters high in the air, and in full view of everyone, she jumped down. The huge body, like a small iron tower, cast a huge black shadow, completely covering the people below. The awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air along the way gave people an illusion like a depth charge. When everyone reacted, Charlotte Lingling, who fell from the sky, was only a short 20 to 30 meters away from Qin Yu. Facing this close distance, Qin Yu's expression remained the same, and he looked up slightly. The huge body belonging to Charlotte Lingling, like a meteorite, slammed heavily to the ground. Boom! The dull collision sound echoed on the huge dock. The huge impact force caused the ground under his feet to be shattered in an instant, spreading a large area of spider web cracks. The huge waves of sand and dust rolled back in all directions. Charlotte Lingling, with her eyes wide open, looked down at Qin Yu, who was 12 or 13 meters away. An inexplicably oppressive aura quickly enveloped the entire dock, with Charlotte Lingling as the center. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the field, whether it was Perospero and others, or even some people who knew Charlotte Lingling's methods, their faces suddenly changed slightly. They knew clearly that once Charlotte Lingling's favorite things made her angry. Then, I'm afraid that what she is best at will be staged. Little ghost, you dare to reject me in public, you are really brave. Charlotte Lingling stared with her eyes wide open, a grim smile flashed across her face, and she said sternly, "But I'm not the kind of person who bullies the younger generation. Now I'm going to play a game with you. If you want to leave me alive, you must participate in the soul roulette. Let me extract your soul and inject it into the roulette. If you lose your hands and feet, you may still have a chance to leave alive. But if it's about lifespan, I also want to know how much lifespan you have to bet with me." At this point, Charlotte Lingling's smile became more ferocious. She laughed and said, "Now, you can't refuse. Not only are the people present watching, but also the people of all forces in this sea are no exception. Now, give me an answer. Stay or life? Stay or die?" The stern voice, like thunder, echoed on the huge dock. The unquestionable taste in the words not only shook the soul, but also changed the expressions of the major forces who had just seen this scene through the live broadcast of Den Den Mushi. Everyone's eyes turned and locked on Qin Yu, with an inexplicable urgency on their faces. They were eager to know whether Ulquiera, a new member of the Blood Flag Pirates, could be as tough as ever in the face of the four emperors. Feeling the gazes from all around, Qin Yu's expression remained calm. He nodded slightly, looked directly into Charlotte Linlin's eyes, and said, "Life." The word was spoken, like thunder across the sky. The faces of the eager spectators at the scene changed drastically in an instant. Not to mention the members of the Big Mom Pirates, even Charlotte Linlin, who is one of the four emperors, froze in an instant. Chapter 937 If you can't get it, destroy him. Life. The word fell, like thunder, hitting the depths of everyone's soul. Looking at Qin Yu's calm expression, and Charlotte Linlin, one of the four emperors, and even the shocked expressions of the people present, it seemed out of place. In their eyes, choosing the gamble of life, everyone is unyielding, and there will be this answer in their hearts. However, having the answer in mind is one thing, and whether you have the courage to say it out when you know that you will die is another thing. Haha, this kid is really crazy enough, but if you want to blame, you can only blame him for being too naive. Anyone who sees his mother's means will die. Perospero licked the lollipop in his hand and laughed teasingly. But this is also just right. In front of everyone, and through the live broadcast of Den Den Mushi, let everyone on this sea see with their own eyes the terror of my mother. The majesty of the 4 emperors cannot be challenged. The rolling voices echoed on the dock. Facing the first to speak and break the scene, Qin Yu refused in public, and the slightly depressing atmosphere. And the words just expressed, whether they knew the inside story or not, or the people and forces who were completely unclear. The nerves were tightened again. At this moment, they were eager to know what the life gamble that was praised by Sparrow and even Charlotte Linling talked about was. Little ghost, have you really thought it through? If it weren't for you being a rare race, I won't keep you. Charlotte Lingling spoke again. Qin Yu's expression was calm, he raised his head slightly and said, let's start. These 3 simple words, like a heavy hammer, shook everyone's mind. The decisiveness between the words made Charlotte Lingling's face suddenly pale, and she shouted angrily, okay, very good, you are worthy of being a madman from the Blood Flag Pirates. Today I want to tell you a truth. Arrogance is very good, but if you are arrogant without sufficient strength, you will definitely die. Since you don't want to stay, then I want to see if your lifespan can withstand your gamble. Buzz. As Chang's voice fell, the air around him stagnated for a moment. The next moment, an inexplicable huge aura, like a raging tide, quickly rolled back with Charlotte Lingling as the center. For a moment, the huge dock, the entire space, fell into darkness in full view of everyone. The inexplicable fear, like an invisible big hand, hit the depths of everyone's soul. At this moment, everyone present had a thought in their minds that their souls were throbbing. It was as if the souls in their bodies had turned into balloons and would float away at any time and anywhere. The strange feeling made their nerves tense to the extreme. They didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly looked up at Charlotte Lingling. The first thing they saw was the clothes that fluttered without wind. The round eyes of the bull seemed to turn into a white whirlpool at this moment, spinning rapidly. Stay or life! Stay or life! The hoarse voice exploded like thunder. At this moment, it seemed to turn into an invisible spear, striking the depths of people's souls. It gave people a taste of great soul-penetrating power. As long as they were here and witnessed this scene, they would inevitably feel a trace of inexplicable throbbing in their hearts. And this trace of throbbing, accompanied by the rising of the terrifying aura on Charlotte Lingling's body. The throbbing in the heart, like a seed planted, quickly sprouted and grew, and occupied the entire mind in an instant. The spectators present only felt a shock in their souls, and the black shadow that emanated from Charlotte Lingling's body gathered like the phantom of the god of death. Facing the 4 emperors' attack, everyone present almost cracked their eyes. They were eager to see what was so horrifying about the terrifying means that were widely circulated by the outside world and highly praised by Sparrow. It appears. This is the soul questioning method that my mother possesses. It can ignore all defenses, directly interrogate the target's soul, and harvest despair. Sparrow was the first to shout out. Big news, Morgans, why don't you take a clearer picture quickly? This 45-degree angle seems to be the most suitable for live broadcasting the moment when this arrogant guy dies. As long as you stand in this position, you will definitely be able to see the desperate expression of the arrogant newcomer. Chang's voice echoed on the dock. Facing Sparrow's strong invitation, Morgans woke up from his trance and subconsciously looked at Qin Yu. However, the scene he saw, facing the breath that was like a raging wave, Qin Yu's expression was still calm and indifferent. His eyes looked straight, and he seemed out of tune with the aggressive momentum in the field. It felt like Qin Yu was like a clear stream on the battlefield, making people puzzled. When he looked up again, Qin Yu's plain words rang in vain. Life. Life. Hesitating a word. The already extremely oppressive atmosphere was further fueled. Facing the legendary soul-torturing method, the choice Qin Yu showed at this moment was like a heavy hammer, subverting their cognition. Looking at that face that had been plain for a long time, Charlotte Lingling's expression was extremely gloomy, and she laughed angrily, saying, very good, since I can't get it, then I will destroy it and let no one get it. You don't want the power and status given to you, but you choose death. You are so stupid. Go to hell. The soul-piercing voices rang out one after another. There was an unquestionable taste of judgment between the words, which stretched the nerves of all the spectators in the field, which had already been tense, to the extreme again. Hurry up and watch, don't blink, this newcomer of the blood flag will die in despair. Sparrow laughed hideously and teasingly. As soon as these words fell, Charlotte Lingling's eyes widened again at this moment, and the vortex in her eyes turned even more wildly. With her eyes wide open, a terrifying soul storm exploded with Charlotte Lingling as the center. The big hand with emerald rings on it, like a millstone, stretched out to Qin Yu without any fancy moves under the gaze of everyone. Boom! The air along the way seemed to be pierced. The short distance of more than 10 meters gave people a feeling of being within reach. The soul storm that rolled back and crushed over in the sky completely enveloped Qin Yu in an instant. Chapter 938 What's there to fear about a mere 4 emperors? Boom! The low roar of the air was simply endless. The huge soul storm crushed and hit the depths of everyone's soul. In their feeling the soul is shaking, as if about to burst through the body. Charlotte Lingling's outstretched hand suddenly stopped in midair. That domineering and unparalleled posture, and the ferocious smile on her face. At this moment, there was also a trace of inexplicable stiffness. Facing this sudden and strange scene, the onlookers present, and even the family members such as Sparrow who knew the soul questioning as a killing move. Their faces were full of stiff expressions, and they looked at Qin Yu as if they had seen a ghost. At this moment, they saw Qin Yu, who was originally regarded as a dead end by them. Facing Charlotte Lingling who was close at hand, the calmness on her face was the same as always. There was no despair and fear on her face as they imagined, and there was no gesture of soul leaving the body. The calmness revealed under that calm and indifferent expression was completely incompatible with the bragging of Sparrow just now. The huge dock, for a moment, fell into an inexplicable dead silence. There was a hint of astonishment in the eyes looking at Charlotte Lingling. Feeling that the atmosphere in the field was changing, Charlotte Lingling, who was in a trance, suddenly woke up. The cheek full of stiff expression, the next moment, had a hint of inexplicable urgency, and while looking at Qin Yu, he roared again. Stay or life! The hurried voice sounded again. However, compared with just now, there was undoubtedly a hint of inexplicable anxiety between the words. Charlotte Lingling, the big hand reached out to Qin Yu again. With the appearance of this reenactment, the eyes of all the spectators in the scene turned again and locked on Qin Yu. They were eager to know, facing the strongest soul attack method that Charlotte Lingling could ignore any defense. What went wrong in the link? It would not have any effect on the newcomer in front of them. Unfortunately, as time went by, whether it was the faces of the onlookers or the family members such as Sparrow, even Charlotte Lingling's expression gradually became stiff. Her face was full of disbelief. No, it's impossible. Why didn't his soul leave his body? Could it be that a mere newcomer of the Blood Flag Pirates didn't have any fear when facing his mother who was one of the 4 emperors? Sparrow was the first to mutter. After this, the originally silent dock was in an uproar. Is this true? Charlotte Lingling's soul questioning failed. The newcomer of the Blood Flag Pirates faced the 4 emperors alone without any fear. This is big news. Big news, Morgans exclaimed. Charlotte Lingling's stiff expression twitched again, and she roared angrily, it's impossible, it's totally impossible, I will definitely be able to take out your soul. Stay or life. The roar was like thunder, tearing the sky and the earth one after another. The fruit ability dormant in Charlotte Lingling's body was pushed to the extreme by her at this moment. Like a volcanic eruption, it brought a stern crushing smell and rushed towards Qin Yu. However, facing this terrifying momentum, Qin Yu, who had a calm face, stood still. It gave people the feeling that he was like an iron tower, and even the 4 emperors could not shake it at all. The invisible storm still turned into a vortex, enveloping Qin Yu. Unfortunately, as time passed, everything in front of him seemed to be frozen. Facing the astonished gazes of everyone, Qin Yu finally moved. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he raised his head, and his voice, which was almost indifferent, sounded again with a sense of preaching. Charlotte Lingling, you are just one of the 4 emperors. How could I, the executor of the orders of God Ulquiera, be afraid of you? If this is all your tricks, then today's so-called tea party is not even worthy of my presence. The plain words, at this moment, simply gave people a feeling of infusion of magic sound, and instantly annihilated the soul-questioning power of Charlotte Lingling that enveloped this world. Facing one of the 4 emperors, the queen who is known as the ruler of the sea. They never thought that someone would dare to say such crazy words in public. In their eyes, Charlotte Lingling, who is like the queen of all nations, is one of the strong men born in the rocks pirates. The power of anger will wash thousands of miles of blood. Anyone who faces the means of soul questioning should be reduced to fish on the chopping board and must die. Unfortunately, at this moment, the scene before their eyes completely overturned their cognition. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would believe that one of the 4 emperors, the queen of the Big Mom pirates, Charlotte Linlin, would capsize in the gutter. Mom, this. Sparrow couldn't help but speak again. However, this time, before he could finish his words, Charlotte Linlin was the first to confront him, with eyes full of madness. Without any fancy words, he grabbed the pirate hat on his head with his right hand and roared hysterically. What a bastard kid, even if the King of Heaven comes today, I will kill you. Napoleon, wake up quickly. With a stern roar, a pair of eyes appeared on the hat originally worn on Charlotte Linlin's head without warning. While blinking quickly, it seemed to be given life. It can be said that as long as people who are slightly familiar with Charlotte Linlin, can clearly know. She has the ability of the superhuman soul fruit. She can harvest the souls of any living organisms and inject them into other objects, and have the ability to give them life. Among them, the 3 homies are Charlotte Lingling's strongest trump cards. They are Zeus, who controls the power of thunder and lightning, and Prometheus, who controls the power of fire. The last one is the Emperor's sword Napoleon, which has the strongest weapon destructive power. Now the means of soul questioning is invalid, and Qin Yu joked that it was a trick. There is no doubt that Charlotte Lingling completely ran away. The pirate hat on her head was flying in the void, and the snow-white blade was swallowed and spit out in full view of everyone. It gave people a feeling like a shark knife. As the handle fell, Charlotte Lingling, who was furious like thunder, reached out and caught Napoleon in her hand without any fancy. As her 5 fingers clenched suddenly, the stern roar sounded again. Napoleon, use the Emperor's sword and kill him with one move. Chapter 939, as tenacious as a cockroach. Bang! Prometheus, who turned into the sun, flashed a teasing smile on his face, and then a large piece of flames burst out all over his body. The blazing flames rolled back like a tide, as if turning into a huge fireball. However, this was just the beginning. As the flames surged, the Napoleon giant blade in Charlotte Lingling's hand went straight into the sea of fire. Puff! Endless flames spewed up, and the snow-white blade was quickly entangled by the flames. It was like a sharp blade bathed in flames, exuding a creepy smell. However, before everyone could react, Charlotte Lingling suddenly clenched her 10 fingers on both hands, her eyes widened. The vortex-like eyes suddenly turned and locked onto Qin Yu. Without any fancy moves, the giant flaming blade in hand slashed down towards Qin Yu. Boom! The blade came out, stirring up a hot gale. Wherever it passed, the air was torn apart, and large ripples were stirred up. The short distance of more than 10 meters was reached in the blink of an eye. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. Seeing Charlotte Lingling fighting again after a disagreement, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. Charlotte Lingling's personality is weird. Now, in front of everyone, she used the soul-questioning method that was boasted as godlike, but it was ineffective in public. It can be said that this result undoubtedly gave her a feeling of being slapped in the face. However, at this moment, facing Charlotte Lingling's sudden attack, they were more concerned about what means this newcomer, known as the Blood Flag Pirates, would use to deal with it. However, facing all this, Qin Yu's indifference made Charlotte Lingling's expression more ferocious, and she roared again. Damn little devil, die! Emperor sword! Puff! The speed of the slashing increased by several points, and the intention to kill as soon as possible was completely revealed. Whether it was the spectators present or the people watching this scene through the Den Den Mushi live broadcast. Facing this attack, even the spine was chilled. However, this idea just emerged in their minds. The first scene that caught their eyes shook everyone's nerves. Qin Yu, who had been as immovable as a rock in the face of the soul-questioning method, finally moved. Looking at the fierce slash coming towards him, he raised his head suddenly, and his right hand quickly covered the armed color domineering. At the same time, the flowing cherry blossoms quickly wrapped around like flowing water. Formed a second method that looked like a spring wrist guard. The remaining unique steel skin that was possessed by Vastad was also pushed to the extreme by Qin Yu in an instant. After finishing all this, the Emperor's sword, which was coming towards him and wrapped in blazing flames, was already within reach. Looking at this attack with a posture of 10,000 pounds, his pupils enlarged. Qin Yu did not have any fancy tricks, and reached out in front of everyone. Yes. Everyone was not wrong. In their eyes, the attack launched by Charlotte Lingling was domineering and unparalleled. Whether he could take it or not, he still needed to think about it in his heart. He never thought that Qin Yu's counterattack would be even more amazing. Looking at this calm posture, even Charlotte Lingling's expression became stiff again, and the hysterical roar rose again. "Arrogant person, go to hell!" Boom! A knife fell and collided with the outstretched arm without any hesitation. The thunderous sound of the collision suddenly echoed, and the violent air waves turned into a hurricane and rolled back. The blade wrapped in flames was caught by Qin Yu with one hand. Under the huge impact force, the crackling sound of domineering electric arcs burst out at the center of the collision, and the low sound of gas explosion was endless. In an instant, the accumulated lead clouds in the sky evolved into a change of color, as if stirred by a pair of invisible big hands. The ground around the center of the collision between Qin Yu and Charlotte Lingling seemed to be overwhelmed. The cracks like spider webs spread out in response, and the huge estuary pier seemed to be shaken by an invisible big hand. However, compared with the signs of the massive attack around and Charlotte Lingling's thunder-like means, Qin Yu, who was fighting against it, shook everyone's reaction. Nerve. Looking at the shocking scene in front of him, even his eye sockets were about to burst. Blocked, blocked, the newcomer of the Blood Flag Pirates blocked the attack of the four emperors Charlotte Linlin with one hand. A voiceless exclamation sounded suddenly. The people who were in shock and lost their minds suddenly woke up. Looking at the burning blade, the arm covered with armed color domineering and Ryu Sakura was only slightly bent. And the slightly tense muscles all over the body. Qin Yu's expression was even more relaxed. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that all this is true? Facing the dignified four emperors, it gives people an illusion of being as tenacious as Xiao Qiang. No possibility, this is my mother's emperor sword, a newcomer like him can't block it at all. Sparrow muttered like a demon. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, falling in the field, directly hitting the depths of everyone's soul. Even Charlotte Lingling, one of the four emperors, was no exception. The pair of eyes covered with vortex patterns suddenly widened. A hysterical hideousness flashed across Charlotte Lingling's face, and then she roared again. "Damn kid, I'm going to kill you!" Steel balloon. Buzz. The blade shook without warning, and the muscles of the hands holding the handle suddenly bulged like balloons, full of explosive power. The next moment, the finger bones cracked, and the roar dissipated. The big knife clenched in Charlotte Lingling's hand burst out with a stronger flame impact force. Unparalleled strange power. Boom. The huge impact force was released. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows, and the rock layer under his feet was the first to be unable to bear it, and it collapsed at the same time. The right arm that was blocking was slightly bent. A stinging feeling came from the palm of his hand. Immediately, in the eyes of the crowd of spectators, Qin Yu, who was as tenacious as a cockroach, was finally knocked out. Boom! The distance of hundreds of meters was reached in the blink of an eye. In full view of the crowd, it hit a pirate ship full of pirates, anchored at the estuary, and eating melons. Bang! The dozens of meters-long pirate ship was broken in half. Under the shock wave and hurricane, the hot flame power attached to the Emperor sword instantly ignited most of the pirate ship. Some pirates who did not have time to escape and disperse were directly overturned dozens of meters above the sea under this domineering and unparalleled impact. Became food in the mouths of sea kings. Chapter 940. An uninvited guest came. Boom! The huge impact force was vented like a frenzy. The huge sea surface even raised huge waves, which rushed in all directions. The blazing flames rose on the ship. The dozens of meters-long pirate ship was directly broken into two pieces. The pirates who were originally on the ship had no time to think about it, and they all withdrew and fled in a hurry. After all, this was a battle involving the four emperors. They didn't dare to gamble. What would Charlotte Linlin do if she went crazy? Haha, this is the real strength of Mom. Mom was just playing just now. Sparrow laughed first. Did you see it? The end of being arrogant in front of Mom is to be killed in one blow, either dead or seriously injured. A mere newcomer of the Blood Flag Pirates is just like this. The rolling voice was deliberately opened by Sparrow at this moment and loudly proclaimed. Thinking of the scenes that just happened, he wanted to spread it desperately. However, facing this sudden reversal, everyone present, whether pirates or family members of the Big Mom Pirates, together with the people of various major forces who saw the Den Mushi, they couldn't help but stare at the burning broken pirate ship. They were eager to know what would happen to the guy who seemed to be arrogant the moment before. At the same time, in the Navy headquarters, Sengoku and other naval generals were also in the meeting hall, watching the Den Den Mushi broadcast without saying a word. It can be said that as the top force in this sea, even without the broadcast of the big news morgans, the Navy headquarters has the ability to know everything that happened in the 10,000 kingdoms. However, they never expected that the newcomer of the Blood Flag Pirates would not only risk his life to accept the invitation, but also give such a crazy and subversive answer. He even took the thundering blow of Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors, with one hand. If you don't trademark to see it with your own eyes, who would believe that a mere newcomer in this world could be so crazy? However, compared to the shock of others, Sengoku, who is known as a wise general in the headquarters of the Navy, is most concerned about only one issue at this moment. If even Ulquiorra, who is a newcomer in the Blood Flag Pirates, can face the 4 emperors head-on, does that mean that the core members, such as the Skeleton Demon, the Prideful Sin, and the One Punch Man, have hidden strengths? Moreover, whether this suddenly emerging Blood Flag Pirates has other members and other issues, has even touched their nerves. Marshal Sengoku, according to the report from the spies stationed outside the Wanguo, from the Grand Supervisor of the Impel Down City Barrett, the devil descendant who walked out of the prison and is now imprisoned on the 6th floor of the Infinite Hell, is heading to the Caucasia Island. A Navy soldier rushed in quickly. What, that lunatic actually went to join in the fun? Is he looking for trouble with the Blood Flag Pirates? Or is he planning to cause trouble at the tea party? Zhang Guo's face changed slightly. In front of him, facing the means and strength displayed by Ulquiorra. But it completely overturned their cognition. It is precisely because of this reason that Zhang Guo is more eager to use the hand of Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors, to test the depth and bottom line of the Blood Flag Pirates. As for whether this newcomer of the Blood Flag Pirates can be killed, if possible, Zhang Guo is of course willing to see it. However, now suddenly a devil descendant Barrett, who is said to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Pluto Rayleigh and has the strength of a top strong man, has emerged. If they are not careful, they may directly break their painstakingly prepared plan. Zhang Guo, don't worry, we have already asked someone to deal with Barrett's matter. Elim's voice sounded in the corridor without any warning. Looking at the 5 elders who appeared in the Navy headquarters like ghosts and completely silent, Zhang Guo's expression stagnated, and he said in a deep voice, Elim, you said that you have appointed someone to stop it. So, how many things have you hidden from me? You should know that any negligence will lead to a big mistake. The stern voice echoed in the meeting hall for a long time. Looking at the cold-faced Sengoku, the faces of the Navy generals who stayed on the scene changed suddenly. They knew clearly that for this test of the Blood Flag Pirates, the Navy headquarters had sent out all the elite. If there is any carelessness, the damage caused may make the Navy headquarters unable to recover. Humph, Sengoku, how I do things has nothing to do with your Navy headquarters. Don't forget that you are just the face of our world government. Elim snorted coldly. You. Sengoku was angry all of a sudden, and gritted his teeth and said, okay, very good, I will see if you are really confident that you can catch the Blood Flag Pirates in one fell swoop. Humph, a bunch of scoundrels who hide their heads and show their tails, for me, it's just a piece of cake. Ilium snorted coldly. They underestimated that crazy woman too much. They sent a mere newcomer to the banquet. Now they have failed to provoke her in public. If those guys really want to save their face, I believe they will come out. Now, you just sit here and watch the show. Barrett will naturally be stopped by someone, and anyone related to the Blood Flag Pirates will be caught in one fell swoop. Looking at Elate, who was full of confidence and made a final decision. The expressions of the naval commanders present could not help but change slightly. Facing Elate's statement, if things really developed as he said, they who stood on the side of justice would definitely not mind. However, when they thought of the Blood Flag Pirates, they felt unpredictable. It undoubtedly made them nervous. Subconsciously, they set their eyes on the Den Den Mushi. Looking at the burning pirate ship, the scene they saw made their pupils shrink suddenly. Look, there are people in the sea of fire. Someone exclaimed, and everyone's nerves were tense in an instant. Even Ilium, who had been talking nonsense the moment before, did not have time to think about it, and hurriedly followed the line of sight. The first scene that caught his eyes also made his pupils shrink suddenly. His eyes were wide open, and his eye sockets were almost cracked. On the pirate ship covered by flames, a figure like bathing in a sea of fire walked out slowly in full view of everyone. The next moment, the face was filled with indifference, and with a slight glare in his eyes, a violent wave of air exploded with Qin Yu as the center. The flames burning all over the ship were directly blown away by the strong wind and scattered in the world. Chapter 941 You Really Hurt Me. Bang! The flames covering the pirate ship were dissipated like a raging tide. Finally annihilated on the sea. The broken pirate ship, on the ruined deck. A thin figure with an indifferent expression was the first to appear in everyone's eyes. Looking at Qin Yu, who was in the sea of fire, and was unscathed, he walked out slowly, his shoulders shaking, as if he was relaxing his muscles. He was the first to shake everyone's nerves. Recalling the domineering and unparalleled slashing that Charlotte Lingling had just performed. And the posture shown by Qin Yu in front of him simply gave people an illusion of incompatibility. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that all this was true? Especially in the eyes of Sparrow, who didn't forget to brag a moment ago, it hit his soul directly, and he hurriedly shook his head and muttered. No possibility, you have endured the strange and unparalleled Emperor's sword, absolutely no possibility, nothing will happen to you. As soon as these words fell, the gazes that fell on Qin Yu increased inexplicably. Without time to think, they all looked him up and down. It was the same as what Sengoku and the others had planned. This time, in response to the invitation to the tea party held by the Four Emperors Alliance, the Blood Flag Pirates dared to send newcomers to the banquet. Many people and forces present also wanted to test the depth of the Blood Flag Pirates through Ulquiera. However, the scene before his eyes it makes people feel caught off guard. No, that attack just now really hurt me. It was really powerful and could break my multiple defenses. Qin Yu suddenly raised his head, raised the palm of his right hand, and said, "Look, the bleeding hasn't stopped yet." The inexplicable action instantly attracted everyone's attention. Especially the wound Qin Yu mentioned, which made them tense up all of a sudden. At least, under this situation, the only trace of self-esteem in their hearts would not allow a newcomer to take the attack of the Four Emperors unscathed. At least, before they could do it. Chaotic thoughts flashed through their minds. When thousands of eyes in the field were locked on Qin Yu, the scene was simply a shame. Looking at the wound on Qin Yu's palm, which was like a hair, oozing a trace of blood and rolled up the skin. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that this was a wound in the battle. You are provoking Mom. Sparrow shouted angrily, completely breaking the silence in the field. Shut up! Charlotte Lingling reacted suddenly and roared in shame and anger. The huge hand like a banana, without any fancy moves, directly swung towards Sparrow. Bang! Under the huge impact, Sparrow was blown away like a cannonball. The speed was so fast and the power was so great that the chocolate watchtower was smashed in front of everyone. The dull collision sound echoed, and the ground collapsed. Brother Peros. Daifuku, who had been waiting beside him, hurried forward. However, he was quickly stopped by Katakuri. As for the shock felt by others, Katakuri had obviously used his super strong observation haki to predict some results. He caught Qin Yu walking out of the shattered pirate ship full of flames with a glimpse. But he never expected that Qin Yu would be unscathed. Most importantly, Katakuri found that his observation haki, which he had honed to the extreme, fell on Qin Yu, as if it was a bit broken. He could not perfectly predict the future that would happen to Qin Yu. It was as if there was a big hand in the dark, messing up the results he got. However, just as these messy thoughts flashed through his mind, Katakuri raised his eyebrows and shouted in a hurry. Everyone enter the combat state, there is an uninvited guest, uninvited. Uninvited guest? The expressions of the people present suddenly changed. Faced with Katakuri's confusing words, most of them could not react for a while. In their eyes, Qin Yu, a new member of the Blood Flag Pirates, challenged the majesty of Charlotte Lingling, one of the Four Emperors, and was not at a disadvantage at all. It can definitely be considered an uninvited guest. In this case, if there are other people coming. Who is this person? Look, there is something flying in the sky. The sudden exclamation sounded without any warning. Everyone's tense nerves were once again moved. Thousands of eyes turned in unison, looking far into the sky. However, with this glance, the black shadow that was originally flying over quickly enlarged in the pupils. The originally blurred outline became clearer quickly. Looking at the rapidly shortened distance, many people cried out in surprise. It's a pirate ship, someone threw a pirate ship over. The cry of surprise completely broke the atmosphere in the field. Looking at the rapidly approaching ship, many people's faces were even more horrified. In their eyes, being able to throw a pirate ship over at such a long distance, This method completely subverted their cognition. At least, the person who can do all this is definitely not a simple person. You are a hiding guy who dares to attack. Are you a dog of the blood flag pirates? Today, I will see what you can do to get out of my Wanguo. Charlotte Linlin roared. The 10 fingers of both hands clenched Napoleon in her hand again. The violent aura exploded without reservation this time. The inexplicably suppressed breath, like a tide, spread rapidly with Charlotte Linling as the center. Under the round and ferocious eyes, Napoleon, with his hands clenched, burst into a rapid sound of the knife. A trace of purple light surged on the blade. Without any fancy, in full view of the public, he slashed at the attacking pirate ship. Elbaf's spear Waguo. Buzz. As the knife came out, the whole space shook violently. The purple beam, after the slash, tore through the air and headed straight for the approaching pirate ship. Boom! The violent air waves exploded like a tidal wave. Under the rolling ripples, the attacking pirate ship of dozens of meters was pierced and smashed. The remaining power of the purple slash, without slowing down, went straight to the accumulated lead clouds in the sky. Bang! The explosion sounded again, and the accumulated lead clouds were pierced. The purple light turned into fireworks and dissipated between heaven and earth. It gave people a gorgeous and dazzling feeling. Chapter 942, It's not that you can become stronger just by having a loud voice. Bang! The thunderous explosion rolled and dispersed, and the huge air wave rolled back like a tidal wave. The pirate ship, which was tens of meters long, was torn into pieces and scattered on the sea. The purple sword aura bloomed like fireworks, illuminating half of the sky. Looking at the lead cloud that was piled up in the sky and torn into a huge hole. The onlookers present, and even the people who watched this battle through Den Den Mushi, also changed their expressions drastically. They were indeed surprised that the 4 emperors had exerted the power of a sword to such an extent. However, what they cared more about was the guy who threw this huge pirate ship from a distance. This is Totland, the territory of the Big Mom pirates. If they are not careful, they will provoke the anger of the 4 emperors and bring about a fatal disaster. Or is it really like what others, even Charlotte Linlin, thought? The visitor is one of the 3 main generals of the Blood Flag Pirates. You hiding your head and showing your tail, get out of here. Today I will let you see with your own eyes, the newcomers of your pirate group are torn apart in public, the feeling of powerlessness. Charlotte Linlin held the Napoleon tightly in her hand, and the last trace of purple sword energy wrapped around the blade dissipated. With a gloomy face, she looked around and shouted in a deep voice. Not to mention, in Charlotte Linlin's eyes, even other people, at this moment, had the same idea in their hearts. At this critical juncture, the only one who dared to interfere with this feast and take this trip to the muddy water was the Blood Flag Pirates. However, just as this thought came to his mind, Qin Yu, who had always been calm, patted the dust on his body and spoke again, "Sorry, did you misunderstand? I am enough to deal with you bunch of jumping clowns. That guy has nothing to do with our Blood Flag Pirates, and he is not qualified to be a core member." At this point, Qin Yu turned his eyes and fell on the sea in the distance, saying, "Barrett, since you are here to join in the fun, why don't you come out? Do you want me to treat you?" Barrett? The simple name exploded in everyone's mind. In the face of this period, after the Impel Down prison was breached, the sea became increasingly active, and the deeds and strength of the top strongmen in the past in the Great Pirate Era. But they were turned out one after another. What's more, in their memory, Barrett dared to be so arrogant and interfere with the Tea Party. Only Douglas Barrett, who was once praised as the descendant of the devil and was on par with Pluto Rayleigh, the right-hand man of the Pirate King. Now, suddenly, he appeared at this critical moment. He was even denied by a mere newcomer of the Blood Flag Pirates. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would believe that all this is true? Bang! Before everyone could figure out the clues, a dull air explosion sounded on the sea in the distance. At the same time, a large amount of water splashed like a wave. A black shadow, like a cannonball, rushed out at a high speed on the sea. Each step fell, spanning 100 meters. As the number of steps fell increased, the distance rushed out gradually increased. Wait until everyone reacted. The onlookers present finally saw clearly that this iron tower figure wearing a military uniform and blood-red skin was 1,000 meters away. With a big step, the sea surface exploded like a depth charge. With the splash of water, Barrett jumped out again, and the whole person rushed straight towards Qin Yu like a cannonball. A distance of 1,000 meters, under this kind of explosive power that is almost extreme, is just a few breaths. Looking at that reddish-brown cheek, full of playful smiles. Barrett clenched his 5 fingers on his right hand suddenly, and when he appeared in front of Qin Yu, he smashed it out without any fancy. What an arrogant kid, it's a bit to my taste. Why don't you die under my fist and become a stepping stone for me to return to the new world? Boom. A punch. The fist, as big as a millstone, with a posture of 10,000 pounds, quickly enlarged in Qin Yu's pupils, and even blew up Qin Yu's bangs on his forehead. However, facing this heavy punch with a posture of 10,000 pounds, there are many eyes from all around. Qin Yu still raised his right hand slightly and reached out to catch it. Bang! The violent air wave overturned directly. The pirate ship, which had already been broken under his feet, finally shattered. The huge impact force not only shattered the place where Qin Yu landed. It also raised a large wave, taking away everyone's vision. When the water splashes all over the sky dispersed, the scene that came into view again shook everyone's nerves. In the vacuum zone that appeared on the huge sea surface, Qin Yu's figure was quietly suspended in the air. On the contrary, Barrett kept stepping on the moon step to stay in the air. The huge fist was blocked by Qin Yu's palm covered with armed color domineering. Even the 4 emperors can't kill me, let alone you. Qin Yu's expression was still indifferent. He looked up at Barrett and said, some things can't be improved by having a loud voice. If you also want to declare war, I don't mind turning you into a warm-up exercise object. The small voice, at this moment, was like a magic sound, echoing on the vast sea, and it couldn't be dispersed for a long time. Not to mention the spectators on the dock, even the members of the Big Mom Pirates and even Charlotte Linlin herself looked slightly changed. Especially, after hearing the last words that Qin Yu said, they couldn't react. Crazy. This is too crazy. Facing Barrett's sudden attack, perhaps these words can be vaguely passed. But the moment before, Charlotte Lingling, one of the 4 emperors, had fought with Qin Yu again and again. The last emperor's sword was really hot. However, now Qin Yu opened his mouth and told them that this was just a warm-up. Moreover, the warm-up is not over yet. If you don't hear it with your own ears, who would be willing to believe that all this is true? If Barrett, who is praised as being on par with Pluto Rayleigh and known as the descendant of the devil. Perhaps there is still a certain gap between him and the real 4 emperors. But Charlotte Lingling, who just fought with Qin Yu, is a real 4 emperors. If even this level of fighting can only be praised as a warm-up. That Ulquiera who was crowned as the new member of the Blood Flag Pirates. What level of strength did he reach? Or was he just being stubborn? When they thought of this, everyone's eyes turned and locked onto Barrett and Charlotte Linlin's faces. Faced with this crazy talk, they were eager to know how the two would react. Chapter 943 I was also chosen by God. The huge dock fell into an inexplicable silence. Thousands of eyes, and even the various forces in the Den Den Mushi live broadcast, were all tense by the scene in front of them. It can be said that before Qin Yu appeared, the name Ulquiera. In the eyes of most people, he was just a new member of the Blood Flag Pirates. Faced with the strong invitation of the 4 emperors to the banquet, they never thought that this newcomer would really appear. However, when this newcomer really appeared, the means, courage, and arrogance displayed were totally inconsistent with the identity of a newcomer. Under these various factors, they were a little suspicious. Is it because their vision is too narrow? Or is it that the threshold for newcomers of the Blood Flag Pirates is too high? Kid, you are really arrogant enough. It has been a long time since anyone dared to say such words in front of me. Barrett was the first to laugh fiercely. You didn't seem to be at a disadvantage in the battle just now, but your biggest reliance is probably your amazing defense, which will keep you from being at a disadvantage for a while. I'm sorry, I was tired of this method 20 years ago. What matters now is that attack and defense coexist, which is the way of the strongest. The ferocious smile on Barrett's face became even more intense, and he said, Kid, although you are arrogant and dare to challenge me, your temper is also very much to my taste. Why don't we join forces first to bring down the 4 emperors, and then fight to the death? As Chang's words fell, they instantly shook everyone's nerves. Faced with this unexpected proposal, everyone's expression changed drastically. Even Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors, was no exception. In the Grand Line and even in the New World, Barrett, the descendant of the devil, did scare many people. However, this does not include Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors. In her eyes, Barrett has always been able to play only a slightly difficult role. If it were in normal times, Charlotte Linling would have already fought with him and slapped Barrett away. However, Charlotte Linling's goal now is to capture Qin Yu, a new member of the Blood Flag Pirates, or even kill him. In this way, she can lead to the people related to the Blood Flag Pirates and catch them all in one fell swoop. She never thought that Barrett would appear in the middle of the process. If Qin Yu really agreed, he would join forces with Barrett. A difficult person and a newcomer with an unknown background, the degree of difficulty is not as simple as 1 + 1. If you are not careful, Qin Yu may take the opportunity to escape. Chaotic thoughts popped up in everyone's mind one after another. Facing Barrett's sudden proposal, all eyes turned and locked on Qin Yu, with a hint of inexplicable urgency in their eyes. I want to know whether Qin Yu will be lack of confidence and agree to join forces. Sorry, you are not qualified to join forces with our pirate group. Qin Yu said lightly. What's more, is a mere 4 emperors worth it? If you care, you should care about why red-haired Shanks, who locked his aura on you at that moment, came. The indifferent words are still mixed with endless arrogance. However, what makes people more concerned is the last sentence Qin Yu said. Red-haired Shanks. As one of the 4 emperors, known as the Master of the New World, he also appeared in the New World at this moment? When I think of it, Qin Yu took the lead in revealing Barrett's identity a moment ago. Now this inexplicable speech undoubtedly adds a bit of persuasiveness. Red-haired kid, you are here too. Charlotte Lingling's expression changed slightly. It can be said that in her eyes, the tea party held today should have been directly pushed aside by her tough hand. However, the scenes before her eyes completely overturned her perception. This is her territory, Wangguo. She should have dominated everything in this territory, but everything went against her will. Right now, she couldn't even take down a new member of the Blood Flag Pirates, and she was in danger. A devil descendant Barrett. If another red-haired Shanks with unknown intentions really appeared, this completely weakened her home advantage to the extreme. Thinking of this, Charlotte Linling's eyes suddenly widened, and a trace of ferocity flashed across her fat cheeks. The violent domineering and even the observation domineering in her body were madly urged to the extreme. Boom! The powerful breath was detonated, like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, and rolled back. On the huge dock, some pirates who were unable to dodge and were not mentally prepared were washed by this sharp and unparalleled domineering aura, rushing straight into the depths of their souls. While the mind was roaring, the eyes widened, foamed at the mouth and fainted, and fell heavily to the ground and fainted. Hundreds and thousands of pirates seemed to have become leaks, and were directly harvested in large areas. The violent and surging breath quickly swept across the coast and spread to the huge estuary. Wherever it passed, the sea kings lurking in the sea were directly affected. Looking at the approaching momentum wave, Barrett's face flashed a hideous smile, and said, "Little boy, I admire your arrogance, but I forgot to tell you that those who can become truly strong are all chosen by heaven and have the posture of a king. I am one of them." Boom! The scarlet domineering aura exploded with Barrett as the center. The huge power dormant in the body rolled back like a wave. It collided with Charlotte Lingling's domineering aura without any difference. Bang! The thunder-like explosion sound was simply endless. The crackling arc of domineering collision splashed out. For a time, the sea surface presented a red and purple aura collision situation. Feeling this suffocating aura collision, on the dock, the pirates who had just escaped Charlotte Linling's domineering aura fell into a state of struggling to hold on. The competition at this moment is not only about mental shock. It is also about the hurricane that has been set off, giving people a sense of a 12-level impact. Facing this 1 in a million, the domineering posture of the chosen one. It has obviously refreshed the cognition of many people. Barrett, can this be regarded as a capital for showing off? Qin Yu spoke again indifferently. If this thing is also worth showing off, I'm sorry, I just happened to be chosen by God. As the voice fell, Qin Yu's face was full of calmness, and a hint of sharpness suddenly appeared. The first change in expression emerged, and everyone's nerves were tensed one step ahead. Before they could react, a black domineering aura like a demon shadow, like a volcanic eruption, exploded on Qin Yu's body. Chapter 944 Is he really a newcomer? Boom! The black and dark domineering aura exploded like a raging tide. In the collision of the red and purple auras, a hole was torn out. With a posture that penetrated the heaven and earth, it rushed straight to the sky. The huge impact force broke the lead cloud. Let the clouds roll back to the surroundings like air waves. Feeling this terrifying momentum and amazing posture, the elite pirates who had been struggling to support the domineering collision between the two strong men. Facing Qin Yu, the sudden explosion, the pupils contracted at the same time. Before he could react, the whole person was like being hit by an invisible heavy hammer in the head, and he foamed at the mouth and fainted. Hundreds and thousands of people fell heavily to the ground. However, facing this scene that affected innocent people, the expressions of those who were able to stay in the scene changed drastically. Looking at Qin Yu, who was still hanging in the air, there was a trace of disbelief on his face. In their eyes, the role Qin Yu was playing now was Ulquiera, the new member of the Blood Flag Pirates. Originally, his strength had already made people feel caught off guard. Now he has emerged, one in a million, and has become the owner of the Conqueror's Haki chosen by God. This is undoubtedly beyond their cognition. No. It should be said that the new members of the Blood Flag Pirates must be the owners of the Conqueror's Haki to join the group. The most important point is that in their memory, everyone who has appeared in the Blood Flag Pirates. It seems that they also have Conqueror's Haki. No way, you can't be the owner of Conqueror's Haki. Charlotte Linlin's face changed, and she roared in a hurry. A mere newcomer can't be on par with our king. It can be said that after the tea party, everything Qin Yu showed has completely subverted Charlotte Linlin's definition of newcomers. If, even this last psychological defense line was occupied by Qin Yu. This is a bit difficult for Charlotte Lingling to accept. However, facing this questioning speech, Qin Yu's expression was calm. He raised his head suddenly and met Charlotte Lingling's sight without any hesitation, saying, "No, you should not be sad. I have good news for you. In the previous fight, you have the strength and qualifications. You have the qualifications to become a new member of the Blood Flag Pirates. If you are willing to join, I can introduce you." The huge dock and even the estuary, the collision of the reversed breath appeared a little stagnant. Facing these words that just fell, the expressions of everyone present were stiff. The moment before, Qin Yu gave a Barrett's evaluation, but he couldn't even cross the threshold of a rookie. Now, facing Charlotte Linlin, he was given the qualification to become a rookie. One is a strong man in the New World, and the other is one of the 4 emperors. The gap between the two may be justified. But letting one of the 4 emperors become a rookie? This is too arrogant. No. It should be a daydream. Hehe, worthy of being a rookie of the Blood Flag Pirates, his style of doing things is the same as others, which is hard to figure out. A hearty laugh suddenly sounded. A figure in a black robe walked out of a dilapidated pirate ship. With every step, the domineering aura lurking in the red-haired body exploded like a dam bursting. It turned into a raging tide and rolled back. In an instant, 4 domineering auras were caught in a melee, directly tearing this space into 4 parts. Looking at this sudden figure, everyone present was surprised. More importantly, Qin Yu's statement that revealed his identity was not groundless. This newcomer who claims to be a member of the Blood Flag Pirates may have extraordinary investigative methods. No. At this moment, there is an extremely absurd thought in their minds. Is he really a newcomer? Red hair, if you really come here, you will not collude with the Blood Flag Pirates to challenge me and Kaido, right? Charlotte Lingling's face sank, and she was the first to roar angrily. Don't blame me for not warning you in advance. We can survive in the Great Pirate Era, but you little brats can't compare. Don't think that you can really come here just because you have some means. As long as Kaido and I get serious, we can tear you apart at any time. The low voice, mixed with the taste of warning, echoed in the 4 directions for a long time and could not be dispersed. Facing the sudden appearance of Red Hair Shanks, even Charlotte Lingling, one of the 4 emperors, became impatient at this moment. A moment ago, facing Qin Yu alone, Charlotte Linlin said almost nothing about the alliance with Kaido, the king of beasts. However, now the appearance of Barrett, the descendant of the devil, and red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, suddenly intervened. This made Charlotte Linlin, who was also one of the 4 emperors and said she was not afraid, also lose her temper. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned and locked on red-haired Shanks. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with interest and said, "Red-haired, if I'm not mistaken, you are here to stop Barrett." Stop Barrett? Many people were confused, including Charlotte Linlin. At this moment, what they were most worried about was that Qin Yu and the 3 parties suddenly announced their alliance. Now, as soon as Qin Yu opened his mouth, he gave such a different answer, which undoubtedly subverted their cognition. Even Charlotte Linlin couldn't help but look at red-haired Shanks more. Feeling the gazes from all around, red-haired Shanks laughed dryly, touched the tip of his nose and said, "Brother Ulquiorra, you are just like Brother Saitama, you are hard to figure out. You even guessed my intention. However, since you have said it, why don't you give me some face and stop fighting? I believe it is impossible. But Brother Barrett, can you not interfere in the feud between the Blood Flag Pirates and the Beast Pirates for the sake of our past friendship? If even you, brother, force your hand, I am worried that this era will go out of control. At a certain time, I am afraid that many people will not sit idly by." The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing at the estuary for a long time without being able to dissipate. Looking at red-haired Shanks who asked for face again, Qin Yu did not feel surprised. In the original work, when Ace was publicly executed, red-haired Shanks did this once. Not only did he block Kaido's sneak attack, he also went to the top of the battle, asking for face and putting an end to the war. Now that he appears at this critical moment, the answer he gives is still the same. But it is precisely because of this that it is worth doubting. Chapter 945 Finally I can hurt him. Boom. 4 domineering auras present a separatist posture on the sea. Under the collision that is not inferior to any other, there are crackling domineering arcs splashing. Under this huge aura collision, even some pirates who think they are strong have turned extremely pale. Some even gritted their teeth and struggled to support. However, what they care most about is whether Red Hair and Barrett can reach an agreement. Otherwise, once they intervene, this sea may really go out of control. "Kid, you said I don't even have the qualifications to join the Blood Flag Pirates and become a newcomer." Barrett laughed teasingly. "Just now I was really planning to join forces with you to make a scene. But now I want to see what you are capable of, to become a newcomer that even I am not qualified to be." After saying this, Barrett's domineering aura disappeared in an instant like a tide. Losing a corner of the domineering confrontation, he ran away again, running wildly on the sea. Watching this scene, the tense expression on red-hair Shanks' face secretly relaxed, and the domineering aura he showed was completely restrained. He laughed and said, "Brother Barrett, I feel relieved with your words. I brought good wine this time to meet you." As he spoke, a huge bubble emerged from the deep sea not far away, revealing half of the huge hull. When everyone reacted, the coating of the hull of the red-haired pirates, burst, revealing Logie, Ben Beckman, and others. Seeing all the elite members coming together, the faces of the onlookers on the scene changed drastically. Even the members of the Big Mom Pirates had a trace of solemnity on their faces. A red-haired Shanks has made them feel exhausted. If all the members are in person, they may be overturned by the whole group if they are not careful. "Red-haired kid, I didn't expect you to come prepared," Charlotte Linlin said in a deep voice. "However, I hope what I said just now is true, otherwise if you make a move halfway and plan to take advantage, I will not be polite to you, and Kaido will not let you go." Bang! The huge momentum surged again. Charlotte Lingling's scrutinizing eyes were fixed on the red-haired man. "Haha, don't worry, I, red-haired, am the most trustworthy." Red-haired Shanks laughed. He took a step forward, stepped on the sea in mid-air, and headed for the Liveverse. Seeing this scene, Barrett also quickly followed. For a moment, the vast sea surface fell into an inexplicable silence. The originally tense atmosphere did not only not weaken because of the departure of Barrett and red-haired Shanks. On the contrary, as time went by, it seemed as if an invisible big hand clenched the heart. Everyone's eyes fell on Qin Yu intentionally or unintentionally. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the fidelity of the 5th character template Ulquiorra has increased by 10%, and the current fidelity is 50%. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, for confronting 2 of the 4 emperors at the same time, becoming the focus of the world, refusing to cooperate with the Devil's descendant Barrett, and obtaining a world turbulence value of 5,000 points, and the current turbulence value is. A series of system prompts echoed in his mind. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows. It seems that there is nothing wrong with choosing this stage this time. However, now the fidelity of Ulquiorra's character template has reached 50%. The distance, 60%, breaking the second limit, is only 10%. If, in the next battle, you want to brush out more world turbulence values and get out of it unscathed, the quickest way is probably to lift the third limit and let Ulquiorra gain more powerful strength. once again refresh everyone's cognition. However, to further improve the fidelity of Ulquiorra's character, the only way is to start with his extreme personality, the way he acts and fights. A mess of thoughts flashed through Chinyu's mind. In the dusty memory, countless thoughts flashed through, and finally the most important code of conduct for Ulquiorra, this character template, emerged. If this code can be used properly, Chinyu is confident that he can break through the last 10% to unlock the restrictions of the third stage. Damn kid, you dare to be distracted in such an occasion, I will destroy you today. Charlotte Lingling roared angrily, facing the retreat of Red Hair Shanks and Barrett. The confrontation between her and Chinyu has undoubtedly risen to a white-hot stage. However, at this critical moment, Chinyu was distracted. This is a naked contempt in the eyes of anyone. Emperor Sword. Bang! Charlotte Lingling took a step, and Zeus quickly shot towards Chinyu. The flames on the cold blade of Napoleon, which was clenched in his hand, surged again. The blazing flames were like a tide, and the burning momentum was even more intense than before. The short distance of several hundred meters was approached in the blink of an eye. Without any fancy moves, the Emperor's sword in his hand fell down with a forceful gesture. Feeling this terrifying momentum, Chinyu suddenly raised his head and exited the system. He raised his hand and blocked the sharp blade that was chopped down again. Looking at the action of retreating as before, the people present couldn't help but change their expressions slightly. In their eyes, if the slashing attack performed by Charlotte Lingling now is not the same as before, then the result is probably not going to change at all. This kind of battle without merit can be said to be extremely exciting for the same level of fighting. However, it fell on the four emperors and a self-proclaimed newcomer. Who is stronger and who is weaker? I am afraid the reputation will be one-sided. However, this thought just flashed through their minds. A hideous smile appeared on Charlotte Lingling's face. The thundercloud Zeus under her feet turned from white to black in an instant. The crackling lightning quickly spread to Napoleon in her hand. Little boy, you are too arrogant. You don't know that this is a sea that eats people. Charlotte Lingling's face was full of hideous smiles, and Napoleon, with her fingers clenched, changed his form again. Electric Firestorm Emperor's Sword. Boom! The lightning and the flames blended together. The blade transformed by Napoleon even tore into a sawtooth-like posture. It gave people the feeling that it was as hideous as the shark sword of the fishman Aaron. At this close distance, there was no fancy, and it chopped down towards Chinyu's raised arm. Puff! A straight chop, and then pulled again. The sword energy that was compatible with thunder and fire seemed to tear the entire sea surface apart directly. He showed an extremely sharp slashing posture. Under the blooming lightning and flames, in full view of the crowd, a stream of scarlet blood finally splashed out. As one of the four emperors, Charlotte Linlin was finally able to hurt him. Chapter 946 I'll teach you how to kill me. Puff! Scarlet blood, like a gusher, splashed out from the arm covered with domineering. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it was extremely annoying. The black steel skin was torn apart, and Chinyu's entire arm was directly cut off. It penetrated into the bones. The huge impact force generated by the blades pulling, like a raging tide, poured on Chinyu's body. The next moment, in full view of the crowd, Chinyu flew backwards towards the coastal pier like a cannonball. Boom! The lookout tower standing on the shore was pierced in response. The lightning wrapped around Chinyu directly ignited the buildings along the way. The short distance of several thousand meters was just a blink of an eye. By the time everyone reacted, Chinyu had already smashed heavily on a chocolate mountain that was as solid as steel. He smashed out a spider web-like cracked pit. The huge impact force made the land shake violently. In particular, looking at Chinyu's arm that was originally blocking, but now only half of the bones were connected, and it was dripping with blood. Everyone's face changed drastically. The moment before, Chinyu took the Emperor's sword head-on and did not fall at all. It simply subverted everyone's cognition. Now that Chinyu suffered such a heavy blow, they found a trace of inexplicable balance in their hearts. Haha, you are such an arrogant guy. This is my mother's true strength. You can only blame yourself for being too arrogant and daring to challenge my mother. Perospero laughed unscrupulously. Soon, he saw that he, who was a little embarrassed a moment ago and was knocked away by the ant, appeared from some corner and took the lead to be 70 or 80 meters away from Chinyu. He stomped the candy cane tightly in his hand on the ground. Syrup shackles. Boom! The cane fell, and the ground under Prospero's feet lifted up a large piece of syrup and attacked Chinyu across the sky. The short distance of 70 or 80 meters was approached in the blink of an eye. When everyone reacted, the syrup had already rolled down on Chinyu's body. Man attacked Prospero's sudden attack. Everyone present looked at Chinyu subconsciously after their expressions changed drastically. They were eager to know whether Ulquiera, the lunatic who had been so eloquent just a moment ago, who even ignored Barrett and treated Big Mom Charlotte Linlin as an equal to a newcomer, would be captured directly in this encounter. Bang! The syrup directly covered Chinyu's body. The sticky liquid quickly solidified into a steel-like solidity after a slight touch. All parts of Chinyu's body except the head were sealed. It gave people the feeling that he was like a human urn, and the only part that could move was the head. He was caught, the lunatic Ulquiera was caught, this is big news. Big news. Morgans quickly took out the notebook in his hand and recorded the details of what happened just now. Especially the arrogant conversation just now. Although the battle that happened just now was broadcast through Den Den Mushi. However, the scenes and dialogues that he watched could be forgotten in just a thought. We must record this epic-making battle, which was caused by the declaration of war between the Blood Flag Pirates and the Beasts Pirates. As one of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin of the Big Mom Pirates personally fought against the newcomer of the Blood Flag Pirates, the madman Ulquiera, in a classic battle. Only through written records can it truly be immortalized. Facing the ghostly howling of the Big News Morgans, the dazed spectators present also woke up one after another. Even the red-haired Shanks and Barrett, who had just stood firmly on the lifos, became a little stiff. After all, in their eyes, what Chinyu said the moment before was arrogant without limit. As soon as they left, this arrogant newcomer was knocked away and captured alive. For them, this slap in the face came too quickly. This attack is good, and the timing of the sneak attack is also good. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid they would really become fish on the chopping board, at your mercy. The plain voice sounded without any warning. The people in shock were once again pried into their nerves. After all, in their eyes, ordinary people could not be so calm in such a predicament like fish on the chopping board. Arrogant man, you don't have to pretend to be calm. My syrup shackles are as strong as steel. With your current injured state, you can't get out at all, unless someone comes to save you. Prospero shouted anxiously. Save me? Chinyu looked down at his injured arm calmly and said, are you talking about this injury and the syrup covering my body? I'm sorry, my vitality is the strongest in the group. I'll teach you how to kill me. If you want to kill me, it's useless to just use one knife. You have to cut me into pieces to be effective. The inexplicable preaching made the onlookers present stunned for a moment. Before they could react, the scene that came into view made people's pupils shrink suddenly. Chinyu's severed arm was seen, with bones clearly visible. Shocking buds spread out, and they quickly repaired themselves in full view of everyone. Whether it was the eerie bones, the flesh fibers, or the skin tissue, they quickly connected at a speed visible to the naked eye. When everyone came to their senses, they were shocked and happy just now, and finally broke Chinyu's defense with a sharp blow. They finally understood that Chinyu was not unable to dodge. It's just that with such a strong self-recovery ability, it's not worth it for him to dodge. You are an animal-type devil fruit ability user, and like Kaido, you have awakened the fruit ability. Prospero was the first to lose his temper. This kind of injury that is almost crippling with a knife, if it is placed on an ordinary person, it is impossible to recover in a short time. Even if it can be recovered afterwards, if there is no extraordinary medical skills, it is likely that the tendons and bones will be injured. It is impossible to recover as usual. However, the amazing recovery ability Chinyu showed now was as shocking as a magic trick. Faced with this extraordinary recovery ability, if you really want to fight him and kill him, I'm afraid you really have to cut him into pieces, otherwise Chinyu is invincible just by relying on his recovery ability. Brother Peros, stop talking nonsense, take this opportunity and kill him first. Deifu's roar suddenly sounded. Before everyone could react, he, wearing a red robe, jumped in front of Chinyu like a ghost. The giant naginata in his hand, while steaming hot air, stabbed towards Chinyu's chest without any fancy moves. Chapter 947 Who is more like a devil? Steaming stab. Boom. Deifu, who has the heat-hot fruit, made a move without any hesitation. While the fruit power was madly urging, the naginata in his hand was instantly heated to the extreme. The scarlet blade, like a burning flame, stabbed towards Chinyu's chest in full view of everyone. The syrup, which is said to be as strong as steel, was as vulnerable as paper under high temperature and was directly pierced. Without this layer of restriction, the scarlet blade directly pierced through Qin Yu's white clothes and pierced through his chest. Haha, what an arrogant guy, you are too arrogant this time. No matter how powerful a person's fruit power is, how abnormal his recovery ability is, if even his heart is burned, I will see how you can recover. Defo laughed grimly. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being too arrogant and becoming the dead soul of my men. The rolling voice echoed on the huge dock and could not be dispersed for a long time. Facing Defo's sudden attack, they were really surprised. However, as Defoku said, no matter how strong the recovery ability of the animal-type devil fruit ability user is, the location of the heart is still a flaw. If it is an ordinary assassination injury, it may be able to withstand it with amazing vitality, and recover through special means like Doflamingo. However, looking at the fiery red naginata in Defoku's hand, everyone present knew clearly. This blow fell, not to mention injuring the heart. I am afraid that even the heart can be burned alive. Sorry, I forgot to tell you that I don't have such a luxury as a heart. Also, don't take it lightly before you are completely sure that the enemy has no power to fight back. The plain voice still did not have any emotional fluctuations. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Yu suddenly raised his hand, and the green light, emitting a feeling of death, quickly condensed on his fingertips. The next moment, without any fancy, it exploded. Void flash. Boom. Green flashes of light, like lasers, spewed out from Qin Yu's fingertips. At such a close distance, not only the onlookers present, but even Defu had no time to react. By the time he came to his senses, the flashes of light had already vented on him like a raging tide. Puff. Scarlet blood spurted out from his chest. Under the huge momentum, Defu's whole body was thrown out like a sandbag. Accompanied by the shocking explosion, it seemed as if a gorgeous fireworks display was staged in the void hundreds of meters away. Defu. Perospero's face suddenly changed drastically. They had never thought that the seemingly stable advantage the moment before would change in an instant. Especially looking at Qin Yu, who should have been killed or seriously injured by Defu's sudden attack and pierced his heart with a knife. But he gave people a feeling of being a person without any trouble. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that all this is true? When they thought of this, not to mention Perospero, the eyes of many people present turned and locked on Qin Yu again. They were eager to know why Qin Yu was not affected by this fatal blow. Empty, there is a black hole in his chest, he has no heart. The exclamation sounded suddenly, like an invisible sledgehammer, hitting the depths of everyone's soul. Faced with these shocking words, no one could remain calm. When they saw everything clearly in front of them, their pupils shrank, and their faces were more incredulous. Who are you? What kind of person is this? No, you are not a person at all. What kind of creature are you? You are definitely not just a new member of the Blood Flag Pirates. Perospero cried out in horror. Facing Qin Yu's methods, strength, and body shape that were completely different from those of humans one after another. That was not what they thought a newcomer could do. You ask me who I am. Qin Yu patted the dust off his body, looked down at the hole that he was not used to, and said, "Didn't I tell you just now that I am not a human? If, to describe it in your human terms and cognition, I am a species beyond humans. You can call me a devil." Devil? The expressions of the people present changed slightly. Looking at Qin Yu, who seemed to be talking seriously, everyone couldn't react. Devil? Katakuri suddenly walked out of the crowd, stabbed the trident in his hand heavily into the ground, and said gloomily, "This is the first time I hear someone call himself a devil in front of me. I have actually been hearing this comment. Others regard me as an undefeated devil. So, I really want to know, who is more like a devil, you who call yourself a devil, compared to me?" Bang! With a big step, Katakuri's devil fruit ability was immediately pushed to the extreme. His feet turned into sticky rice springs, and were madly compressed to the extreme. The next moment, the thick rock ground under his feet seemed to be unable to bear the weight and cracked like a spider web. Katakuri made a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and shot towards Qin Yu like a cannonball. Everyone just felt a flash in front of their eyes. The short distance of hundreds of meters was shortened in the blink of an eye. The trident spear in his hand was quickly covered with armed color domineering. Without any fancy, he stabbed towards Qin Yu head-on. Stir! Boom! As the attack started, the air seemed to be torn apart and penetrated. With the help of his arms, he turned into a sticky rice spring to increase the explosive power of the attack. The swift thrust attack, under the rapid tearing and friction of the air, instantly splashed a large piece of flame. The original sharp thrust was further increased by the burning power of the flame. If the simple thrust just a moment ago was just a physical attack, then the trident with flames. It was another kind of magic damage. Feeling the oncoming heat wave, Chinyu looked up for a long time, and suddenly looked up at Katakuri's sight. With a flip of his right hand, the saber inserted in his waist came out of the sheath with a roar without any hesitation. I should have forgotten to tell you that I am still a great swordsman. One sword-style Dead Lion Song. Boom! The dark blade light bloomed on the blade. Before the blade was unsheathed, Katakuri, who was under the attack, suddenly changed his face. The red light was blooming in the depths of his pupils, and he obviously exerted his observation haki to the extreme, and caught a glimpse of the future in advance. Chapter 948 His knife was broken. Buzz! The dark blade flashed by. Katakuri's eyes were glowing red, and he pushed his observation haki to the extreme, and his expression suddenly changed. Without thinking too much, his body quickly turned to the side, tearing a long cut. Boom! The black light passed through Katakuri's body in the blink of an eye. The next moment, the rock layer under his feet was like paper, and a hideous crack extending to 100 meters away was torn. The huge impact force made everything along the way unable to withstand its sharp edge and was torn apart in an instant. The huge dock was filled with the sound of collapse. This is the Flying Sakura Slash. He is actually a great swordsman. Even the leader of the Big Mom Pirates who has never been defeated was defeated. Was he really hiding his strength just now? The exclamation suddenly sounded. Like a chain reaction, the spectators who were in a daze suddenly woke up. Seeing Chinyu showing a new talent again, the people present couldn't hold back. Especially seeing the wound on Katakuri's chest that tore from the shoulder to the abdomen, it was even more shocking. Shut up, all of you shut up! Charlotte Conti was the first to shout. Open your eyes and see clearly, this is Katakuri, who has super powerful means. Not to mention the slash just now, even any attack can't hurt him. The inexplicable words made the faces of the people in the field stagnate. Before they could react, they saw Katakuri, whose half-body was almost split in half. Under the eyes of the crowd, the body quickly squirmed, and finally healed and completely recovered. Is this the elementalization of the natural devil fruit ability? Loki, who was standing on the lifos, took a bite of the barbecue in his hand. No. Ben Beckman shook his head and spit out a puff of cigarette, showing a rare solemnity, and said, he is a superhuman, sticky devil fruit ability user. Don't forget that just now, when Ulquiorra performed the slash, he used the armed color domineering and Ryasakura. In this close situation, the natural devil fruit ability user has no time to perform elemental transformation. Take a step back, for example, even if someone can really use the elemental method in time, at this distance, he will probably be torn to pieces by the Ryasakura slash in an instant. The expressions of the people on the deck changed slightly. Ben Beckman did not say everything, but they were not ordinary people. They had been struggling in this sea for a long time, and a thought quickly flashed through his mind. Humph, I didn't expect that Katakuri, who had not set foot on this sea for a while, would actually hone his observation haki to this extent. Barrett snorted coldly. He can use his observation haki to accurately encounter the fragments of the future, use the ability of the mochi fruit in advance, and even transform his body to achieve the effect of natural elementalization. It seems that I underestimated him before. He is worthy of being the chosen one, a person with the domineering haki. At this point, Barrett's eyes turned in vain, locked on Chinyu and said, Katakuri, I have fought with him several times. His strength is indeed not as good as mine, but he has definitely been improving over the past 20 years. If this situation continues, the kid will be forced to reveal his identity as a great swordsman. I think he is at the end of his rope. It's time to end this battle. Barrett, who walked out of the 6th level of the Infinite Hell in the Impel Down prison, is now 46 years old. He is 2 years younger than Katakuri, who is 48 years old. One is the strongest of the younger generation of the Big Mom Pirates. The other is a junior who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Pluto Rayleigh on the ship of Pirate King Roger. The two of them will definitely fight on the sea. The people present also have no way to refute Barrett's evaluation. He can climb to the 2nd position in terms of combat power in the Four Emperors group. No one is a vegetarian. Ulquiera, your attack just now really surprised me. If I didn't have the means to predict the future, you might be able to win with one blow if it was another opponent. Katakuri's face was still gloomy. He looked up and said, but, unfortunately, the opponent you met this time is me. You should also know what will happen when the observation haki is honed to the extreme. In this state, I will be invincible. If you want to defeat me, I'm afraid you can't do it with your current level. You'd better surrender, devil. A deep voice echoed in the huge dock. There was unquestionable confidence between the lines, which made people feel that there was no way to refute it. Especially, hearing the word devil uttered by Katakuri. This was undoubtedly a mockery of Chinyu's previous boasting. Looking at Katakuri, who seemed to have already planned the battle, many people's eyes turned and locked on Chinyu. They were eager to know if even Katakuri, the leader of the three generals of the Big Mom pirates, could not be defeated. How would Chinyu, who was eloquent just now, deal with Charlotte Linlin's anger? How to retreat unscathed under the eyes of so many covetous eyes? Feeling the gazes from all around, Chinyu's face remained calm. He clenched the sharp blade in his hand and said, Katakuri, your confident look really makes people feel that you will win. However, sometimes, to win, you must not let your eyes deceive you. I haven't used my power for a long time, because I'm afraid that I might accidentally crush someone to death. Buzz. The crisp sound of a knife rang out without any warning. Facing Chinyu's arrogant words that were still indifferent. When everyone's nerves were pried again, the scene that first caught their eyes made their pupils shrink suddenly. The sword in his hand was broken. The inexplicable exclamation awakened all the shocked people. Looking at the cold blade in Chinyu's hand, it suddenly broke apart like a spider web crack. This strange scene made them confused. An inexplicable oppressive atmosphere enveloped the world without any warning. Bang 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 bang. It was as if the heart was beating suddenly, making everyone present in this inexplicable oppressive atmosphere. There was an inexplicable illusion that the heart was being grasped by an invisible big hand. Before they could react, a series of dark and ink-like forces quickly burst out from the broken blade fragments. Chapter 949, a section of the Black-Winged Demon. Seal it, Black-Winged Demon. Boom. The violent breath rushed out like a raging tide. The dark air wave was lifted up, and there was a feeling of rushing straight into the sky. The leaden clouds accumulated in the sky were pierced first. It also stirred up ripples like ripples, and quickly rolled back to the surroundings. Feeling this terrifying breath, Chinyu was completely submerged in it. The sudden weird scene was like an invisible hammer, hitting the depths of everyone's soul. The moment before, Chinyu showed his identity as a great swordsman, which had surprised them. However, this kind of surprise was still within the acceptable range. Compared with the huge momentum in front of them, it was simply unattainable. Brother Katakuri, if you delay, something will happen. Kill him immediately. Charlotte Conti was the first to roar. Both hands quickly rubbed the belt around the waist. As a large piece of purple mist rushed out, it quickly condensed into the clone of the demon. Without any hesitation, under the control of Charlotte Conti, it made a dignified sound of breaking through the air and swept across the black air wave. The huge naginata in the demon's hand was even swirling with cyclones. Slightly closer to the black light column, dozens of meters away. Without any fancy moves, the demon raised the naginata in his hand and chopped it down with a bang. Boom! A knife came out. The huge slashing sword energy of more than 10 meters tore through the air in an instant. The distance of dozens of meters was just a blink of an eye, and it was above the position where Chinyu stood at the beginning. Conti, get out of here, this is my battle, don't interfere. Katakuri's face sank. With a big step, like a cannonball, he shot out first. The speed was even faster than the violent slash. However, it was a deliberate move. The slashing blade in the demon's hand was obviously half a beat faster than Katakuri's. At this short distance, it was impossible to catch up in time. In this situation, let alone Charlotte Conti, all the spectators present, even Katakuri could only watch the attack fall. At the same time, a trace of inexplicable urgency flashed in the depths of their pupils. They were eager to know how far the strange scene before their eyes would evolve. When they thought of this, the nerves of everyone present were tense to remember, and their eyes were locked on the sharp slash. 20 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. Looking at the rapidly shortened distance and the black light column that had just been touched. The next moment, before they could react, their pupils suddenly contracted, and their hearts were suddenly tightened. The first thing that caught their eyes was a white arm that pierced out without any warning. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he reached out and grabbed the incoming sword energy. Then he exerted force with his 5 fingers. Bang! The huge sword energy of more than 10 meters collapsed like a spider web and dissipated between heaven and earth. The black light column that rose from the sky paused for a moment. A pair of black wings as black as ink suddenly spread out. A body that seemed to be integrated with the white clothes caught everyone's eyes first. At the same time, the black wings spread out behind him, the hideous white bone skull, and the hedgehog-like black hair added a few inexplicable cold and indifferent flavors to Ulquiorra's character template. The green tear marks on his eyes and face that quickly spread to his chin made the word devil that Chinyu had just mentioned added a few inexplicable real feelings. The most important point is that they felt a huge pressure from Chinyu that was several times stronger than before. If Ulquiorra gave them the feeling of an elusive and mysterious newcomer a moment ago, then Ulquiorra now gave them a strange feeling as if they were being strangled and suffocated. This is a qualitative leap. At least in their eyes, the feeling that Ulquiorra gave them was completely different. This is what he said about the devil's body. He really has been warming up and hiding his strength from the beginning. The exclamation sounded in the field, instantly tightening everyone's nerves. Facing the new posture and more powerful aura displayed by Chinyu, let alone the spectators present. Even red-haired Shanks and Barrett, who were drinking and watching the battle in the distance, changed their faces slightly. Especially, Charlotte Linlin, who was one of the 4 emperors and was known as the Queen of the Big Mom Pirates, and had fought with Chinyu one after another a moment ago. For her, the loss of the previous moment and the long battle. Chinyu now showed the so-called demon form. It was undoubtedly the loudest slap in his face. This slap was a slapping sound. When she thought of this, a trace of ferocity flashed across Charlotte Lingling's face. She knew clearly that where you fall, you should get up from there. Now Chinyu made her lose face in public. The only way was to kill him here as soon as possible. Tear up the demon body that he regarded as his confidence. Katakuri, get out of the way! Charlotte Lingling roared. Zeus, who was under his feet, burst into a thunderous sound and shot towards Chinyu. Looking at this sudden scene, Katakuri's face suddenly changed, and he shouted in a hurry, Mom, leave him to me, deal with him, I want to go alone. In the original work, Katakuri not only has the top combat power of the Big Mom pirate, the second in command. He is also one of the few remaining pirates with a sense of fairness. After the fight just now, he undoubtedly has a competitive heart. He can't wait to defeat this guy who calls himself a devil head-on. Katakuri, get out of my way! Charlotte Linlin roared angrily. Zeus, who was stepping on his feet, obviously exerted his speed to the extreme, and quickly swept across the sky. After barely brushing past Katakuri, the Napoleon in his hand once again burned with blazing flames, without any fancy. He chopped down at Chinyu head-on. Flame tornado slash! Boom! The blazing flames were detonated. The flames flew on the blade, tearing the air apart. With a huge momentum, he crushed towards Chinyu head-on. Feeling this terrifying attack, Chinyu's face, which was full of the cheeks with green tear marks, still looked indifferent. As his wings suddenly spread out, a small and indifferent voice came out again. Katakuri, I will teach you how to not have time to react even to the future. Turn. Chinyu took a step forward, and as the voice faded, the whole person disappeared from the spot like a ghost. Watching the slash like a fire tornado, it suddenly missed. While everyone on the scene was tense, Katakuri's expression suddenly changed drastically. Chapter 950 The Fatal Weakness of Predicting the Future. Kanti, run away quickly. The scarlet light in Katakuri's eyes surged to the extreme. This was a hint of his gesture when he used his observation haki. However, at this moment, facing Chinyu's strange words just now, Katakuri pushed his observation haki to the extreme. The light in his eyes was like blood. When the brief future flashed through his mind, he turned around and looked behind him without thinking too much. The first scene that caught his eyes was like an invisible hammer that shook Katakuri's soul. As his pupil shrank, a hand knife covered with armed color domineering had pierced Charlotte Conti's chest. Scarlet blood slid down the sharp fingertips like a blade. Looking at Charlotte Conti, her face was full of disbelief. It can be said that facing Chinyu's sudden attack, he instantly killed a strong man with a bounty of hundreds of millions. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe that this is true? Too fast, his speed suddenly increased several times. Is this the physical increase of the animal-type devil fruit ability user? Big News Morgans was the first to lose his temper. He quickly opened the notebook in his hand and quickly recorded it. However, the last paragraph written in his notebook shook everyone's nerves. Just now, Ulquiorra said that the way to defeat Katakuri, who is invincible, is to make the future too late to react. I am afraid that this is the scene in front of us. When a person's speed is increased to the extreme, exceeding the speed of a person's nerve reaction after predicting the future, it means that even if you can predict that the other party will kill you next, if you can't react in time, you will probably die. The hurried words and detailed analysis made all the spectators present change their faces slightly. For them, they are standing on the opposite level with the strong man who has the ultimate observation haki and can predict the future. In their eyes, this is already standing on the scale of defeat. If they are asked to choose, they will definitely choose to flee. I never thought that the method to crack the prediction of the future would be so simple, direct, and rough. However, just as this method is too simple. When I heard these words, my brain immediately judged that I would. But how many people can actually do this? It can be said that this battle has exposed the fatal weakness of predicting the future. Little devil, you dare to kill my people, go to hell, fire in the sky. Charlotte Lingling roared. Boom! The blazing flames poured down from the sky. The huge flame beam directly blocked Qin Yu's distance of 100 meters. In Charlotte Lingling's eyes, it was obvious that she was going to use this posture to trap Qin Yu's speed. Mom, be careful behind you. Katakuri's eyes were red, and the trident earth dragon in his hand burst out with unparalleled momentum. As the sticky rice on his arm was compressed into a spring posture. The next moment, with the dignified sound of breaking through the air, the speed of the earth dragon increased to the extreme, and it quickly rubbed against Charlotte Lingling's back. Boom! As soon as Qin Yu's figure emerged, he felt the sharp energy brought by the earth dragon. However, facing this latecomer, he used the power of the devil fruit to increase his attack speed to the extreme, so as to make up for the slow pace of predicting the future and the slow speed. Qin Yu did not stop at all, and his figure flashed again. He only left a residual image at the original place and appeared on the other side of Charlotte Lingling's body. In this slight delay, Charlotte Lingling's attack missed again, and a ferocious look flashed on her face. Taking advantage of this opportunity to breathe, she swung her big hand and slapped Qin Yu directly. However, as soon as this thought flashed through her mind, Charlotte Lingling's attack had not yet landed. The first thing that caught her eye was the dazzling white light in Qin Yu's hand. The high-intensity spiritual particles, under crazy compression, instantly turned into a white sword blade that revealed a soft light like moonlight. However, the aura exuded was like an invisible big hand, tightening everyone's heart. Without any fancy moves, he looked at the hand that was as big as a millstone. Qin Yu threw it forward without any fancy moves. Moonlight sword. The white lightsaber was not used for slashing. It fell into Qin Yu's hand and became like a javelin. This almost crazy move completely overturned their understanding of the great swordsmanship that Qin Yu had shown just a moment ago. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would be willing to believe that this scene was real? Mom, be careful. Katakuri's expression froze, and he also felt unexpected. After his attack missed, Katakuri saw that Qin Yu had been forced to retreat successfully, and a hint of joy did emerge in his heart. However, when he saw Qin Yu condense the moonlight sword, he had once again frantically pushed his observation haki to the extreme. He had gone through the fighting methods of the great swordsman in advance, in order to maximize the time of foreseeing the future. But they never expected that Qin Yu's first move was not good, and he broke the routine directly. However, facing Katakuri's reminder, Charlotte Lingling, who was standing on Zeus, had no intention of dodging at all. In her eyes, he had a defense as solid as steel, and was one of the 4 emperors. Choosing to withdraw and retreat in public was simply a shame for Charlotte Lingling. Most importantly, the white moonlight sword in front of her was like a toothpick in her eyes. It was not worth dodging at all. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Charlotte Lingling's mind. Looking at the moonlight sword that was rapidly enlarging in his pupils, he reached out to grab it without any fancy moves. However, the moment he grabbed it, a huge aura instantly enveloped Charlotte Lingling's body. Before she could react, the moonlight sword, which was condensed by the crazy compression of the spirit particles, exploded. Boom! A thunderous explosion suddenly sounded. The huge shock wave turned into a raging tide and rolled back directly. Everyone just felt a bright light in front of their eyes, and a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Charlotte Lingling's body, which was like an iron tower, flew backwards in full view of everyone. Bang! The huge wall built with chocolate was smashed to pieces. The buildings along the way were also shattered one after another. Finally, they felt the big pit that was smashed out by the huge earthquake of the earth. Everyone was stunned. Seeing Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors, being knocked away, she was in disbelief.